Now we are going to start a discussion with new module of international institutions. Now, if you look at the international institutions, then there are many international institutions, and this topic gets interlinked both in GS paper 2 of mains examination of UPSC and also GS paper 3. So, for example, in GS paper 2, we have international affairs, and within that, international institution, regional institution is one of the topics. But we also discuss these topics in GS paper 3 within economy, and apart from mains examination, this topic is important from prelims perspective also. So, whatever kind of institutions we are going to discuss here, we'll be taking into consideration both the facts-based perspective from prelims examination and also the analysis that is required for the mains examination, and the sort of analysis which you can use both in the GS paper 2 and also in GS paper 3. So, a quite comprehensive set of institutions we are discussing within this module. So, these are the kind of institutions which we are discussing. So, a layout will be like, first we'll be discussing the Bretton Woods Conference, because this is a conference which first laid out the plan for the two most important institutions, that is International Monetary Fund and IDRD, which later on was called World Bank, and then many new institutions came in within that set, and it was called the World Bank Group, the group. Then we'll be discussing the New Development Bank, then we'll be discussing the Contingency Reserve Arrangement. Now, I'll also be telling you why we are discussing these institutions. Now, suppose these are very obvious, after Bretton Woods Conference, these are the Bretton Woods streams, IMF and World Bank and the group. These are the Bretton Woods streams which came out of Bretton Woods Conference. But why these new institutions came? There should be some kind of logic and rationale for these institutions to crop up, because these institutions were having, earlier Bretton Woods streams were having many problems which they were not either willing to solve or not able to solve. So that's why these kind of regional institutions like NDB, New Development Bank, and Contingency Reserve Arrangement, a mechanism to complement the IMF role. So you'll be getting the meaning of whatever I'm saying when we'll be done with the discussion. Then we'll be able to gauge now why he was actually saying like this, that complementing the IMF role. Okay, then we'll be discussing Asian Development Bank. We'll be seeing how Asian Development Bank works, operates, governance structure, how it is different from other institutions. Then also we'll be discussing the Asian infrastructure investment and what is its remit, mandate, how it operates, and then finally we'll be discussing a trading organization, World Trade Organization, a multilateral body to carry out the seamless trade internationally. That we'll be discussing. Now, this World Trade Organization, if you look at, is the most important and most neglected topic both by the students and the faculties for UPSC preparation. So we'll be discussing World Trade Organization in a bit of length, elaboratively, comprehensively, all the agreements, all the structure, institutional framework, reports, everything we'll be discussing within World Trade Organization and also within all these institutions. Okay, so that is the broad layout and the broad framework for international institutions within this module. So let's start by discussing the first topic, that is Bretton Woods Conference. Now, what is Bretton Woods Conference and why this conference is called in such a manner, means like Bretton Woods? If you look at Bretton Woods Conference, its name is derived from the place where this conference was organized and conducted. Now, Bretton Woods is a place in the US in the South Hemisphere. Now, here, after the World War II ended and almost when World War II was at the end of being concluded, now at that time, victors from the Allied, now we know that World War II was fought between Allied and Axis and Allied won World War II. Now, both US and UK, who were the two biggest victors of the World War II, were discussing the plans of the international monetary and financial system, means how the international monetary and financial system will be conducted post World War II. So a conference was organized, means apart from these two, many delegates came from all the Allied powers and all the supporting partners of the Allied, means either directly or indirectly, they all came and discussed about the new international monetary financial system of post World War II. And they came, collected, and discussed about this in Bretton Woods. That's why the name Bretton Woods Conference has emerged. Okay, now all of them came, all the Allied powers came, all the supporting partners came, but actually two, US and UK, were the main powers, means, and that's how the discussion and whatever conclusion that came out of the Bretton Woods was mostly decided by these two powers only. So from US, there was one negotiator, Henry Dexter White, and from UK, John Maynard Keynes is a very familiar nickname, means whoever knows anything about economies would have definitely heard this name of John Maynard Keynes. So John Maynard Keynes was negotiating from the UK side, and Henry Dexter White was negotiating from US side. Okay, now this conference decided and later on resulted in two institutions, IMF, International Monetary Fund, and IDRD, that is International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. What exactly this institution is and what they do, that we'll discuss later on when we'll take these institutions one by one. But these are the two Bretton Woods streams, and these are the two outcomes of Bretton Woods Conference, which was held in US. Okay, so let's see some of the facts related to Bretton Woods Conference. Now, the conference organized to discuss the post-war international monetary and financial system that I told you. It was officially, and this point should be noted, it was officially known as United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference, because in the prelims examination, Commission can confuse you by giving a statement in this way, means not saying Bretton Woods Conference, but asking you about United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference. So you should be bearing in mind that both are one and the same. Okay, it was held in July 1944, and for 2-3 weeks it was held, and later on resulted in the IMF and IDRD. So in July 1944, this conference was held in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, USA. Okay, now if you look at the figure, so this is how the conference is conducted at that time. So all the delegates, more than 70 delegates from different countries, mainly those who were Allied powers or supporting Allied powers, they came and they were discussing the post-war international monetary and financial system. And these are the two personalities, towering personalities, who were actually at the center of all this conference, and whatever came out of this conference was actually decided by these two personalities, John Maynard Keynes on the right hand side and Henry Dexter White on the left hand side from US. So these were negotiating the whole outcome of the conference. If you look at other points related to Bretton Woods Conference, so as I've already told, the main parties were United States of America and United Kingdom, because they were the two most major benefactors of the World War II. Okay, and two major outcomes were IMF and IDRD. Now, apart from the creation of IMF and IDRD, this conference also resulted and laid the framework for Bretton Woods system. Now, what is this Bretton Woods system? Now, this is a bit different from IMF and IDRD. Now, what actually was happening was in the intervening war periods. Now, what we say interwar periods, so for example, we know World War I was conducted between 1914 and 1919, and World War II somewhere around 1939 to 45. Now, the period between 1919 and 1939 is known as interwar period. Now, these interwar periods or interwar years saw huge animosity between countries. So all countries were raising their tariffs, their taxes they were imposed on other countries' goods. So they were becoming more and more protectionist, means they were all trying to control and protect their own industry rather than the industry of others. So there was no seamless trade. Now, at the helm of the seamless trade was the currency. So what they all were doing was depreciating their currencies. And we have read in our international trade module, by depreciating the currency, if we depreciate our own country's currency, then our goods will become more competitive. Because from the perspective of the buyer who is importing our good, he has to shell out less of their own currency to buy the same good. That's why our goods will become competitive. So what they were doing, they were depreciating their currency one by one and against each other. So there was no set of rules for trading at that time. So that's why we brought Bretton Woods system, or Bretton Woods system was brought at that time, so that there should be some kind of semblance, means how the trade is conducted and how the currency's values are protected and are not misused by each other countries. So what they did in the Bretton Woods system? In the Bretton Woods system, they decided, and the countries in themselves decided, that all of their currencies and the values of the currency will be pegged, that means fixed to US dollar. So each country's currency values will be fixed to the US dollar. So for example, US and UK, pound sterling from UK, and dollar from US will have some kind of fixed exchange rate, and dollar's value in turn will be fixed to gold, some amount of gold. Okay, so every other country's currencies will be fixed, or its values will be fixed in terms of US dollar, and US dollar's value will be fixed to gold. So if some country, for example, country X is having some amount of dollar, so it can directly go to the central bank of the US, which is Federal Reserve, and ask the central bank to keep the particular amount of gold, whatever is being fixed, whatever ratio has been decided, against those amount of dollars. So that was the Bretton Woods system in nutshell. Okay, it was done so that every other country's currency is fixed at some logical, rational, and economic level, and no country has the incentive to depreciate the currency excessively and thereby disturb the seamless world trade. Okay, so that was done through this Bretton Woods system. So this is the Bretton Woods system. Now let's look into some of the facts related to this Bretton Woods system. Okay, so it was the first system to control the exchange rate of currencies between countries. So that's what we have discussed. Okay, it lasted from 1945 to 1972. Now this Bretton Woods system itself had many problems. Okay, we'll discuss those problems also and why it failed. Because if suppose US is saying that okay, we are ready to exchange dollar and give you gold. Now gold is a limited resource, limited and scarce resource. So at that time, US was having the largest quantity of gold. But still, if US is backing its dollar against gold, then definitely there is a limit to the amount of gold which they can have. Because the natural resource is not something which is really available and we can create. So that's why whenever US was conducting expensive monetary policy, and even today when US conducts expensive monetary policy, means it prints more and more amount of dollar. So this dollar goes to developing countries, means less developed countries, and therefore they will be having more of dollars. Then definitely these countries can come back and ask US to give them gold in lieu of those amount of dollars. So that was something which was creating problem in the US financial system, and they realized it later on, and therefore they decided during the presidency of President Nixon, Richard Nixon, that we will do away with this Bretton Woods system, and US stopped cooperating in this Bretton Woods system, and thereafter Bretton Woods system collapsed and failed. Okay, now look at the third point. This approach promoted the adoption of an exchange standard based on gold and foreign currency that have gold and explain you that every other country's currencies will be fixed in terms of dollars, and dollars in turn will be fixed in terms of gold. So if at all a country is having, any other country other than US is having particular amount of dollars, they can directly go to the central bank of US Federal Reserve and can claim that amount of gold, whatever is being decided, whatever ratio is decided. So what was the ratio that was decided? The ratio was decided was $35 per ounce of gold. Okay, that was the rate decided for gold. Now if you look at $35 per ounce, means ounce is somewhere around 23 grams. Okay, so $1 will have a value of 1 by 35 ounce of gold. Okay, so that was the rate that was decided initially. But what President Nixon did is first he devalued the value of dollar, means he said 1 by 35 is too large a value for us, and therefore he devalued it. Means how he devalued? For example, $35, he increased that. He said not $35 but $38 initially. Means now $1 will have a value of 1 by 38 ounce of gold. Means if at all someone comes with $1, then Federal Reserve will have to give lesser amount of gold. Okay, so this was the first step towards the fallout of this Bretton Woods system. Later on they devalued it further, and later on the system failed by 1972. Okay, now let's look into some other points related to this. Under this approach, the reserve currency nation, means whatever the reserve currency is. So this was the reserve currency. Dollar was acceptable reserve currency at that time. So whenever international trade will happen, it will happen in terms of dollar, and whatever imbalances will be created in international trade. So for example, international trade module, we have discussed that suppose there are two countries A and B, suppose US and India. At that time India was not showing, but still, let's say example, suppose India is there and US is exporting some amount of goods to India. Suppose we take in terms of dollars. So US exporting goods amount of $50 million, and India is exporting, suppose in today's scenario, India is exporting services of $40 million to US. So the difference is $10 million. So this is the imbalance in the trade. So how this imbalance will be compensated? So there should be some amount of currency, means some common denominator, some common currency which is acceptable to both of these countries. So that was decided at that time. In fact, US was sharp enough, means US was powerful at that time. Even today US is powerful, though its power is receding as China is challenging US today, both in economic and also in the defense field. But if you look at that time, US emerged as a major victor and a major creditor after post World War II. Now, US utilized this position and tried to be much more clever by arranging a set of system where dollar was used as reserve currency. And even if Bretton Woods system failed, even today you will see the dominance of dollar, and every other country, even India, is always chasing those activity on which we can garner more and more dollars. Okay, so Bretton Woods system may have failed, but dollar has still remained predominant even after the failure of Bretton Woods system and even till today. Okay, so under this approach, the reserve currency nation would endeavor to maintain a balance of payment deficit in order to provide reserve. Means definitely they would have to maintain balance of payment deficit. They would have to meet the needs of people, needs of other countries. So there are many other countries which were working under this Bretton Woods system. For that, for meeting the need, they will have to print more and more dollars. But if they print more and more dollars, then definitely the value of dollars will go down. And it also means if the value of dollars is going down, they will have to give more gold to people, okay, to other countries. So a kind of mutually conflicting system was very much built in this Bretton Woods system only, and therefore it resulted in the fallout of this system. This system imploded and collapsed. Okay, so this is what I have told you, that if US will bring more dollars, then definitely they will have to give more gold to the people in lieu of dollar, and definitely it will lead to the collapse of the system. And this is what it resulted in the second point. The reserve currency would be in danger, the deficit ended up being significant, and this is what actually happened. And thereafter resulted in the collapse of the system. And this difference means if you look at the conflicting goal, because the dollar's interest, if you look at the US was reserve currency at that time, the Bretton Woods system. So US interest was not to print that much currency, but because of the international objectives, because of the Bretton Woods system, because it has to serve the people and serve the other countries with dollars so that the trade would happen seamlessly, international balances could be settled seamlessly, it had to print. So there was a conflicting objective, means the domestic objective of the US and the international objective of the US was in conflict, and this resulted in the fallout of this system, and this resulted in the implosion of the system. And this problem is called as Triffin paradox because of the name of Robert Triffin, who firstly found out this paradox. Paradox means a kind of conflicting objective is there, means whatever reserve currency will be there anytime, means even today if you look at the US dollar is de facto working as reserve currency, and therefore the domestic objective of the US and the international objective are completely different and completely in conflict. And this problem is Triffin paradox, which I have explained. So if you look at the next point, the goal was to promote both international economic cooperation, means the Bretton Woods system goal was to promote both international economic cooperation and the recovery of the post-war economy, which had been severely devastated by World War II. But because we know the system failed and the system could not much do for international economy, which was emerging post-World War II. Now, apart from this, means IMF, we have discussed that IMF and World Bank were the outcome or the result of the Bretton Woods conference and the Bretton Woods string. And apart from IMF and World Bank, we discussed the Bretton Woods system and its problem, how it emerged, how it failed, and thereafter later on abandoned. Okay, now apart from these three things, there's also one other discussion that was going around at that time only, and that was on world trade. Means we have international monetary financial system, we have a Bretton Woods system, so that the currencies could operate properly. No other country have incentive to depreciate each other's currency. What is this? What is this policy? Means suppose there are two countries A and B, if they are trading, and if A knows that we can depreciate a currency, and therefore make our goods competitive. I told you and explained you how this happens in our international trade chapter, international trade module. If A knows that by depreciating my currency, I can gain a bigger pie of the world trade by making my goods more competitive, and also B can also think like that, and B will also depreciate its currency. If suppose C is another country, then it can also think like that, and it can also depreciate their own currency. So this process of competitive depreciation or competitive devaluation, whatever situation will be there, whatever kind of exchange rate regime we are following, is called beggar the neighbor policy. So note this phrase, beggar the neighbor policy. So making our neighbor poorer by devaluing our currency. Okay, so that we can have a bigger pie in world trade by making our goods more competitive. This is called beggar the neighbor policy. Now this was happening as I discussed interwar period, and therefore, apart from the monetary and financial currency system, they were also discussing something about world trade. Means trade should carry on properly. Apart from the currency problem, there was problem of tariffs. So there was discussing means how to reduce these tariffs so that a larger amount of trade and large amount of goods and services can flow between and amongst countries. For that, they were discussing some kind of organization. Now, initially, the first conference was arranged by United Nations Economic and Social Conference, UN ECOSOC of United Nations, and it was arranged in Britain. Later on, another conference was arranged in Havana, and third conference was arranged in Geneva. So Havana Charter or Havana Conference, which resulted into Havana Charter, wanted some kind of organization called ITO, International Trade Organization, similar on the lines of IMF and IBRD. They wanted some kind of multilateral organization, international trade organization, but there were differences, and differences were again between these two countries only, which were US and UK. So we know that UK was imperial power. UK was having colonies worldwide, and UK also did something called Commonwealth of countries. So what UK was doing at that time was giving imperial preference to these Commonwealth countries. So a kind of reduced tariffs, so whatever goods will be coming from any other country. So for example, if there is some country A and there is Commonwealth group of countries, we know what is Commonwealth group of countries, means all those imperial countries which were part of the British Empire at one time. So what they was allowing is, if the trade is happening amongst Commonwealth, then there will be reduced or less tariffs. And if the trade is happening between a country A, suppose US, and Commonwealth, then they will be subject to higher tariffs. So a country A or US will be at disadvantage when it will trade with Commonwealth group of countries. So US was very much against this kind of imperial preference given by the UK amongst Commonwealth group of countries. And UK was also having its own point that UK was also against smooth tariff act. So this was the act which was passed in the intervening period, means in the interwar period between First World War and Second World War by US, so as to protect its domestic industry, and it also raised tariffs to very high levels. So what they wanted, US wanted that UK should first give up its imperial preference, and UK wanted that they should first reduce or abandon or abolish this act of smooth tariff act. And therefore, conclusion was never reached, and International Trade Organization never was able to become successful, and this organization never came into fruition and never came. But along with the International Trade Organization, there was also a sub-agreement, a subsidiary agreement that was being negotiated, and that was General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade. Now, for this General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade, there was some kind of consensus, and therefore, no International Trade Organization was discarded, but General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade was passed. And from 1947, when the GATT started, till 1995, when WTO came, we were having a conducting of international trade on the basis of this GATT, General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade. So this is how the negotiations on world trade was taking place at that time, and this can also be taken as a background to the World Trade Organization, because we have discussed that International Trade Organization never became successful, though GATT came, and GATT was operating from 1947 to 1995, and later on in 1995 WTO came. So this was a background of WTO. Also, you can take it as a background to WTO, also World Trade Organization. Also, okay. So let's look at the points one by one. What are the points that we have written here? Now, the first point says around 1946, UN ECOSOC, United Economic and Social Council, was also leading discussions in the body on world trade, single body like IMF and IBRD. They were also leading the discussion related to a multilateral body on world trade. So in 1947, General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade came after the failure of Havana Charter. Okay, after the failure of Havana Charter related to ITO, International Trade Organization, they somehow got consensus regarding GATT. Later on, GATT was replaced by World Trade Organization in 1995, as I quote. Now we'll be discussing World Trade Organization, we'll be discussing in detail. This is just to lay the ground, just to lay the foundation, means what are the other institutions we are discussing, just to give you a brief idea or a brief backgrounder of all the institutions or whatever was going on at that time and how we came till today. That's the purpose of discussing this introductory module. So all these institutions, if you look at whatever institution we discussed, whether we discuss IMF, IBRD, or whatever, they had problems, various kind of problems which we discussed, and that's why new institutions came up. That's why new institutions, whether you look at NDB, Bank, CRA, NH, infrastructure, investment, and ISAC, because the earlier institution of British were not able to solve the problems of the less developed country or the countries in the region of Asia. That's why they brought their own institution, and this is the point we have mentioned here, that all these institutions had operational issues, representational issue, means whether the global south or whether the developing countries have been given equal representation or proportionate representation in these institutions or not, and also had a structural issue, means how they were designed, because they were designed, negotiated at a time when US and UK were enjoying the largest amount of power. But today the situation has changed, so whether they are able to change themselves or not, and mostly they are never willing to give up their power, and that's why new institutions have come up. We'll discuss this in detail. This is just a cursory look into what we are going to discuss, and these are creating these reasons. Because of these reasons, there is a creation of complementary reason institutions, okay, like Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So this is the background against which we'll be discussing our further topics of this international institution module. Now, let me give you a different kind of architecture to all the institutions which we are discussing. So look at this chart. So international institutions are designed in two broad categories: global institutions and regional institutions. Global, those which are related to finance and development, and another one which is related to trade. Within finance and development, we have IMF, International Monetary Fund, which is mainly for monetary cooperation and looking for short-term BOP difficulties. This is the rough or broad mandate of International Monetary Fund, and World Bank mainly to help in developmental objectives by giving long-term lending to the countries. If you look at the World Bank, actually, we have discussed that it was IBRD initially, and later on it became World Bank and then World Bank Group. We'll discuss it properly in our World Bank topic when we deal with the World Bank topic as a separate institution. For trade related, we had GATT and World Trade Organization. Okay, in the regional institution, we have ADB, Asian Development Bank, NDB, and CRA, and Asian Infrastructure Investment. This is just another way to categorize these institutions in global, regional, financial development, trade related. So if at all some question comes in, means regarding the international institution, means a general question which is very broad in nature, that what kind of reforms are required in international institutions. So you can definitely put this kind of chart there, and that will act as a value addition in your answer. Okay, so you can put this chart directly there and then analyze some of the specific probability to this institution. Okay, so that was a kind of brief background related to the international institution for this international institutions module. So now we'll be discussing each institution one by one. Okay.
Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS.
So as you know that we are going through a series of international institutions, especially from the economics perspective. So after going through the introduction, now the first institution we are going to discuss is International Monetary Fund. Now, as I made you amply clear in the introduction, only in the introductory lecture only, that this institution was created to solve and help the countries who are facing balance of payment difficulties, who could face balance of payment difficulties. Because we saw in or heard in the introductory lecture that how in the intervening period of two world wars, that is World War I and World War II, period between these two wars, there were countries which were raising their tariffs, going through trade protectionism, and also manipulating their exchange rates by manipulating their currencies. Therefore, it was very much required that there should be some kind of international institution which is somewhere monitoring the exchange rate policies of the countries and also helping the countries if at all there are some kind of balance of payment difficulties emanating or emerging. Therefore, this sort of institution was set up, and this was the Britain institution. Means after Britain conference, there were two institutions that were set up. We have discussed them again and again. That is IMF and World Bank. So firstly, we will be discussing the IMF. Now, let us first see that how a lecture is being organized. That is how we have curated a lecture for you. So we're trying to discuss this very comprehensively means every aspect of IMF is being discussed here. So let's see what are the different subtopics that we have discussed. So the first thing and the first subtopic is the IMF and its aims. So firstly, we'll go through some of the facts related to IMF, and then we'll look into some of the aims and the objectives of the IMF in detail, mean why this institution actually came. Now, then we are going to discuss the IMF structure, means how this institution is being arranged, means within IMF, what are the different set of institutions that coordinate with each other, and that's how IMF functions. Then we are going to look into the sources of funds of IMF, means IMF has certain function to do. Therefore, there should be some kind of financing with IMF, and it's very important that this financing is independent, because as long as the institutions are getting financing independently, then they are able to do their function effectively. Okay, so financing is very important. We'll look into where does IMF get its sources from. Okay, then we are going to discuss the special drawing right. The special drawing right in reserve trust is very important and very crucial to the IMF, especially special drawing right. Very crucial to the existence of the IMF. It is related to other concept of quotas. That is also we are going to discuss. A quota, special drawing right, reserve trust. These are very new words for you, but for UPSC they are not new words, and UPSC has asked questions from these concepts, especially reserve tranche. Okay, then we are going to discuss the IMF lending facilities, means what are the toolkits available to the IMF through which it lends to the countries which are in problem of some sort or another. Then we are going to discuss the role India had with IMF and India has with IMF today also. Okay, we'll discuss what are the different occasions where IMF has helped India and what are the issues which India is facing with the IMF. Then we are going to discuss and take some of the criticisms of the institution of the IMF, of its functions, how it operates, and also suggest some of the reforms to this institution. Now, this topic is very important from the mains perspective. This particular subtopic is very important for the mains perspective. It means overall the topic is important for prelims, but this topic is mostly important for the mains. Okay, then we are going to discuss some of the reports of the IMF. Means there are many reports, 3-4 reports, which are released in different time periods within a year. Some are biannual, some are annual. So we'll see what are these reports. And finally, we are going to end our discussion with the questions. That is prelims, previous year questions. Okay, so this is how we have arranged our lecture of IMF for you. So let's start. Let's see first what are the facts related to IMF. What are some important facts? So first fact is it is a part of the Bretton Woods system. Many times we have told you it is a part of the Bretton Woods system. Apart from World Bank, IMF was set up after the Bretton Woods Conference of 1944. Okay, second is IMF is a specialized agency of the United Nations. Now, specialized agency. See, if you look at the United Nations, there is something called UN system, United Nations system. Within this, there is United Nations. There are six principal organs of United Nations. Then there are many funds that are running in the United Nations. There are many specific programs related and associated with United Nations. And then lastly, there are specialized agencies. Many specialized agencies are there. Now, the distinctive feature of these specialized agencies is that they are independent and autonomous in working and in funding from United Nations, but they are associated with United Nations and they are part of the UN system. And IMF is one of the specialized agencies. What are other specialized agencies if you ask me? Then there are World Bank, International Labour Organization, ILO, World Intellectual Property Organization, World Meteorological Organization, many such agencies like International Tribunal on Law of Sea. This is also a special agency. WTO is a special agency. So there are many special agencies of the United Nations, and IMF is one of the special agencies of the United Nations. Then there are 190 members in the IMF, means almost all the countries, with few exceptions, are a member of IMF, and latest being Angola, joined in 2020. Okay, earlier there were 29 members, and Angola joined in 2020. Then headquarters of IMF is Washington DC, and current managing director is Kristalina Georgieva. She's from Bulgaria. Okay, she's from Bulgaria. Now these facts may not look that much important, but they are very much important for prelims perspective. Means from perspective, of course, they're not important, but from prelims perspective, we should be at least knowing these basic facts about IMF. Now let's look into the aims and objectives for the IMF. So what are the aims and objectives? Now, after introductory lecture, it's clear that what we are going to study. Okay, in the introductory lecture, we have told you that what was the scenario at that time. So definitely, those aims and objectives of the institution has built up to address that scenario. So that is what the aims and objectives are of IMF. Now, these aims and objectives of the IMF are mentioned in Articles of Agreement of the IMF, AOA, Articles of Agreement. So, these Articles of Agreement is very important with respect to any institution, also with respect to IMF. Okay, so the first one is to promote international monetary cooperation. So, promoting of international monetary cooperation means how the monetary policy is being conducted by different countries. That is important. That comes within the aims of the IMF. Then, second one is facilitate the expansion and balance growth of international trade. So, IMF role is very much important with international trade. Also, it's not only World Trade Organization that is responsible and taking the charge of promoting the international trade. IMF is also a very much responsible institution for seamless international trade, because international trade is occurring in foreign currencies, and exchange rate is very important for conduct of international trade. Therefore, IMF's role is very important because IMF is also looking at monitoring the exchange rate policies of the country. Okay, then the IMF third aim is to promote exchange rate stability and financial stability. So this is very much important and related to the second point, how it is also responsible for promotion of international trade, because it is looking at the exchange rate policy also. It is also responsible for promoting exchange rate stability and financial stability of particular country, especially its members. Then it also assists in the establishment of the multilateral system of payments. So the system of payments, how the payments is being done between countries, amongst countries, that also comes within the objective of the IMF, so to promote, to establish the proper seamless system of payments between countries. Let's look into some of the other aims and objectives. Make resources available to members experiencing balance of payment difficulties. So this is very important to the IMF. Now, all rules are important, but if you ask me one important role, very important, means a distinctive factor of IMF, then that is this one, means to assist the countries in the crisis and help them to tide over the balance of payment difficulties. That is the most important role of the IMF. Then engaging high employment, long-term sustainable economic expansion is a subsidiary role. It's not very important in the sense, of course, if trade will be conducted properly, if economies are stable, exchange policy is being conducted properly, internationally, definitely there will be high employment and long-term sustainable economic expansion. It's very obvious, but this is also one of the role of the IMF. And lastly, advising public policy and funding for emerging nations. So it is definitely funding emerging nations, but not for any specific purpose. So for example, World Bank is funding countries for specific projects, for example, sanitation, building of dams, or railway projects, or such other infrastructure projects. But we'll never see IMF funding these sort of projects. IMF will fund countries only to meet immediate or medium-term BOP difficulties. So that sort of funding is being done by IMF, or if at all any extra funding is done, then that is also very much related to the BOP difficulties. Okay, but I'm trying to say that IMF funding is very much related to the exchange rate, very much related to the BOP difficulties, and not for a specific project of infrastructure or social project. So that's sort of funding IMF not. So if one emerging nation, definitely, but I told you what sort of funding it does. And also advice on public policy. So there is an important role of IMF of technical assistance to countries, especially low-income countries or emerging countries, how they should conduct their monetary policy, how they should conduct their exchange policy. So that sort of role is also there for IMF. That is also one of the aims and objectives of the IMF. So we discussed some of the facts related to IMF. We also discussed some of the aims and objectives of IMF. So now we are very clear. Now let's look at the next topic. Let's look at the structure of the IMF, means how the IMF is organized. Okay, so the first thing is this chart. So if you look at here, this is how IMF governance is done. Means how it is structured internally. It's very important because questions have been asked from this topic also. Means the structure of IMF, and when UPSC asks questions, it goes very deep into asking very specific functions of these institutions within the IMF. Okay, so be very careful when you are reading and when you are listening. This lecture is especially related to IMF structure. So if you look at the structure, there is board of governors, there is IMF SC. What is this? It is International Monetary and Financial Committee. Then there is executive board, there is managing director, and then there is staff of IMF. Okay, then there are country authorities, means all the member countries and their authorities, and then there are some specific groups. Okay, leave this structure as it is as of now. Let's look into the details first. Then we'll come back again to this structure. Okay, now first look into some of the specifics related to those bodies within the IMF which I have discussed. So first thing was Board of Governors. Board of Governors is the highest decision-making body of the IMF. Means it is the only body which is responsible for amending the articles of agreement, for amending the quotas in the IMF, for amending how SDR allocation will be done, for including some member of the in the IMF, also excluding some member from the IMF. So this is the highest decision-making body of the IMF. Each member country means whatever member countries are there, when member countries are there, each will appoint two governors in the IMF Board of Governors. One will be governor, and another one will be alternate governor. Okay. Now governor usually is the minister of finance for that particular country, and alternate governor will be and usually is the central bank governor of that particular country. Okay. Central bank governor will be alternate governor, and minister of finance will be acting as governor. So there will be two governors. One will be governor and another will be alternate governor. This board of governors do not meet regularly. It only meet once. Okay, it only meet once, and that too in the IMF, World Bank, annual meetings. Okay, so that is the only purpose of board of governors. It meets only once, and whatever the authority of board of governors is delegated to the executive board, that will discuss in the next slide. So daily functions, whatever are related to the IMF, are delegated to the executive board. That is not conducted by the board of governors. Now the second body within the IMF is ministerial committees. Now this ministerial committee is responsible for advising the board of governors, and it is also responsible for guiding the executive board. Okay, we'll discuss the executive board in the next slide. So this ministerial committee, now there are two ministerial committees: International Monetary and Financial Committee, that is IMFC, and Development Committee. Now development committee is a joint committee. Okay, now this is a joint committee in the sense that it advises both IMF and also World Bank, board of governors. Okay, so that is very specific peculiarity about this development committee. This is joint committee. Okay, and this International Monetary and Financial Committee is composed of 24 governors. These are the governors which are taken from these governor and alternate governor only. Okay, from these 190 countries, only 24 governors or 24 countries represent the International Monetary and Financial Committee, and then they advise the board of governors and guides the executive board. Okay, so International Monetary and Financial Committee, Development Committee, Commission Committee, IMFC has 24 members and advises the board of governors and guides the executive board, and then there is Development Committee, which is actually a joint committee, means it is related to both IMF and World Bank. Now let's look at the executive board. Executive board will also have 24 directors, executive directors. Okay, and these 24 members of the board are responsible for the daily work of IMF. I told you that board of governors meets only once in a year, and therefore all the powers are delegated to the executive board. Means these are the people who are working on the ground, taking decisions on the ground. Then they are elected by the board of governors only, obviously, and our powers are delegated by the board of governors. Then there is IMF management, means management of the IMF, which is composed of managing director, which itself means managing director, whoever she or he is heading the whole staff of IMF. Means all the people who are working on this working, he is the topmost person heading them, heading the management of the IMF. So managing director is both the chairman of the IMF and executive board and the head of the IMF staff. So she or he will also head the executive board and will also head the IMF staff. And managing director is appointed by the executive board by voting or consensus. Okay, the person who is the managing director will be appointed by voting or by consensus. Mainly the consensus works there, and voting is rarely seen in the appointment of the IMF managing director. So present managing director in the first slide is Kristalina Georgieva. Now after going through this, now let's go back to that chart. Then we'll see how these different bodies are coordinating amongst themselves. So if you look at this chart again, how the IMF governance is being conducted, then you'll see there is board of governors, there is International Monetary and Financial Committee, there is executive board, there is managing director, there is staff. This board of governors has delegated its power to executive board. There is International Monetary and Financial Committee, which advises the board of governors and guides the executive board. Then there is managing director, which chairs the executive board and also appoints or manages the staff. Means that person is the topmost person managing the staff. Also, the staff informal advises, of course, to the managing director. Managing director not take decision by herself or himself on the basis of the but definitely guided by some advice from their staff. This is what the culture is of any organization. Okay, and also executive board elects the managing director and also oversees the functions of the managing director. As I told you, the country authorities, means Minister of Finance or the RBI governor, is represented in the board of governors, and also they elect the executive board. Then there is these groups. These groupings, if you look at some of these groupings, you must have already read about in the international relation. That is G7, grouping of advanced countries like US, UK, France, Germany, Canada, Italy, Japan. These G7 countries. Means earlier there was G8, but Russia after Crimean invasion, they have removed Russia out of this group. So G7 countries are also being somewhere related to the IMF. Okay, they advises or informally advises the IMF relating to the concerns of the developed countries. That G20 countries also do the same thing with respect to IMF. And G24 might be something new to you. G24 is a group mainly dealing with the monetary and financial aspect of the developing or emerging market economies, and they are also related and somewhere advising, mainly informally, to the IMF. So this is how the relation is in the IMF governance structure. This is how IMF works. Okay, so the next thing we are going to discuss is the sources of fund of the IMF. Now let's look at the sources of fund. Now there are different kinds of sources of funds of the IMF. Means there are different lines of defense. Means the first thing which IMF will do, if that first thing is insufficient, then IMF will go for the next thing. If that is also insufficient, then IMF will opt for the third line of defense. Okay, so these line of defense are arranged in such a way. So if you look at the IMF superpower, that this graphic we have adopted from the IMF website only, and it says that first line of defense is quotas. IMF quotas will tell you what is IMF quota. Then second line of defense is multilateral borrowing arrangement. There are two. That is new arrangements to borrow, NAB, and earlier there was general arrangement to borrow also. Okay, now this is being stopped or abandoned. GAB, general arrangement to borrow. Still we'll discuss something about this also. So new arrangement to borrow, general arrangement to borrow come under multilateral borrowing arrangement. Then there are bilateral borrowing arrangement. Okay, bilateral borrowing arrangement means the arrangements that IMF has done with respect to specific countries. Means that all sometimes IMF finds the need to assist other countries, needy countries, then IMF can borrow from these countries who are having the resources and then lend to the countries which are needy. Okay, so this is the bilateral borrowing arrangement. We'll come to this figure again, but let's first discuss these three things: quotas, multilateral borrowing arrangement, and bilateral borrowing arrangement in detail. The same way for governance structure. Okay, then we'll come back to this figure again. Okay, now let's look at the quotas in the IMF. Now, if you look at the membership in any institution, if you have to get into the institution, if you have to get into the membership of the institution, then you need to pay something. You need to pay some money. Okay, similarly, it's a quota system in the IMF. When you are becoming a member of the IMF, some kind of quota will be decided for you depending on various factors, various variables which we will discuss. And these variables will determine how much quota you will have in the IMF, how much sources of funding you will be getting from the IMF, and also how much voting power you will be having in the IMF. Means what will be your say in that particular institution. Okay, so that is a simple meaning of IMF quotas. Okay, now there is a particular formula that was decided. In fact, this particular formula for quotas, IMF quotas was decided in 2008 when it was reviewed. Okay, and these quota formulas keep on getting reviewed. Mainly in 5 years, and sometimes it takes longer, sometimes earlier also. For example, the 15th quota review was done in 2020, and for 16th review of the quota, they are saying they will do earlier than 2023, whereas the 14th one was done in 2010, but effectively it came into effect only in 2016. Okay, so these quotas keep on getting reviewed, these formulas keep on getting reviewed, the kind of power which each member countries will get in the institution are decided by this quota, and many other factors are decided by this quota. Okay, if you look into the subsequent slides, we'll discuss that how important this word quota is for the IMF. Okay, so now let's look at the formula of this quota. So different then weightages are being given to different parameters with respect to a particular country. So, for example, GDP is given a weightage of 50%. Openness of the economy means openness in terms of capital account, that is 30%. Economic availability of the economy is given a weightage of 15%. Then the reserve that the economy has, means international reserve, forex reserves, that is given a weightage of 5%. So this is how the formula is calculated. And so if you look at the quota formula, then 50% you can definitely write 0.5. So 0.5 GDP, simply 30%, 0.30 to openness, 0.15 to availability, and 0.05 to the reserve. And this is how we come to the formula of quota. This is how quota for a particular member country is decided. Now there are very questions, means why this particular formula only is being used, how they come and arrive to this formula. These are the questions. These are the questions of reforms in the IMF. Okay. Now we'll limit ourselves to this formula only because from general studies perspective, this is enough to know that there is particular quota. What is the objective of quota? What is the formula of quota? But all things are decided from this quota. That is enough from general studies perspective. Okay. Now I have told you that various reviews of quotas take place from time to time. 14 was done in 2010, 15 in 2020. Usually it's done in 5 years, but it's not very hard and fast. Depending on the situation, depending on the circumstances, this can be amended. Means when these quotas will be done and effectively when they will come into effect. Okay. Now let's look into the largest shareholders of the voting power. So for example, when 14th review of quota was done, there was a huge shift in quotas and voting power in IMF. In the IMF, mainly towards developing countries. Okay. So many countries came, especially India and China, even Brazil also came. So what is the current shareholding, especially shareholding pattern in terms of quota and also the voting power in the IMF? Because quotas and voting power are directly related. Means the amount of quota you have in the IMF is equal to the voting power of the same of your country in the IMF and its decision making. Okay, so let's see the current voting power. We don't have to go to the past voting power because the past share of the countries in the IMF quota. Let's look into the current share, and especially we'll look into the US. If you look at the US, 16.5%. So US is having 16.5% of the total quotas in the IMF out of 100, 16.5%. And if you look at the decision making in the IMF, it is done substantially. Decisions are being done and made by 85% majority. So even if every country agrees to a particular decision and US do not agree with that particular decision, US can always destroy that decision because US has 16.5%. And 85% you can never achieve without the help of the US. So the next thing is of Japan. Japan is 6.20%. If you look at the Japanese economy, definitely it's lesser than of China. If you look at China is just 6.10, and that too, it became 6.10 after 14 review of quota, which was done in 2010. But because US Senate was not very much agreed to the change in the shifting of the quotas within the countries, especially giving more quota powers to the developing countries because the new realities that are coming, because any institution will remain relevant as long as it is accepting the new realities in the world. Okay, if any institution is not willing to accept the new realities, is not willing to accept the shifting of the power, whether financial or strategic, in the world, then definitely that institution will not succeed because the new powers will create their own institution. Okay, so to become relevant, IMF also has done this. IMF also has given some of the quotas and some increase the quotas or increase the voting power of the new emerging countries, especially China and India. Okay, so China now has 6.10, but if you look at the China share in the world GDP is more than 10%, so definitely it's still not justified. If you look at another one is France, it is 4%. If you look at Germany, it is 5.30%. UK 4%, means more than India, and UK and India are almost neck to neck on the GDP. Okay, if you look at the total GDP, means there was a time also, means now and then India keeps on overtaking UK in terms of GDP. So definitely it's not justified that UK is having 4% of quota in the IMF, whereas India is having just 2.6%. Okay, Italy much smaller economy than us is having 3%, more than us. Russia 2.6%, Canada 2.20%, Brazil 2.20%, Saudi 2%. So this is how the quotas is being distributed amongst the major power in the IMF, and particularly of interest is US 16.5 because of which it is having a virtual veto in the IMF. China 6.10 and India 2.60. These are the three quotas. If at all you want to remember, then you can remember these. So as to polish your argument, if at all you are giving in the question in the mains examination regarding the reforms in the multilateral financial institution or international financial institution, then definitely you can put and give these specifics about the IMF quota power, how it is being distributed, and how it is not justified as per the current realities. Okay, so this is how we have done with the IMF's largest shareholder by voting power. That's right. Now, why is quota important? I told you quota is determining many things in the IMF. Okay, so what are those things which quota is determining? So firstly, quota is important because quota determines how much resources a particular country, a particular member country is contributing to the IMF. So resource contribution, that is quota determines the maximum amount of financial resources the member is obliged to provide to the IMF. Okay, so whatever your quota is 16.5% is a quota of the US that is contributing that much amount in terms of financial resources to the IMF. So that is also there. It's not just that they have to give us 16.5% quotas or 16.5% voting power and they are not doing anything for the IMF. That is not the case. Okay, so resource contribution is there and it's very directly related to the quotas, is determined by the quotas. Then quotas also determines your voting power, how much voting power, how much say you will have in the institution. So quotas are determining of the voting power in IMF decision. If you look at how these votes are calculated, so there are something called basic votes in the IMF. These votes are equal for all the members, and then there are some votes which are determined by quotas and which itself depends on the amount of SDR a country has. So for 1 lakh of SDR, there will be one extra vote. Okay, so that is how this voting power is calculated in the IMF. Then quotas also determines access to financing. Means not only resource contribution, it also determines access to financing, and this is something which is very much ironical. Means if a country is contributing more, it is able to gain more to the financing. So IMF's role was to help the countries who are in the balance of difficulties, but that help will be determined by how much they are contributing to the IMF. Means there is no redistribution role in the IMF, and that is also one of the criticism of the IMF. Okay, so there is no redistribution role of the IMF. It's not that if you are contributing 100 rupees, then you can take 200 rupees from the IMF. Your contribution is very much determining the kind of access to financing you are having from the IMF. Okay, so that is the access to financing point. Means whatever contribution you are doing for the IMF, whatever quota you are giving the IMF, it determines the maximum amount of financing you can obtain from the IMF under normal access, under normal situation, under normal rules. Okay, then your quota also determines your SDR elevation. I use this word many times, SDR, special drawing right. I'll explain you this word in this whole slide that we put for this particular concept of special drawing right. But they determines, but suffice to know here is that quotas determines the member share in general allocation of SDR means what amount of SDR or special drawing right they will get is also determined by quotas. So quotas are very important in the IMF, I told you. And they determine resource contribution, voting power, access to financing, SDR allocation means they are the most important and the crucial component in the working of the IMF apart from SDR, which itself is determined by the quotas. Now after quotas, let's look at the second line of defense is available in the IMF. Now in the image we saw in the first slide of this particular subtopic of sources of funds for the IMF, we have discussed this first line of defense, second line of defense, and the third line of defense. With the second line of defense, we saw there was multilateral borrowing line. And within the multilateral borrowing line, I told you that there are two components. One, new agreement borrow, and the next one is the general agreement borrow. General agreement borrow, I also told you, is not available right now. It's been abandoned. Okay, let's look at the new agreement borrow. What is this new agreement borrow? It is nothing but some countries and some institutions are ready to lend to the IMF if at all the funding crunch is there in the IMF. So if at all IMF is short of fund to lend to the member countries who are facing the difficulties. So there are some sort of institutions and some countries, group of countries which are always ready. That is why this mechanism of new agreement borrow, general agreement borrow is called multilateral borrowing arrangement. Means there are set of countries which are ready to lend to the IMF, always with some limits. Okay, so that is the whole concept. These are the details. I'll definitely read them out, but they're not that much important as long as you know the concept. Okay, so let's first look at the new arrangement to borrow. So 40 participants are there, 32 current and 2 prospective participants. You don't need to know what are those 2 prospective participants. As long as you know the concept, means these points are also not important. Just you need to know there are some sort of countries which are ready. Clutch of countries and institutions which are ready to help the IMF if at all it faces some kind of fund crunch. Okay, then size of the new arrangement to borrow was double effective, which is the current perspective current affairs from January 2021, and now it stands at SDR 285 billion. Okay, so 285 billion SDR, that is the value of the size of the current new arrangement to borrow. Current 5-year period of new arrangement to borrow effectiveness runs from January 2021 to December 2025. So there are some sort of time periods they fix for these kind of arrangements, and they keep on revising those time periods. So for example, new arrangement to borrow's current time period is from 2021 to 2025 December, and new arrangement to borrow activation means whatever the kind of limits they have set for new arrangement to borrow this 285 billion, this activation and the kind of work they do always require the support of 85% of the participants which are eligible to vote in this new arrangement to borrow. So all kind of decisions, substantive, important decisions in IMF are taken by 85% majority that I have already told. So 85%. This is very important, not 3/4, 85%. Okay, much more than 3/4. So it's a very difficult majority to gain, and that is important in case of IMF. Okay, so this is new arrangement to borrow. Let's look into the general arrangement to borrow also. So general arrangement to borrow was established in 1962. The funds borrowed under general arrangement to borrow are used to lend to countries for stabilizing their external debt. Means this will be given to the countries who are facing problems in managing their external debt, having some kind of debt problems, and therefore as a form of debt relief, IMF will help them if at all it's required to general arrangement to borrow. Industrialized countries are the ones which were participating in the general arrangement to borrow, and this is how general arrangement to borrow and new arrangement to borrow differs. Because in general arrangement to borrow (GAB), only industrialized advanced countries were lending to the IMF for second line of defense, for helping the IMF in case there is some sort of fund crunch. But in new arrangement to borrow, both industrialized countries, and also EMEs, that is emerging market economies, are also there. Okay, so that is how new arrangement to borrow and general arrangement to borrow differs, and that is why general arrangement to borrow was discontinued. Because why should be the responsibility of only the industrialized country to help the IMF in case of fund crunch when some sort of help is to be done for the low income countries to manage their balance of payment difficulties? It should be the responsibility of all, or if at all, most of the members of the IMF, because this is a member institution. IMF is a member institution, and definitely that's how general arrangement to borrow was discontinued. So it has been allowed to lapse after its period in 2018, has not been given a fresh lease of life. Okay, so we have done with quotas, we have done with new arrangement to borrow, general arrangement to borrow, which after all, new arrangement to borrow, general arrangement to borrow comes under the rubric of multilateral borrowing arrangement. Now let's look into the bilateral borrowing arrangement also. So I told you this is the third line of defense. Means if the IMF is still short of fund, never it happens really. If it is still short of fund, then it can go to particular specific countries with which the IMF as an institution has signed some sort of agreements to lend to the IMF to tide over the balance of payment difficulties of the other countries. So 2020 bilateral borrowing arrangements are on track to include 42 creditors. 42 creditors are there, and agreements with 38 creditors are already effective. Means 38 countries have already agreed to participate in this sort of bilateral borrowing agreement. Total commitments is 106 billion SDR, that is US dollar 152 billion, means SDR and US dollar value is different. That's why you will see these differences. Okay, SDR you will see in the coming slides how SDR value is calculated on the basis of the exchange rate values of currencies, exchange rate values of currencies which are forming part of SDR basket, and they are expressed in terms of US dollar, and then some sort of value is calculated for SDR. So that's why you will find that there is a difference in SDR when you're writing the figure is 106 billion, when you're writing in terms of US dollar it's 152 billion. Okay, so total commitments from 30 effective payments are 106 billion SDR. Special joint discuss SDR, don't worry about it. The third point is initial term of 3 years through and 2023, extendable trade consensus to end of 2024. So 2024, this term can be extended, and activation of the agreement again here requires 85%. So 85% is an important figure in case of IMF decision making governance structure. You should always remember that. So we are done with quotas, we are done with multilateral borrowing and we are done with bilateral borrowing agreement. Let's look again at that particular figure which I told you, that particular image. So let's see. And now let's try to make sense of that image. So it was written there, that is IMF firepower. That is where from IMF is getting the money, funding. So IMF is able to lend about 1 trillion to its member countries. Okay, with the help of all these quotas, multilateral borrowing agreement, bilateral borrowing agreement. So this is what actually is written. Whatever I have explained, in normal times, IMF uses quota-based resources to finance lending, and this is $452 billion in SDR. In brackets, it is given details. Then multilateral borrowing agreement, if the IMF believes that its quota resources might fall short, then it goes to multilateral borrowing agreement. And the third line of defense, the IMF has access to bilateral borrowing agreement. Okay, so this was what was given, and these are the sources of funding for the IMF. Okay, now once we are done with the sources of funding for the IMF, once we have understood what are quotas, what are different types of borrowing arrangement IMF is engaging in, now let's look at the next topic. And next topic is very important. Okay, this is the spatial joint rights. So let's look into what is spatial joint rights. Now, if you look at the spatial joint right, if you are able to hark back upon the introductory lecture I had on the Bretton Woods conference, I told you that there were some sort of difficulties in the balance of payments, and Bretton Woods system, which was in fact was an outcrop of Bretton Woods conference, was created to address these sort of balance of payment difficulties. In that only I told you that Bretton Woods system was a system of fixed exchange rate. Why fixed exchange rate? Because every other currency, or mostly whichever currency was part of the Bretton Woods system, was tied to US dollar, and US dollar was in turn tied to gold. So there was a fixed exchange rate, and IMF remit was to maintain this fixed exchange rate. Okay, and this US dollar was a reserve currency. This was created as a reserve asset. And then we saw how the problem came in using US dollar as a reserve asset, and the paradox of the dilemma was different dilemma, because US dollar is also national currency, and the national currency whenever is used as an international reserve or reserve asset internationally, then definitely there will be conflict of goods, because for the national currency printing it excessively just to satisfy the international partners, international countries, so that they are able to keep that currency in their reserve is not something which can go on for years. Okay, definitely there will be a limit when that national currency or the central bank authority of that country will decide that it's enough. We are not going to print it more, because we are also facing balance of payment difficulties. Because if you print more and more currency, then definitely the value of that currency will go down. It will be devalued or depreciated, and therefore causing balance of payment difficulties. Okay, so that's how US moved away from the Bretton Woods system, and then Bretton Woods collapsed, and most of the countries, in fact all the countries, then moved towards flexible exchange rates, and only few countries were going towards fixed exchange rate after the collapse of the Bretton Woods system. And it was also still following the fixed exchange rate. It was only after 1991 reforms that we were moving towards some sort of flexible exchange rate. Still, we are not totally flexible, totally market flexible exchange rate. In fact, no country is following a pure flexible exchange rate system as we discussed in the international trade chapter. The other, what we are following is dirty float. Okay, or managed floating exchange. Okay, so since dollar was facing problem to act as a reserve asset, what IMF was toying with or trying the idea of creating a supplementary reserve asset. What can the supplementary reserve asset if dollar is facing a problem? Let's create some other asset. Okay, which can act as supplement with dollar. So in 1969, a supplementary reserve asset called SDR, a spatial drawing right, was created by the IMF. Though it was created in 1969, but by the time it actually started getting implemented, it actually started getting used by that time in 1973. Bretton Woods system dollars stopped being used as a reserve asset, at least legally, by the IMF. Okay, so still it forms a part of reserve currency by many countries, even for India also. But as a part of IMF, as a part of Bretton Woods system, it gets stopped to be used as reserve asset. And the only reserve asset created was SDR, special drawing right, which was left. Okay. So this was the history. This is the history related to the special drawing right and what was it sold. So let's look into some of the facts related to this reserve asset, special drawing right. Now, if you look at this special drawing right, it's not a currency. So never take it as a currency. For example, dollar was also a reserve asset, but dollar was a currency. But special drawing right is not a currency, and neither is a claim on the IMF. So you cannot use that special drawing. In fact, you cannot use it. Why? Because it is not being used by individual private parties. Also only being used by governments, other countries, and that too as a reserve asset in the IMF world. Okay, nowhere else. But just for explanation, you cannot use and go to the IMF that this is the SDR I have. This is the country you cannot go. This is SDR I have. You are obliged to give me that much amount of money. You cannot do that. What you can do is that just convert this SDR in the form of currencies, and that too mostly those currencies which determine the value of SDR. Okay, there are 5 currencies which we discussed, which are the SDR basket. So firstly, SDR is not a currency. It was created in 1969. Thirdly, ICR is not a claim on the IMF. Okay, let's look into some other facts. So let's look into the slide. What are the pointers we have noted? So the first thing is that it's a reserve asset created in 1969. It was a supplementary reserve asset created just to supplement the dollar, but later on dollar itself moved away from being a reserve asset, and then only SDR was left to play that role. SDR is neither a currency nor a claim on IMF. It is not a currency, so don't ever go and take the argument if at all it's been asked in the UPSC examination. And definitely these kind of concepts UPSC used to confuse you, but never go and fell into that trap. SDR is not a currency, neither is a claim on IMF, but there is one alternative name which SDR is known, and that you can note. That is paper gold. It is called paper gold. Okay. So this is another alternative name of the SDR. SDR can be converted into currencies, into freely convertible currencies, and then country can use them. Okay, and I told you that whatever amount of SDR you get will be determined by the quota you enjoy in the IMF. Okay, so whatever amount of SDR will be created by IMF, it will be allocated to the countries or amongst the countries with respect to the reference to the quotas they are enjoying. So if 16.5% is a quota enjoyed by the US, 2.6% is a quota is enjoyed by India. So India will get that particular amount of SDR that are being created by the IMF. Value of SDR is notified by IMF. In fact, value of SDR is notified on a daily basis, except on the day when IMF is on holiday. So it is calculated on a daily basis, depending on the exchange rate of the value of the currency, which actually determines the value of SDR. So if you look at here, these are the currencies or the SDR basket. So US dollar, euro, Chinese yuan, Japanese yen, pound sterling. These are the 5 currencies which actually determine the value of SDR, and these are the weightages that are given to these currencies in determination of the value of SDR. And here also, no surprise, you will find that 41.73% US dollar has the highest value. In fact, whenever you are calculating the value of SDR, all these currencies at their current market exchange rates are converted in terms of US dollar, and then the value of SDR is calculated. Okay, that is how the SDR basket is used in calculating the value of SDR. In fact, if you look at this Chinese yuan or Chinese renminbi, it was only 2016 that it was included in this basket. Okay, earlier Chinese yuan was not there, and when it was included in 2015 and effectively coming into 2016 in the SDR basket, that year only you get the question. Okay, so that is how important this concept is. Okay, so value of one SDR is based on basket of currencies. I told you how it is calculated. Currency in SDR basket have to be export criteria and freely usable criteria. Means there are only 5 countries or the 5 currencies that are included in the SDR basket. So definitely this must be something important or something right in these currencies. That's why they have been included in the SDR basket. So what are those criteria which determines whether the currency will be forming a part of the SDR basket or not? IMF says that export criteria means whether that particular currency is in the top 5 world exporter, or whether the central bank releasing that particular currency is a member of IMF's monetary union. So this is the export criteria. Means the country which is releasing the currency, central bank which is releasing the currency is a member of IMF or IMF's monetary union. And secondly, that particular country is the world's top 5 exporter. Okay, that forms the export criteria. Then freely usable criteria means whether that particular currency is being used freely for international payments or not, and also being one of the dominant currency being used in international payments. So that is the second criteria, freely usable criteria. If a particular country or particular currency is fulfilling both these criteria, then definitely it's eligible to be a part of SDR basket. Now this is what IMF says. Whether this happens actually or not, we can't comment on that. But this is what IMF is saying, that if your currency is fulfilling these two criteria, then definitely you are eligible to be a part of SDR basket. Then IMF allocates SDRs in proportion of quota that we have already discussed many times. Okay, so this is a discussion about spatial drawing right. So this is how spatial drawing right is calculated. This is the role they play. This is how they came first in 1969 and are still being used in IMF, but are not very much in use time anymore. But if at all any use come with respect to SDR, then definitely you should note it, because that can be possible and the question for the police examination. Now let's look at the next subtopic we discuss, and that is reserve tranche. This is also a very important subtopic to discuss. Let's look into this concept. What is there in this concept? Now, what is reserve tranche? It is the difference between the IMF holdings of a country and the designated IMF quota of the country. Now it seems a bit confusing definition. I'll try to simplify and make it right. Now, whenever a country is obligated to give a specific amount of resources to the IMF, for example, you have seen there is some quotas that is determined for the country by the IMF to that particular formula. Now, a country has to give that much amount of financial resources to the IMF. Now, those resources are going into 25% of those resources should be in the form of gold plus freely convertible hard currency. Means like US dollar, pound sterling, Japanese yen, these sort of currencies. Okay, 75% of that money, whatever you have to contribute to the IMF, can be in the form of your own domestic currency. Now, whenever you are a member country, for example, if India has contributed this much amount of money, 25% in the form, means by law, by articles of agreement, India has to give 25% in the form of gold and freely convertible currency, and if 75% it can give in domestic currency. Okay, now if suppose India is in trouble, India is facing balance payment difficulties, so India can unconditionally ask IMF at a very short notice that we want to use this much amount of money, 25% of money. So this 25% of money can be used by India at a very short notice. Okay, and that too without service fee or any interest. Okay, and this is called the reserve tranche position. 25% is the reserve tranche position for India. That is RTP, reserve tranche position for India. And if India wants more than 25% of whatever it has contributed, then that will be called credit tranche. And for that, India will have to pay interest. And what will be that sort of interest? That will be SDRI, means special drawing right I, interest rate. Okay, so reserve tranche position is there and credit tranche position is there. Now your reserve tranche position can also increase. If suppose your currency, the domestic currency, 75% of domestic currency which you have given to the IMF, if it is being used by the IMF to lend to some other country, so whatever the income IMF will get from that lending will be added to your reserve tranche position. So a surplus will be there on your reserve tranche position, and your reserve tranche position will increase. Okay, so that is the increment you are getting over the reserve tranche position. So reserve tranche, increment or reserve tranche, and rate tranche, these all 3 concepts are clear. So let's look into the slides. Every member country needs to contribute their share in the terms of quotas to the IMF, and part of this can be withdrawn by the member countries. What is that part? 25%. Okay, and when done, the member country does not have to pay any service charge, nor have to abide any condition. It is unconditional, without service fee, without any form of interest. You can have that amount of money from the IMF at a very short time. Okay, that is the concept related to the reserve tranche. Now let's look into the another topic. Let's look into the lending facilities of the IMF. What is the toolkit with the IMF? What are the different sorts of lending that IMF give to the needy countries, the countries which are almost facing balance of payment difficulties and which can prospectively face balance of payment difficulties. Let's see that sort of lending facilities. So IMF provides both concessional and non-concessional financing or lending to member countries. If you look at to understand these 8 to 10 sorts of lending facilities, they are two very important words. Firstly is GRA. Secondly is Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, PRGT. So there are two accounts in IMF: GRA, General Resource Account, and Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust. GRA account is used for non-concessional lending. Non-concessional lending means lending given by IMF without any concession to member countries. Okay, mainly given to advanced countries or emerging countries. But lending given to low-income countries, okay, or lesser developed economies is given by PRGT, that is Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust. Okay, so this fund or this trust is used by IMF to give concessional lending. Concessional lending. So there is General Resource Account. There is Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust. General Resource Account is used for non-concessional lending, and Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust is used for concessional lending. Now let's look at the different types of lending facilities which are given by IMF. So first one is standby arrangement. Now standby arrangement is a sort of lending facility which is given by IMF to the eligible member countries. Who are the eligible member countries? The eligible member countries are advanced countries. Advanced countries for standby arrangement. For standby arrangement, they are advanced countries and they are given lending from GRA, General Resource Account, for short-term balance of payment difficulties, short-term BOP, balance of payment difficulties. If the same kind of problem is being faced by low-income countries, then they will use standby credit facility. Similarly, extended fund facility. Extended fund facility here is for advanced countries facing medium-term balance of payment difficulties. Medium-term means for a longer time, who are facing problems in the balance of payment due to some kind of protected nature. Protected nature of their balance of payments. So if they are facing some longer-term issue or medium-term issue, then they will be using funding through extended fund facility. If the same kind of problems faced by low-income countries, then they will use extended credit facilities here. Similarly, let's move on to the next facilities. Flexible credit line. Flexible credit line is used by those countries which have very good track record. Very good track record in sense of economic performance. But somehow they are facing some kind of difficulties or crisis. So as to mitigate and prevent those crises, they will be using flexible credit line. But if at all, some countries are otherwise very good track record, very good economy, having very good economic performance, but somehow not able to use flexible credit line, then they will be using precautionary and liquidity line. Okay, so that is the difference. If they are not falling within flexible credit line, then they will fall to the precautionary and liquidity line. Then there is another one, rapid financing instrument, a very urgent balance of payment difficulties. Means having a time zone which is lesser than the short term, which we discussed in standby credit facility. So if the time zone is very urgent, means they are facing very urgent imminent balance of payment dangers or balance of payment crisis, then they will be using a rapid financing instrument. If they are advanced country, and getting money or lending from GRA, General Resource Account, and if they are low-income countries, then getting money from rapid credit facility. Okay, for the same reason of rapid financing instrument, if they belong to low-income countries. So for example, Sri Lanka was having very urgent balance of payment problems because of COVID crisis, and Sri Lanka was extended loan for help. We can't even say loan because if you look at the lending from Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, it's almost at a zero rate. Okay, it's very concessional rate. Okay, almost at a zero rate, so you can't even say loan. So extended loan or extended help to the Sri Lanka through, for example, Sri Lanka during COVID pandemic was facing balance of payment difficulties, very urgent balance of payment difficulties, and IMF extended help to Sri Lanka through rapid credit facility. Okay, so this is how rapid credit facility and rapid financing instrument is different. One is getting funding from General Resource Account if it's advanced country, and if it is low-income country, then that is getting funding from Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust. Then there is resilience and sustainability facility for crisis prevention and mitigation for low-income countries, LICs, low-income countries. Okay, so they will use this sort of facility, resilience and sustainability facility. Now there is other trust in the IMF, that is catastrophe relief trust. Now this sort of trust is used by the IMF to help the countries, especially low-income countries, to tide over their debt problems. So debt relief is given by the IMF to the low-income countries through this trust, catastrophe relief trust. If you look at this catastrophe relief trust, now this trust was set up firstly during 2015 Ebola outbreak. Okay, during 2015 Ebola outbreak it was set up, and later on it was renewed during COVID pandemic. Okay, so this is still there. Now apart from these financing facilities, means those facilities which are used by the IMF to help the countries financially, there are also non-financing facilities. Okay, so policy support instrument PSI and policy coordination instrument PCI. This is also there. Okay, so for example, policy support instrument is used by the IMF, means both PSI, PCI, policy support instrument, policy coordination instrument is a form of technical assistance that is given to the countries, to the member countries by the IMF to tide over some sort of crisis, but they are not financial issues. They are in the form of technical assistance. So PSI is for low-income countries, LICs, and PCI is for advanced economies. Okay, advanced economies. Okay, so these are the sort of non-financing facilities that are extended by the IMF. So these are all the lending facilities. Let's revise them in the form of chart. Let's see. So this is the chart. Here the purpose is there. Facility name is there. Financing means from where they are getting financing is there. Duration is written there. It's not important. I've already told you. Short term, medium term, urgent. Okay. Then conditionality means some sort of conditionality attached or not. Means if you are giving a lending to some member countries, or in normal case also, if some person or some institutions lending to other institution, other country or some other person, then definitely they will put some condition. Means how you have to use it. And if at all you are taking loan from us, then you will have to do these 1, 2, 3 things. Now this is very notorious in case of IMF. If you look at the conditionalities or IMF conditionalities means the sort of conditions they put while lending or while helping any countries. In fact, even for World Bank also, the sort of conditions they overburden the economies, and sometimes these kind of help, in fact, boomerang on the IMF only. Means IMF as an institution sometimes get discredited because of these kind of conditionalities. So we'll look into the discussion when we look into the criticism of the conditionalities. But there are some sort of conditionalities that are given here. From this topic's perspective, this duration conditionality is not very important. If you read it, good, because even if you read it, you are not going to remember it. Okay, the point is that if you are knowing the names of the lending facility, that is enough for the examination. In the mains, the question will be of qualitative nature, question will be in the form of analytical, and will require some part of analysis. And there we'll discuss in the criticism what sort of analysis you have to give if at all this question is asking me. From the prelims perspective, remembering the name is enough. Means name of the facilities and the differences between them. Okay, that is enough. Now let's look into the chart. So present prospective potential opinion, if you are having, so you will be using standby arrangement for case of developed economies, and for case of low income countries, you will be using standing credit facility. Financing will be from GRA, for standby arrangement, and for SCF, it will be from Poverty Reduction Growth Trust. Timelines are there, very specific timelines there, not important. If you want to read it, otherwise ignore them. Okay, conditionality will be in the form of exposed because these are very short term mechanisms. You cannot ask them to fulfill the conditionality, then only will give you the loan, then only will help you. So you have to have them, and later on you will say will fulfill, or you have to fulfill those conditionalities. That's why they are exposed conditionalities. Protracted balance of payment means medium term, extended fund facility, extended credit facility, Poverty Reduction Growth Trust will be used. Okay, then up to 4 years, 3 to 4 years. Remember it. It's good. If not, it's not going to harm you. So again, conditionalities will be exposed to focus on structural reforms, some kind of structural reforms, some kind of changes in your economy, how you conduct your economy, how you conduct your trade, how you conduct your policies that are going to be prescribed by IMF. Then only you will be able to get loan or help under this facility. Actual and urgent balance of payment need, the kind of balance of payment need which was felt to the Sri Lanka, that will be the credit facility, the financing facility again from GRA and Poverty Reduction Growth Trust. Then present prospective or potential BOP need, flexible credit line from GRA and precautionary liquidity line from GRA. And there are, as I have told you, that there are some kind of non-financial signaling instrument which are non-financial in nature, and these are policy support instrument and policy coordination instrument, and these will have exposed conditionalities. Exposed conditionality means these are sort of technical assistance that is given by the IMF to the member countries. countries. Okay, so this was a recap, this was a revision regarding the facilities or the toolkits used by the IMF to help the member countries. Now, after discussing the IMF lending facility, now let's move into the discussion of India and the IMF, means how the relations have been between India and the IMF. So we know that India was a founding member of the IMF in 1944. We were there in the beginning, but at that time we were not as a sovereign nation. Okay, but apart from that, if you look at technically, we were the founding member. So we were the founding member, though we were not a sovereign nation at that time. But there's no doubt about being a founding member of that institution. Post-independence, if you look at in 1948, soon after 1947 when we got independence, in 1948 we faced some kind of problems in the balance of payment. We faced some kind of difficulties in the balance of payment, especially in terms of the hard currencies, means the currencies which can be used internationally for settling of international trade. For example, US dollar. We faced some sort of shortage, and that time IMF helped us. Okay, so we got help from the IMF, from one of the lending facilities of the IMF. Then again, in 1965 to 71, we fought in 1965 war, then 1971 war, then in 1973 oil crisis. Again, we went to the IMF, we gained help from the IMF. Okay, now again, if you look at some of the other points related to India and the IMF installation, now after SDR came, Special Drawing Right, so support to India and the other IMF members got expanded. Okay, so this support got expanded because we got some kind of reserve asset which we can use in case we have to get over the crisis on BOP, balance of payment. So there was a reserve asset added, supplementary reserve asset that was created in form of SDR, and after the creation of SDR, both India and many other member countries got help in form of this new tool. Now IMF helped during the economic crisis of 1990s. We can't forget, in fact, many of Indians can't forget that how gold was put, means the gold from the country was put at stake as a collateral to get the help from IMF. So this help became very notorious and famous in the sense that you were almost at the verge of collapsing in terms of meeting our foreign exchange requirements. So if you look at the import cover, it was becoming less than of 3 weeks. So that sort of precarious situation was there. And that time also IMF helped us, though we were forced to put gold as a collateral, and that somehow blended the image of India being a aspiring country, being a country having prestige, because many times commentators say it's the same country which was in fact forced to economic crisis to even put its family silver as collateral. Now if you look at India, India also benefited from the IMF, from the technical guidance. Many times technical assistance is given by the IMF to India and India's monetary authorities. In fact, there's a very good relation between the IMF and India's monetary authority. Which are the monetary authority in India? What is the monetary authority in India? Monetary authority is Reserve Bank of India in case of India. Okay, so IMF and RBI is also coordinating and taking each other's advice in carrying out its functions. Apart from this, if you look at the Indian IMF, so India has a very prestigious position in the IMF. So for example, we are in the board of directors of the IMF and also in the board of governors. Of course, we are there. But apart from this, there is a particular executive director from a region, and this position is being given to India. So for example, there are 24 executive directors, and these 24 executive directors, each director represents some of the constituencies of some of the countries neighboring it. In case of India's region, India is representing Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Okay, in the IMF. So especially in the executive director level. Okay, so that kind of prestigious position we are having in the IMF. If you look at the help we have taken from the IMF, especially that sort of help which was in 1990. So never we were forced to take that kind of help. Never we were in that situation again. So India has not requested any financial help. In fact, not only that sort of insulting help where we were almost, in fact, we really did put our gold as collateral. Not only that help, but any kind of help, especially financial help, we have not taken from the IMF since 1993. So we are able to manage our BOP issues quite finely after the 1991 economic crisis and after 1991 LPG reforms. On May 31, 2000, it was the date when all loans we had taken from the IMF were given back to the IMF and were fully repaid. Okay, so this was the association of India and IMF. India has taken help from the IMF, but India is now self-sufficient, is able to manage its BOP problems sufficiently well. In fact, if you look at the foreign exchange reserve of India, it's more than greater than $500 billion. So it is very remote a chance that ever India will be taking help from the IMF if it is managing its economy properly, managing its economy prudently. Then given this kind of fusion, this kind of foreign exchange reserve, India will never be going again at the doorstep of IMF to manage its balance of payment difficulties. We are self-sufficient now. So we have seen what kind of association India has with IMF. We have taken help from the IMF, we have a prestigious position in the IMF, and we have been fully repaying our loan. We have fully repaid in 2000 only. In fact, now we have the position to help other countries through IMF. We are looking forward for reforms to the IMF so that we can get a place in the currency, can get a place in the SDR basket. That sort of aspirational outlook we are having now towards IMF. So let's look into the other subtopic. Let's look into the criticisms of the IMF and the reforms of the IMF. Now these reforms of the IMF are also from India's perspective, means what are the criticisms and the reforms from India's perspective also, and also from the perspective of the other emerging countries, especially China, Brazil. These countries are also voicing the same kind of concerns and also looking for the same kind of reform from this particular institution. Let's look at the criticism first and then we'll go for reform. So let's look for the criticisms of the IMF. Now criticisms are categorized into different topics, like criticism regarding governance structure of IMF, criticism regarding imposition of policies of IMF, because whenever they are lending, they are also imposing some kind of conditionality, or their lending is guided by some sort of preconditions, means mostly it is being guided by some sort of preconditions. So without preconditions, it's very difficult for the nations to get the IMF help, and that is also being criticized by many countries, especially domestic countries, which takes help from these IMF toolkit, and therefore they say that this is like imposing their policy, imposing one size fit all policies on us. So that sort of criticism also we'll see. We'll also see the intrusion IMF put into policy space of these domestic countries, means whenever they help the countries, they put some sort of policies, and these policies are seen as very much politically intrusive also, because many times we have seen examples, for example in Greece, that there was a backlash against these kind of policies. Also we will see the issue of veto enjoyed by the US. So these are the 4 criticisms we are seeing. So let's see the first one, that is governance. So the governance criticism is like that there is some sort of mutual understanding between US and Europe. So governance criticism is like that there is some sort of mutual understanding between US and Europe, and usually you will find that IMF is headed by a European and World Bank is headed by a citizen of US. Okay, or a US is sponsored candidate. Okay, the second one is the imposition of one size fits all policy. Now, different countries have different scenario in their particular domestic countries, and they have different situations. So, for example, different countries may have different economic structure, different countries may have different strength. Some may have strength in agriculture, some may have strength in industry, some may have strength in services. Also, different countries may have different kind of structure. For example, in terms of public sector and private sector. Now, what IMF does is that it goes with particular set of policy prescription, which is standard for all the countries, whether they are helping low-income countries or high-income countries or middle-income countries. They will always say that go for privatization, reduce public sector in your countries, public sector in your country, go for flexible exchange rate policies. They will say that go for market reforms. They will say that go for reduction in subsidies. So such sort of policies they will always prefer to give to the countries, whichever country they are helping. Okay, so that is also gaining some sort of criticism that you cannot give a standard set of policy prescription for all the countries. These policy prescriptions should be somewhere customized to that particular country to which you are helping. Okay, that is another criticism. Now, third criticism is that these policies or these policy prescription, whatever IMF is giving, is acting as excessively intrusive and undermining the nation's political and economic sovereignty. So, for example, you are saying if you are almost dictating the leaders these set of policy prescription, that it is somewhere undermining their political and economic sovereignty and in fact even national sovereignty. So, for example, they are taking instruction from some sort of multilateral institution. The structure and the governance of that institution is somewhere being controlled by Western countries, and these countries are forced, means these low-income countries, whichever are taking help from the IMF are forced to succumb to the dictation of these institutions like IMF and we see later on World Bank also. Okay, now the last criticism we have noticed is delay in reforms due to virtual veto with the US. I've told you that most of the IMF decisions, in fact all are taken by 85% majority, and US is enjoying more than 16%, 16.5% to be precise, the quota and voting power. Okay, so any decision in IMF cannot be taken unless it has been ratified or it is being told by the US to be taken. Okay, so unless US agrees to that decision cannot be taken, and that virtual veto with the US is also criticized by the countries, whether emerging market economies like India or even low-income countries. Okay, so that is another sort of criticism of the IMF. Now let's look at the reforms, means how we can address these sort of criticism against this institution. So first one is reforms in IMF conditionalities. Now I've told you that there are some sort of descriptive condition IMF place if at all you need to get help from the IMF to address your BOP difficulties or also to address any other difficulties apart from BOP. So what people are suggesting, what experts are suggesting, that we should have some sort of customized conditionalities and not one size fits all approach. Means we should not have standard set of conditions for IMF condition that should be laid by IMF should be very specific to that particular country's economic interest rather than the interest of Western nation, which through IMF are trying to spread their own economic philosophy, their own economic interest or philosophy. Okay. So that is the first sort of reforms that we can carry in IMF. Now another one is allowing easy bailout for indebted countries, for example Sri Lanka. If you look at the discussion that went during the COVID pandemic when Sri Lanka was in crisis recently, then there were too much discussion before the IMF help came through rapid credit facility. Okay, there were too many discussion. Now these help by the IMF should be prompt and should be with minimum conditions, because already the economy is in crisis, and if you put many conditions, preconditions there, so it will be difficult for the economy to actually agree to such sort of condition very speedily or rapidly and then to address their economic crisis. So that is the another reform that we are suggesting, or that experts are suggesting for the IMF as an institution. Then reforming financing and SDR allocation. Now what experts say is that SDR allocation is very much directly related to the quotas and voting power. Now what they are saying, if at all IMF increases SDR, then this should be allocated more towards the developing economies, especially like economies like China and India, which are actually emerging as new powers. So any SDR or any voting power, if at all is being adjusted in next round of general review of quota, for example 16th round of general review of quota, 15th round is already done, in 16th round, then that should be much more given to the power, voting power quota should be much more allocated to these kind of countries like China, India and Brazil. So what they are saying that we should reform SDR allocation and we should also reform the financing, because financing is also very much related to SDR allocation. Means we are saying that whatever the amount of quota you have in the IMF, the same amount in the same proportion you will be having voting power, in the same proportion you will be having SDR allocation, and the same proportion you will be able to get finances from the IMF. So if you reform quota properly, if you reform the voting power properly, then we'll be able to reform SDR allocation also, and we'll be able to reform the financing structure of IMF also, and that is what being suggested by the expert, that we should go for reforms in financing and SDR allocation. Now the another point is, what experts are saying, that we should reform the Washington consensus approach of IMF. Now what is this Washington consensus approach? This Washington consensus approach started since 1989 when IMF first started lending to Latin American countries. Okay, and it is nothing but the same thing, is another name for what I was saying, that there are some sort of standard precondition like go for reduction public sector, reduce expenditure subsidies, reduce taxes, reduce market intervention by the government, also bringing market reforms. So these sort of conditions or these sort of reforms are called Washington consensus approach or Washington consensus, and this was given first by John Williamson. He's an economist. He gave this name to these sort of policy, and he said that these sort of policies are sort of Washington consensus. And what experts are suggesting, that IMF should shun away this kind of Washington consensus approach and therefore go for a much more customized approach to bring in reforms in any developing economy. Now, if someone is lending you, it's very sure that they will have some sort of precondition, but whether that sort of precondition is fair or not, that you can always ask. Means if you are putting some sort of precondition, then that should not be very much unfair to you and should not be under the guise, of Western powers or Western financial system or Western interest. You are putting some sort of conditions which are very much inimical to the developing countries. So what they are saying, that IMF should shun away this Washington consensus approach and should go for more customized approach for developing economies. Okay, the next reform, what they are suggesting, what experts are suggesting, is how robust and democratic global financial governance is required. What they are saying, that every member country should be having a proper or fair saying in the IMF, working in the IMF governance. Means it's just another way of saying that we should reform the quota, we should reform the voting power structure in the IMF. And the last point is to bring in transparency in working and appointment. What experts are saying, that IMF should be conducted properly in a transparent manner. The governance of the IMF should be conducted in a proper transparent manner, and all the decisions should be subject to public discussions, because this is an institution which is representing almost all the countries. So all the countries should have a say in taking of decisions, and the countries should also have a fair share in appointing its own managing director. So for example, there should not be some sort of mutual understanding which is going on between US and Europe, that IMF will be governed or chair or managing director of the IMF will be from Europe, and what the managing director or the president of the World Bank will be from US. So all other countries should also get a share of the managerial position of having the management position in these Bretton Woods institutions. So that is the last reform we have. So we have discussed the criticisms of the IMF, and then we have suggested some sort of reforms in the IMF. Okay, so once we are done with this, now let's look into some of the reports of the IMF. What are the reports that are released by the IMF? And this section is important because mostly questions have been asked from this section, and questions are very direct, means they just ask which institution released this report, and you have to just take the correct one out of 4. Okay, so that's what the questions are asked. Let's look into the report. We'll very briefly look into the reports because much discussion is not required, because these reports, if you look at, they are coming mostly in the 6 months and sometimes yearly, and they are very specific to the particular situation prevailing at that particular time period. Okay, so we don't have to go much into the details of the report, except that this report is released by the IMF and the frequency with which it is released, means whether 6 months or yearly. That is what is required for the reports of IMF and also the World Bank. You'll see in the later lecture. Okay, so let's start the reports. Let's see what all reports we are going to discuss. So we'll be discussing and looking into 4 reports. The one is World Economic Outlook, another is Regional Economic Outlook, the third one is Fiscal Monitor, and the last one is Global Financial Stability Report. Okay, so these 4 reports we are going to look. Let's look into the World Economic Outlook. Now, World Economic Outlook released by IMF. It is a biannual report. So biannual report means 6 months. Okay, and also there are updates released on these reports also, means 6 months it will be releasing, and then there will be updation after 2 months. So for example, if one report is released in October, then in January an update is released on this report. Okay, so World Economic Outlook released by IMF, and it is released biannually, means twice in a year, and twice update is also released. It analyzes and predicts the global economic development. So whatever economic developments are taking place globally, it analyzes those, and then also predicts some sort of condition, means what sort of condition will be there for the next 1 year or the next 2 years. That sort of prediction is also being done by this report. So for this year, this particular year for 2022, it says that global growth is projected to slow from an estimated 6.1% in 2021 to 3.6% in 2022 and 2023. So it is saying in another way that a recession is coming. Recession is coming, and global growth will be sort of muted. Okay, means they say slowdown expected. Okay, so this is a biannual report, analyze and predict economic development, and I told you for this particular year, this is saying that this will be the prediction of the global economy. Now let's look at the regional economic outlook. Regional economic outlook is just like the World Economic Outlook only, but it's much more focused towards a particular region for which it is analyzing the economic situation and predicting the economic environment for the next 1 or 2 years. So these reports discuss recent economic developments and prospects for countries in various regions. So various regions they have divided, IMF has divided world into, and they predict the economic situation which will be prevalent in those regions. It also addresses economic policy development that have affected economic performance in the regions and discuss key challenges faced by policymakers. So it's a general term, a general sentence. So the major takeaway from this report is that there is a regional economic outlook report, and just like World Economic Outlook report, it is also released by IMF. Okay, there is not much more to discuss in this topic. Okay, now let's look at the next one, that is Fiscal Monitor. The Fiscal Monitor report is also prepared twice a year, means it is also biannual. Okay, it is also released twice a year, and by the name itself, it's very much clear that it will discuss issues related to fiscal policy of the country. So it gives a series, the system series offers a summary of recent trend in public finances. It updates the medium-term fiscal prognosis, means what will be the medium-term fiscal situation in the country, for example, related to deficits, related to revenue. So all these kind of tax revenue, non-tax revenue, all these kind of situation is predicted in the fiscal monitor and evaluates the fiscal effects of policies important to the global economy, means what sort of effect of the country's fiscal policy will have on global economy. So for example, US, if US changes its fiscal monetary policy, it definitely impacts the global economy because US is a very large economy. So that sort of prediction it makes regarding the fiscal sector, the fiscal space. So fiscal monitor is also one of the report released by the IMF. Now let's go to the last report released by IMF, that is Global Financial Stability Report. So go by the name, is Global Financial Stability. It will look into the financial stability and the issues around in the global economy. Okay, so it evaluates the global financial systems and markets, means financial system and markets, and addresses emerging market financing in a global context. So globally it will study those issues related to global financial system, to global financial markets, and also emerging market financing. And then we'll look into the predictions about what kind of situation will be there for the next 1 or 2 years, and then we'll give its analysis. It also focuses on current market conditions while drawing attention to structural problems that could create financial stability and long-term access to the market for borrowers from emerging markets. So it is also looking at the borrowing from financial market, especially financial market, especially of emerging market economies, EMEs. Okay, so that sort of issue is also discussed in the Global Financial Stability Report. I've told you earlier, and I'm also telling you again, if you remember the name itself, that itself is sufficient for these reports, that these reports are released by IMF. If you remember this in the examination hall, that will be more than sufficient for you. Okay, so now we are done with the topic of IMF. We have discussed all the topics, subtopics of the IMF in the details which we were required to discuss, and now we'll be moving towards the questions, that is prelims, previous year question, as I've told you. So now let's look at the questions which have come from this topic of IMF in the last few years. So let's look at the first question. So this question has come in 2022, and the question reads that rapid financing instruments and rapid credit facility are related to the provisions of lending by which one of the following? Okay, so rapid financing instrument and rapid credit facility are related to the following institution. That is what they are asking. The option they are giving is Asian Development Bank, International Monetary Fund, United Nations Environment Program Financing Initiative, and the World Bank. As we are clear from our discussion that we discussed, there are some toolkits through which IMF help the countries which are in need of difficulties, and the correct answer therefore will be IMF, that is International Monetary Fund. We have very much discussed rapid financing instrument, credit facility, and other credit facilities and other instruments also through which IMF help the countries which are in need to correct their balance of payment, and the correct answer will be that is International Monetary Fund. Now let's look at the second question. The second question is, it reads, gold tranche or reserve tranche? Gold tranche or reserve tranche is also good, or less gold tranche refers to. So this is the question which is asking 2020. Okay, it is asking that gold tranche or reserve tranche refers to a loan system of the World Bank, B, one of the operations of the central bank of that particular country, a credit system of WTO granted to its members, and D, a credit system granted by IMF to its member. Now, we have spent a lot of time in discussing the gold tranche and reserve tranche. Therefore, the correct answer is very natural. It is a credit system granted by IMF to its members. We discuss how IMF members can unconditionally, in a short notice period, take lending, or in fact, without service fee or interest. So whatever quota they have given, whatever resources they have given to the IMF, 25% of that they can take from the IMF without any service fee, without any interest, without any cost to them, and in a very short time period. And that is called as gold tranche and reserve tranche. And this gold tranche and reserve tranche is composed of gold plus freely convertible currencies. Okay, so that is gold reserve tranche, and therefore the correct answer will be D. Now let's look at the third question. The third question is, recently, which one of the following currencies has been proposed to be added to the basket of IMF's SDR, that is IMF's special drawing right? Now this question was asked in 2016 and it was very much inspired by the events that were going on at that time. So for example, that time only SDR basket of currency was readjusted and Chinese renminbi was added to this SDR basket. So therefore, the UPSC asked the question at that time in 2016, and the option they are giving us is ruble, rand, Indian rupee, and renminbi, and we know the correct option will be, the correct answer will be D, that is renminbi. Okay, so this is the correct answer for this particular question. Now let's look at the next question, next previous year question. Now this question was asked in 2016 itself because at that time, as I told, that general review of quota was implemented. So for example, I told that in 2010 it was actually decided that we are going to review the quota and we are going to review the SDR basket, but it actually got effected from 2015 and implemented from 2016. Okay, so that's why two questions were asked at that time. One related to this SDR basket, another related to International Monetary and Financial Committee of the IMF, because IMF was too much in use at that time. Okay, so the question is, with reference to the International Monetary and Financial Committee, the same kind of committee which we discussed, or the ministerial committee which we discussed in the structure of the IMF, in the governance structure of the IMF, with reference to the International Monetary and Financial Committee, consider the following statements. Okay, the first statement is IMFC, that is International Monetary and Financial Committee, discusses matters of concern affecting the global economy and advises the IMF on the direction of its work. Okay, the second statement is World Bank participates as observer in the IMFC meetings, in the International Monetary and Financial Committee's meeting. Okay, so they are asking which of the statement given above these are correct. So we have discussed that IMFC is advising the IMF board of governor, and we have also seen that how World Bank and IMF were also having the joint meetings. Okay, so both the statements are correct. The statement 1 is also correct, statement 2 is also correct, and the correct option will be C, that is both 1 and 2 are correct. Okay, so the correct option is C. Now let's look into the next question. Now the next question is, which of the following organization brings out the publication known as World Economic Outlook? Okay, in 2014 they asked, it is a very direct question. They are asking which of the following organizations bringing the World Economic Outlook. So the correct option is A, that is International Monetary Fund. Not much discussion required in this question. So IMF, International Monetary Fund, A will be the correct answer. Now let's look at the next question. The next question again asks about the report, and this is asking 2016. It's saying Global Financial Stability Report is prepared by, again we are discussing the report is prepared by IMF. B. So B will be the correct answer, that is International Monetary Fund. Okay, now this was a discussion regarding the IMF. We have discussed the topic, we have discussed the question, we have seen after discussing the topic, the questions were very easy to tackle. Okay, so questions are not much hard, but if you have not read the topic comprehensively, if you have not gone through the topic, different dimensions of the topic, then definitely they can be challenging in the examination. So I'll advise you to go through this topic again, to go through the notes again, and then try to solve these previous year questions again. Okay, so that was the discussion related to the International Monetary Fund from our side. Now we'll move to the next topic of the World Bank. Okay, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Byju's Exam Prep.
So after discussing the introduction, after discussing the IMF institution, now we'll be moving towards World Bank. We'll be discussing World Bank and also we'll be discussing World Bank Group and all the constituent units which are formed in the World Bank Group. So let's start the discussion. Let's first look into the index. That is how we are going to take forward our discussion one by one. So these are all the discussion points or subtopics which we'll be discussing within this particular lecture. So the first thing we'll be going to discuss is the World Bank and the structure. Here we'll be taking some of the facts and the pointers related to World Bank. So we have some sort of background of discussing all of the points. Then we'll be discussing and taking each of the constituent units of the World Bank Group one by one. First we'll be discussing IDRE, that is International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Then we'll be discussing IDA, that is International Development Association. Then we'll be taking International Finance Corporation, the third constituent unit of the World Bank. Then we'll be taking International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute, and later on Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. So these all are the 5 constituent units of the World Bank Group, and we'll be discussing them in detail. After that, we'll be discussing World Bank's role and evolution as an institution. World Bank Group's role and evolution as an institution is how its role has evolved over the years, over the decades, right from 1946 till today. So that too, we'll be discussing in the 4 stages how its role has evolved. Then we'll be discussing some of the major reports of the World Bank, means the frequency with which these reports come, the observations they are making towards the global economy, also with respect to India, and the suggestions and recommendations these reports are giving. Then we'll be taking the issues and criticisms with respect to this institution, that is with respect to World Bank, that what are the criticisms that has been leveled against this institution, and then we'll be giving some of the way forward, means how we can mellow down these criticisms, how we can address these criticisms and these issues in this multilateral institution. Finally, we'll be taking some of the differences and the similarities between IMF and World Bank, means what are the differences and what are the similarities between these two almost a similar institutions in the sense that they both have arisen from the same background, from the same conference, that is of Bretton Woods Conference. And then finally, we'll be taking up questions, that is previous year questions that have come in the last few years. Okay, so these will be the architecture or the framework of a lecture. So let's start our discussion by first looking into some of the important points related to the World Bank. Now, before discussing these important points related to World Bank, let me tell you a few things related to World Bank and set up background towards these points also. So we know that 1944 Bretton Woods Conference was conducted and it was decided that IMF and IDRD, means IDRD is one of the constituent units of the World Bank Group, one of the unit of the World Bank Group, that IMF and IDRD will be taking shape in the global financial and monetary system. Okay, now at the same time, US was also helping Europe by helping the ravaged economies or the economies which were destroyed by the Second World War, a special plan called Marshall Plan. Now this Marshall Plan was named after George Marshall, who was then US Secretary of State. But at the same time, Soviet Union was also having its own plan called Molotov Plan, and Molotov was the foreign minister of USSR at that time. So this plan was devised by Soviet Union so as to protect the countries, especially in the eastern part of the Europe, or eastern hemisphere of the Europe, so that they could disallow them to fall in the lap of US through its Marshall Plan. So to protect them or to help them, they devised this Molotov Plan as a counter to Marshall Plan. But we know what was the fate of Molotov Plan; it could not succeed much, and Marshall Plan could have some appreciable success. But at the same time, during the same time period, we also know that IDRD was taking shape. And IDRD has similar role as a Marshall Plan, so as to give lending to these war-ravaged economies, especially in the European continent. But as Marshall Plan term ended after 3-4 years, IDRD took the mantle, and IDRD not only helped the European continental countries, but also helped the other countries in Latin America, and later on in the Asia also. So poor and low-income countries of Latin America and Asian countries was also getting help through IDRD. So IDRD had a larger role, not only helping those economies which were destroyed by the Second World War, but also in general helping other poor countries. We'll look into what was the role of IDRD and what actually IDRD does, what is its structure, but it is some sort of background to this discussion. Okay, so now let's look into some of the pointers, let's look into some of the facts related to the World Bank. So World Bank is one of the Bretton Woods institutions. This we very well know that it was outcome of the Bretton Woods Conference, which was conducted in New Hampshire in 1944. Apart from IMF, this was another twin, that is IDRD or World Bank. Initially it was IDRD, later on it became World Bank, but generally we say World Bank only. I'll tell you what is the difference between IDRD, World Bank and World Bank Group later on. It was, we know that originally formed to rebuild countries devastated by the Second World War. Basically, it had a role of development bank. Development is a very wide word, very diverse word, having both social and economic, and later on, environmental development too within its ambit. Development. Okay, so World Bank was lending both for social development, economic development, social for health, education, or skilling, economic development for infrastructure and other sectors, and environmental development, for example, with respect to programs related to climate change and other extreme weather events. For that also, World Bank is lending countries today also. Okay, and it was settled or it is headquartered in Washington DC in US. World Bank is a part of the United Nations system, and it's similar to IMF. IMF was also part of the United Nations system. We discussed in the IMF lecture, and similar to IMF also, World Bank is also a specialized agency. I told you what's the difference between the UN system and the special agencies, and I've also given you some of the examples of the special agency in the last lecture of IMF. It has 29 member countries, and if you look at the membership of World Bank, it's very peculiar. Like, if you have to be a member of World Bank, or if you have to be a member of IDRD initially, then you have to be a member of IMF. And if you have to be a member of other constituent units of World Bank apart from IDRD, then you have to be mandatorily a member of IDRD. Okay, so for being a member of IDRD, you have to be a member of IMF, and to be a member of other institutions within the World Bank Group, you have to mandatorily be a member of IDRD. So it has 29 member countries as of now, and India is the founding member of World Bank, or more specifically, you can say IDRD. India is the founding member of IDRD. Let's look into some other points related to the World Bank. First president of World Bank was Eugene Mayer. If you look at this person who was heading the World Bank, who was the first president of World Bank, he was not a normal person, considering that he was also the chairman of Federal Reserve, or the governor of Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve is the central bank of US, United States of America, and the current president is David Malpass. Now, if you look at the common thing or commonality between these two people, or these two personalities, it is that they both are US citizens. Now, we discussed in our IMF lecture also that there is a sort of gentleman's agreement, or there is a sort of mutual understanding, informal understanding between US and Europe, that World Bank will be presided by US citizens, and IMF will be presided, or managing director of the IMF will be a European. If you look at, if you can remember the name of the present managing director, IMF's managing director is Kristalina Georgieva. She's a Bulgarian, she's a European. Okay, and any name you can remember for the past many years since these institutions have been there, you'll always find that the World Bank will be chaired mandatorily by a US citizen, and IMF will be chaired mandatorily by a European. Okay, so there will be no exception to this fact. Now, another point was that France was the first recipient of the World Bank, or IDRD, you can say specifically, because IDRD was the first unit or constituent unit of the World Bank, which was initially formed by out of 1944 Bretton Woods Conference, and it was initially IDRD only that was called informally World Bank. Later on, we will see what's the difference, the specific difference between IDRD, World Bank, and the World Bank Group. For time being, you can take World Bank also and IDRD also. Now, decisions are taken by voting, which depends on share of each member country, which are determined differently in each organization. So, as you know, in the introduction only, when I was introducing the index, that there are 5 different units of the World Bank, and these different units have different structure. They have different kinds of voting structure, voting power, and the way in which voting is being done. Okay, so World Bank is a very complex organization. It's not like a monolithic organization or unity organization like IMF, but still, the decisions are taken by voting, and mostly decisions are taken by the Western power, because they are the one who are enjoying most of the voting power, most of the shareholding power in these institutions, either as World Bank as a group or in different constituent units of the World Bank. It was initially formed as International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IDRD, that is very much clear by now. Let's look into some of the other points related to the World Bank. So, with the establishment of International Development Association (IDA) in 1960, the key focus shifted to eradication of poverty with great emphasis on the poorest countries. So initially, IDRD, and we have discussed that initially it had mandate to help the countries destroyed in Second World War, European countries destroyed in Second World War. But later on, IDRD also started helping other countries, and in fact, IDA in 1960, which is one of the constituent units of the World Bank Group, in 1960 it was set up to specifically, IDA was set up to specifically help the poorest countries, There are more than 70 countries which have been identified by the IDA with respect to some parameter. We'll discuss what are the parameters with respect to which IDA works. There are 2-3 criteria, and it is responsible for helping these poorest countries through different instruments, means loans, credits, grants, it gives to these different countries. Okay, now another thing is that when IDRD and IDA joins together, these two institutions together are called World Bank, and apart from these two institutions, if you join International Finance Corporation, International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute, and Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, then these 5 together are called World Bank Group. So this is the difference between IDRD, World Bank, and World Bank Group. Means generally people say World Bank or World Bank Group, but technically if someone asks you, then this is the difference between IDRD, World Bank, and World Bank Groups. So later on, many other constituent units joined in forming World Bank Group at different time or different years. These units were coming and these were taking shape, and when they come together and they join together, they are called World Bank Group. Let's look into some of the structure let's look at the structure of the World Bank or group. So let's see. This is the structure of the World Bank group. So there is International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, there is International Development Association, there is International Finance Corporation, there is Multilateral Investment Agency, and there is International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute. And these all five institutions together is called World Bank Group. Okay, so now we are very much sufficiently clear about the facts. We have clear background of what we are going to discuss, and we have also seen all the facts related to the World Bank groups and different units. Now let's see them one by one. Let's take them one by one. So let's start by first looking into the IB, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We already discussed this was formed out of Bretton Woods Conference so as to help the countries ravaged by Second World War in the EU, and later on it took other role also. It started helping countries in Latin America, it started helping countries in Asia and in Africa. Okay, so let's see the points. So it is a real Bretton Woods twins along with the IMF, IBRD. IBRD provides loans, guarantees, risk management product, and advisory service. Advisory services means advisory services to countries or members. So it is similar to technical assistance which was provided by IMF, which we discussed in a previous lecture. Okay, apart from this, it is providing loans, it is providing guarantees to the lending to states. States means countries, especially low income countries because they do not have that much of high sovereign credit rating. So World Bank, especially IBRD, acts as a guarantor to them. They provide guarantees to whatever lending is being done to them, and they also provide some of the risk management products. IBRD finances government and government projects directly. If you can remember or recall that we discussed in IMF, that IMF do not take part into any specific project. So this is how it is different from IBRD. Means IMF do not take part in any specific project, but IBRD sponsor and fund specific projects of the government. Okay, and later on you'll see there are some other constituent units of the World Bank which are also funding the projects of private sector. Okay, so IBRD finances government and government projects directly. They take direct involvement in these government projects. IBRD finances middle income and low income countries. So mainly its work is related to middle income and low income countries, and the work or the lending related to the poorest countries. What is that institution we discussed in the previous two slides? That is IDA. This is the institution, International Development Association, we discussed after IBRD. So IBRD is mainly taking interest and mainly helping those countries which are of middle income and low income, whereas IDA is mainly helping countries which are the poorest ones. Okay, that's the difference between IBRD and IDA. IBRD gets finances from the world finance market. So we saw how IMF was arranging its finances through the countries or through the members, which were the part of IMF, through a system of quotas. But there is no system of quota in IBRD or any of the units of the World Bank. Rather, most of the finances of the World Bank or its constituent units, specifically IBRD for this slide particularly, is being arranged through world's financial market. From financial market, it raises borrowing. Okay, and then lends to the countries or the members. Let's look into the other points related to IBRD. Now, IBRD extended its mandate to spur global economic growth and end poverty after the World War II recovery phase. So after we saw and we discussed that after that particular limited mandate of helping European economies, especially war-based European economy ended, it expanded its mandate to spur global economic growth and end poverty. IBRD now concentrates its services on middle income nations or those where the annual per capita income is between $1026 to $12,475. So these are the countries which are in the range of middle income or low income countries, and these are the countries which are being helped by IBRD. It is governed by board of governors and board of directors, just like the IMF. Here also we'll see some sort of board of governors and board of directors will be there. And board of directors in the IBRD is chaired by the president of the World Bank Group, that is Rabindranath Das currently. Okay, so he's not only the chair of the IBRD, but he's also the chair of the World Bank Group. And the board of directors of IBRD is chaired by the president of the World Bank Group. Let's look at the structure or the governance structure of the IBRD. So there's board of governors. Board of governors will have governors from each member. Governor, just like in the case of IMF, will be the finance minister of that particular country, finance minister. And there's alternate governor from each member. And this alternate governor will be the governor of central bank. Governor of central bank of that particular country. Now, board of governors usually meet once in a year. Means they meet once in a year in the meeting of IMF and World Bank. Joint meeting of the IMF and World Bank. And most of the powers on behalf of board of governors is delegated to the board of directors. So board of directors is being chaired by president, and there are 25 executive directors. Okay, in the board of directors. So this is how is the structure or the governance structure of the IBRD. So after discussing the IBRD, means we have discussed the points related to IBRD, we have discussed what is its role, what is mandate, and what is its governance structure. Now we'll move towards IDA, that is International Development Association. Now let's look into this institution, what this institution is. So this institution was set up in 1960. It was set up in 1960. It was set up to mainly help the poorest countries by providing grants or zero or no interest rate loans. Okay, so this kind of concessional help through IDA is called IDA credits. So most of the lending, in fact, most of the help, or more than half of the help by the IDA is in the form of grants. Means there is no repayment obligation. You don't have to pay anything, either principal or interest. It's being just given to you without any quid pro quo, without any condition. So let's look into the third point. IDA credits are provided on the basis of income criteria. So there is two criteria for IDA credits. One is income and one is lack of creditworthiness. Means the countries which have been identified by IDA as the poorest countries are one of the poorest countries. So there are around 75 countries which have been identified by the IDA as one of the poorest countries. So they have to meet two criteria if they have to be eligible to receive these IDA credits or help from IDA. What are these? One is income criteria. Means income should be less than below a certain threshold, which is decided by IDA only. And second is lack of creditworthiness. Lack of creditworthiness. What does that mean? Lack of creditworthiness means your sovereign credit rating should be so low that by yourself you are not able to finance your development activity. By yourself you are not able to raise money in the financial market, either domestic financial market or global financial market. If you meet these two criteria, then IDA will help you. And IDA identify some of the countries, around 75 countries have been identified to which IDA provides help. IDA, apart from providing IDA credits to the poorest countries, also provide debt relief to the countries. So there are two initiatives for debt relief within the IDA. This is called HIPC, that is Heavily Indebted Debt Poor Country Initiative, and MDRI, that is Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative. If you look at this HIPC was started in 1996 by IDA, mainly to help those countries which are not able to bear the burden of debt, or in those countries in which the burden of debt is so high that alone they will not be able to manage that debt. Now, not only IDA, or you can say not only World Bank, is the sponsor of this initiative, but even IMF is involved here. So both IMF and World Bank both are helping these poor countries who are not able to manage their debt through HIPC, that is Heavily Indebted Poor Country Initiative. So mark these phrases, HIPC, Heavily Indebted Poor Countries, and Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative. These can be asked in examinations, which are the institutions which are responsible for these programs, HIPC or MDRI. Now, apart from HIPC, if some of the countries are not able to manage their debt even after HIPC, then they will be getting support through Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative. Okay, so this also has the same kind of purpose of helping the countries to manage their debt, helping the poor countries to manage their debt. But apart from IMF and World Bank in the form of IDA, apart from IMF and IDA, African Development Bank is also involved here, and this was started in 2005. Okay, so HIPC was started in 1996, MDRI was started in 2005. HIPC has only IMF and IDA or World Bank as partners in furthering this process, whereas MDRI, apart from IMF or IDA or World Bank, also have African Development Bank as one of the partners. Okay, apart from this, there is also a crisis response window within IDA only. Now, what is the purpose of this crisis response window? Means there are some countries who will find it very difficult to manage their finances, to manage their debt, because they have been subject to some kind of natural fury, some kind of natural disaster, for example, floods, famines, pandemic, COVID, or Ebola. So for those kind of countries which are in the midst of these kind of crisis, there is a crisis response window. Through this crisis response window of IDA, they are getting the help from IDA. Okay, so to manage their debt, if they are subject to some kind of natural fury or natural disaster, IDA is providing help to them. Okay, so we have discussed three phases, three important concepts in the IDA, HIPC, MDRI, and crisis response window. Now, apart from this, if you look at this point, the work of IDA, International Development Association, including infrastructure improvement, means all this work they will be doing mainly in these poor countries which have been identified by them. Infrastructure improvement, institutional changes, clean water and sanitation, improvement of the business climate, agriculture, primary education. So almost in all the spheres, all the dimensions, all the aspects, they are helping these poorer countries. Let's look at some other points related to IDA. Now, funding in IDA. Now, we saw in IMF it was coming through quota system. In IDRD it was coming through financial market. In IDA it is coming from donor countries. And these donor countries meet every 3 years they meet, they arrange the funding, and then credits are decided. IDA credits are decided. And when they meet, and arrange for funding, that process is called IDA replenishment. Okay, so they are meeting every 3 years for IDA replenishment. India, if you look at, India is very peculiar in the sense that India is not so poor, but still is getting lending both from IDRD and also IDA. So India is an exception. It's not one of the poorest countries of the world, but still is being given an exception and is also receiving funding from IDA. But the surprising thing is that India is not only receiving lending from IDA, India is also donor to IDA. So India is both a donor and recipient of IDA concessional financing. For the 75 poorest countries in the world, 39 of these countries are in Africa. That's why we saw that multilateral development initiative, apart from IMF and World Bank, but IDA also had African Development Bank. So most of these countries are in Africa. And IDA is one of the main sources of aid for these countries, these poor countries. If you look at the governance structure, it is similar to that of IDRD. Means there are different governors, different board of directors. Means technically they are different. I'll tell you that how they are similar also, but at a structural level, they are same. Means they will also have board of governor and board of director, and board of director will be chaired by president of World Bank Group. Okay, so the structure is similar to that of IDRD. So we are done with IDA also. Now let's look into the third constituent unit, third organization within the World Bank Group, and that is International Finance Corporation. Now this institution is very special in the sense this is a multilateral financial institution. This is a multilateral institution which is in fact promoting private sector in these countries, in these developing countries, in these low-income countries or middle-income countries. So its main mandate is only to provide development facilities to these countries by promoting the private sector. So let's look into the facts related to this institution. So it was founded in 1956. This institution was founded in 1956. In fact, it was founded before IDA, but we have put IDA earlier because IDRD and IDA together forms World Bank. So it is easy for comprehension. Okay, that's why we have put IDA earlier. So it was founded in 1956 before IDA, just after the IDRD. So main aim is to encourage the growth of developing countries by advancing the private sector. It is promoting the private sector. So it's an arm of the World Bank Group, which is in a way promoting the private sector in the developing countries. Its finance mainly comes from international debt market. So if you look at all these organizations have different sources of funding, and within the World Bank Group, that's why I was saying that World Bank is not a monolithic group. World Bank is not having a unit structure like that of IMF, because different units within the World Bank Group have different structure, mostly different structure. Governance structure may be same, but financial structure, the way they are conducting their voting, that is different. Okay, so finance is mainly coming from international debt market or international financial market. You can say it deals with the negotiated interest rate structure while lending. So whenever it is lending to any private sector company, so it can lend directly to private sector company also or government. So it is not giving lending at a similar rate of interest. So for example, to one government it may give lending at a higher rate of interest, and to other government it may give lending at a lower rate of interest. So it is more of a private sector arm of the World Bank and also acting as a private sector company only. Because if you look at this negotiated interest rate structure, means whatever are the negotiating skills of the private sector of the government, that is how they will be deciding the interest rate. Depending on who is having how much negotiating skill or negotiating bargaining power, from that negotiations they will be deciding the interest rate. So interest rates are not fixed. Let's go into another point. The other point is IFC invests in companies, mobilize capital, and also provides technical assistance. I told you earlier also that IFC is directly investing in companies, it's also directly investing in the government also. And in this way, it is very much different from the other multilateral institutions, not only within the World Bank but also within other multilateral institutional. Means if you look at any other multilateral financial institution, you will only see very few of them which are doing such kind of role by investing directly in companies in the form of equities or debt or loans. Means very few multilateral financial institutions will be there which will be doing such kind of activities. Also, it mobilizes capital both for the private sector and also for the government, and also provides technical assistance. Means a similar kind of technical assistance on policy or advisory services that is done by the IFC. In fact, if you look at and if you are able to remember that in the world of topic in the financial market, we discuss masala bond, and you'll be able to remember that these masala bonds on behalf of India or either as a government or Indian private entity, it is released by the World Bank globally. Okay, so masala bonds, which we discussed there, were rupee denominated bonds, which can be released either by private sector entity in India or government. These are released in the world financial market by the World Bank. And not only masala bond, in fact, for Japan, they are releasing Kodashi notes. For China, panda bonds. Okay, so such things are being done by IFC. It's not very strange for the IFC to do. In fact, it is helping the developing countries by doing such thing, by giving a larger market to the bonds of these developing countries, with the exception of Japan is not a developing country, it's a developed country. Okay, and governance structure within IFC is also similar to IBRD. Okay, so there will be also board of governors and there will also be board of directors. So why I was saying that in some way they are similar, because if you look at the IBRD, in IBRD we discussed that there is a governor, there is an alternate governor. Now these governors and alternate governors, if they are in the IBRD, then the same person by ex officio or by virtue of their post can also be the governor or alternate governor of IDA and IFC also. Okay, so these same people who are the governors or alternate governors of IBRD will be acting ex officio as the governor or alternate governor of IDA and IFC also, with the exception being MIGA, multilateral investment guarantee institution discussed later. For MIGA, governors and alternate governors will be different. And in fact, for even for international center for settlement of investment dispute, they can be the representatives of the countries. Means the same person, the governor or alternate governor of IBRD. That's how these institutions within the governance structure are a bit similar. Okay, in that sense they are a bit similar. Okay, so we are done with the IFC. Now after doing IFC, let's now move to the ICSID, that is International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute. Now, if there are private sectors, or if World Bank as a group through IFC is promoting private sector to go and invest in these developing countries, then it might happen that these private sector may have some sort of dispute with the state, with the government in the country in which they are going and investing. So definitely, World Bank as a group only has to provide some kind of solution if such kind of disputes happen, whether between the private sector which is investing and between the state, or between the state of the state, or through some kind of free trade agreement. So if these kind of disputes happen, for that to solve, World Bank as a group has set up a special institution, that is International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute, and that is what we are going to discuss in this particular subtopic. So this center, International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute, was established in 1966 by a convention named similar on similar terms, that is Convention on the Settlement of Investment Dispute between the states and the national of other states, that is ICSID Convention, that is International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute Convention. It, as I told, mainly settles investment disputes between states and the clients, apart from state-to-state disputes. So for example, there will be some government which is investing in another country, there will be government of A investing in country B, or there will be some sort of agreement, so for example, free trade agreement between A and B. So those kind of disputes are also being settled by ICSID if both of these are a member of ICSID Convention. So it settles state-to-state disputes under investment treaties and also free trade agreements. Disputes are settled by conciliation, mediation, arbitration, or fact finding. Means there is no merit-based process going on like in judiciary. In fact, what they have adopted and they have opted for is alternate dispute resolution process area. I am very sure that you have completed this topic of alternate dispute resolution in your polity lectures. So they are not similar to merit-based dispute resolution like it happens in court. Rather, they are very flexible and allow both parties to have their own sets of arbitrators and conciliators, and therefore whatever the outcome is coming from this alternate dispute resolution is mostly accepted by the both parties because it is an agreement that both parties have come up on such a platform. So disputes are settled by conciliation, mediation, arbitration, or fact finding. ICSID award is whatever the award will be because it has gone through ADR process, it has gone through arbitration process. It's mostly final and binding. There is no appeal and neither the annulment of the verdict or the award of ICSID. Then India is not a member of ICSID, and this is the most important point in this slide, that India is not a member of ICSID if the one institution or one sub-institution within the World Bank Group of which India is not a member, that is ICSID. So if ever there will be any statement like India is a member of all the constituent units of the World Bank Group or all the institutions within the World Bank Group, then that will be blatantly false statement. India is not a member of ICSID, and it's very common that India usually moves away or remain away from these kind of convention of settlement disputes outside the country. In fact, if you look at the policy of settling of investment disputes of Indian government, then mostly it is that firstly we should settle the dispute domestically. We should go through all the remedies which are available domestically, and then only we will allow a dispute to be taken internationally. Okay, so that is the sort of policy of the government of India in relation to any dispute, whether investor state or state or state. So India is not a member of ICSID that you should take a note of. Now let's look into the governance structure of ICSID. It's a bit different as compared to the other three organizations within the World Bank Group that we have discussed. So here there will be administrative council where all the members will have their representative, one representative, and it is different in the sense that one member will be having one vote. In administrative council, you don't need to remember it. If you remember it, it's good, but it's not required for the examination perspective. Then there will be secretary. Secretary will be headed by Secretary General of ICSID, Secretary General of ICSID. And these members will only select the Secretary General. There will be panel of conciliators. If you look at the panel of conciliators, all these members or all the member countries will have maximum of 4 arbitrators or conciliators appointed by them in this panel of conciliators. And this conciliation commission will be set up or established by Secretary General whenever any disputes comes in. And if you look at one member in this conciliation commission, this will be form a panel to settle dispute. So one member will be from one party, another member will be from another party, means whichever party, two parties are in disputes, and the third member will be decided mutually by these two people or these two countries or these two parties to a dispute, and this third member will be acting as the president of conciliation commission. Okay, so that is the kind of structure of ICSID, means how it works. Okay, so the major points or major key takeaway from this discussion of ICSID that India is not a member of ICSID. That is done. So after discussing ICSID, now let's move into the last of the organization of the World Bank Group. We'll discuss now the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. So what is this MIGA, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Association? Now, similar to here what I said, that if the World Bank as a group or as one of its constituent units is promoting or supporting private sector in developing countries, then definitely they can dispute. So there should be some kind of body within the World Bank only to settle these disputes. And if World Bank is supporting or promoting private sector there or any other country to invest in developing countries, then there can be some kind of risk also in investing in this country. So for example, there might be some kind of government failure in these countries. So for example, there may be follow government or government may put some restrictions on the private sector who have invested in these countries that will not allow you to repatriate your property, will not allow you to take your profit back, or will not allow you to exchange rate convertibility, or there may be war. So any kind of such situation brings risk. So to reduce this risk, there should be some sort of institution to guide these private sector or to guide these countries who are investing in developing countries. So how to reduce risk, giving them some kind of advisory services, giving them some kind of technical assistance, also providing some kind of tools or product so that they can reduce risk. So that institution within the World Bank Group is Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. And if you look at the particular character, means they can be two kinds of risk. They can be commercial risk or non-commercial risk. Now commercial risk is any risk which is out of the operations of your activities. You are not able to get enough market or sufficient market, and therefore you are not able to get your returns, or you are not able to be profitable. So this kind of risk is not being taken care of by MIGA. It's not providing any kind of product, it's not providing any kind of advisory services to tackle this kind of commercial risk. What it is engaged in is to allow you to tackle your non-commercial risk. That is like I told you, failure of government has fallen, there's no government, there's a war, there's terrorism. Government is involved in some kind of activity, it's not allowing you to repatriate your profits. So these kind of risks are reduced by or aim to be reduced by MIGA, that is Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. So let's look into some of the points related to MIGA. So MIGA is Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. Promotes cross-border investments in developing countries by providing guarantees to investors and lenders. So of course, if there is some institution which is providing guarantee to you in case of any of non-commercial risk, then definitely there will be promotion of investment, definitely they will go and invest there because they will have some kind of sense of security from some credible institution. Mainly non-commercial risk, so non-commercial risk are being tackled, which are these political risk, insurance, and credit enhancement guarantees. So how credit enhancement guarantee is related to here? So for example, if there is some party A which wants to give loan to another country, this is a private sector entity which wants to give loan to this country B, or you can say private sector entity, or even take example of country, this is country A, it wants to give loan to country B, but it is somewhere risk averse that this country B may put some kind of restrictions, or later on may not repatriate, may not allow repatriation of profit on that particular project for which you are lending, or may not return your loan. So if there is some institution like MIGA which say that you give the loan, we are there to give you guarantee. So definitely this particular country A will have incentive to give loan to B, and that is the credit enhancement guarantee. So even if you take the base situation like if suppose they are willing to give loan of $5 billion, $5 billion, then after guarantee they may give loan of $10 billion. So that is the credit enhancement guarantee, means whatever credit you are willing to give after guarantee you have enhanced that credit or credit limit. So it was established in 1988. It is the latest and the newest member of World Bank Group. It is governed by Council of Governors and Board of Directors, similar to other institutions which is discussed. So it has a similar kind of structure. Board of Governors will be there, Board of Directors will be there. But exception is that IBRD Board of Governors, within IBRD Board of Governors, governor and alternate governor can also act as governor and alternate governor of IDA and IFC, but not of MIGA. For MIGA, you will have to appoint, the member that will have to appoint separate governor and alternate governor. There are as of now 154 developing countries and 28 industrialized countries which are members of this institution. And India, that is also one of the important points similar to ICSID, which we were not member. Here, the important point or key takeaway, or not the key takeaway, is that India is not a founding member. It only joined in 1994. Rather, if you look at Pakistan, is a founding member here. So it may look surprising for you, but it is a founding member. Yeah, Pakistan is a founding member. India is not a founding member of this institution. Rather, of IBRD, as we discussed, India is a founding member. Okay, so that is what the discussion was with respect to MIGA. Now, once we are done with all these constituent units of the World Bank Group, now let's summarize them. Now let's have a summary. Okay, so we have put forward this table where we have written foundation date of these particular institutions, the name, whether they form part of World Bank or World Bank Group, and the mission they are involving. It's just a formal summary. So, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, it was set up in 1944. It provides loans to government of middle income and very low income countries. International Development Association, 1960. It provides interest-free loans and grants to government of the poorest countries, certified poorest countries. There is income criteria and also criteria of low credit worthiness. Both these institutions form World Bank. Then International Finance Corporation, 1956. It provides private sector financing to developing countries, or promotes private sector financing in developing countries. International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute, formed in 1966, as we discussed. It provides reconciliation and arbitration of international investment disputes amongst member countries or between private sector and the member country. The Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency was set up in 1988, the newest member of the World Bank Group, and it ensures private foreign investment in developing countries by providing risk insurance or political risk insurance or non-commercial risk insurance to the private sector or to other states while they are investing in developing countries. Okay, so this was a discussion with respect to the World Bank Group. Now we will look into the role and the evolution of the World Bank. That is how its role has evolved over the past many decades, like from 1946 till today. And that we are going to see in 4 stages. That how in 4 stages this role has evolved. Now this is very important with respect to main examination paper. There is some question asked in paper 2 or in paper 3 also with respect to how the World Bank's role has evolved, how World Bank has been beneficial for the countries, especially in the global south or in the developing countries. Then you can say and you can put forward these points, these 4 points, that how World Bank's role has evolved over the years. So let's start those points. Let's start how the World Bank role has evolved.
So let's look into the role and evolution
of the World Bank over the last 90 days. So what has been the role and evolution of the World Bank? So four main stages we have put forward for the role and evolution of the World Bank from 1946 till the present times. So what are these four stages? The first one is 1946 to 1967, where World Bank has mainly acted as a builder and engineer. 1968 to 81, where World Bank has mainly focused itself on fighting poverty. 1982 to 1994, World Bank was mainly focused on structural adjustment and helping the economy to transition from one stage to another. We discussed what was that one stage to another. Then 1995 till now, where World Bank has mainly focused on sustainable development and fostering global partnership. Okay, so let's discuss these stages one by one. So the first stage was from 1946 to 1967. Now we know from our past discussion within this module of international institution only that World Bank started mainly as IBRD and started focusing on financing those economies which were ravaged by the World War II, specifically in the Europe. Then Marshall Plan also came at that time. So World Bank or IBRD started focusing on other economies. World Bank especially started financing all those economies after the Marshall Plan, developing economies in Latin America or in Asia, mainly as a builder and engineer. They started financing big projects like Aswan Dam on Nile River, big projects of irrigation, big project of power. Okay, specifically if you look at from the context of India, it also moderated Indus Water Treaty between India and Pakistan in 1960. And if you look at the institutions that were coming within the World Bank group only at that time, so 1956, we have discussed IFC, International Finance Corporation came, and it started helping private sector lending those economies. And in 1960, so we were having International Development Association, which we have read that its main focus was on financing economies, financing low development economies, specifically all those 75 poorest economies in fighting poverty and on a host of other different projects. Okay, so World Bank here acted as a builder and engineer in the first stage of 1946 to 1967. Let's look into the next stage. The next stage was of 1968 to 81. If you look at this stage, World Bank started fighting poverty. World Bank also defined during this time only absolute poverty. You know what is absolute poverty? Absolute poverty is when you are not able to even fulfill the basic needs of your life, like food, shelter, and clothing. And also, if you look at from India's perspective, if you look at this time period is also the time period most of the time Mrs. Indira Gandhi was ruling, and Mrs. Indira Gandhi's main political plan was that she was fighting poverty. She used to say that she was fighting poverty, and she used to say Garibi Hatao. That is, eradicate the poverty. So if you see that domestic events and international events were somewhere coupled. So they were not decoupled. Whatever was happening internationally, whatever was being done by these sort of multilateral development bank, World Bank, was also being replicated domestically. So their policies were very much aligned. But if you see that people started questioning Mrs. Indira Gandhi's Garibi Hatao plan, and then the excesses of emergency were there, and instead of Garibi Hatao, people removed them first. Okay, so it was the time period of 1968 to 1981 when World Bank started fighting poverty. Then if you look at the third stage within the evolution of World Bank, then it was from 1982 to 1994. Now here World Bank was helping the economy in structural adjustment. Now what sort of structural adjustment? What can be examples of these sort of structural adjustment? If you look at the example, that it was a time period also of oil crisis. Many Latin American economies were in debt, so debt crisis was there. If you look at this was also the time period when USSR broke up and many republics came out of USSR. So World Bank was helping these economies also in transition in their structural adjustment. And from India's perspective, this was also the time period of 1991 LPG reforms in India. So World Bank helped along with IMF, India also in the structural adjustment. Okay, so this is a stage of the structural adjustment where World Bank mainly focused and helped economies in structurally adjusting themselves. So 1982 to 1994 is the time period of structural adjustment within the evolutionary paradigm of World Bank. Now let's look into the last stage of 1995 till now. If you look at the last stage of 1995 till now, this was the time period when World Bank started focusing on sustainable development. From environmental perspective also, from political perspective also. Now from environmental perspective, we know sustainable development is when you are meeting the needs of present generation without compromising the needs of the future generation. Means you are ensuring some kind of intergenerational equity. Now in this time period, there were two major programs: Millennium Development Goal and Sustainable Development Goal. Okay, from 2000 to 2015, Millennium Development Goals were in operation, and from 2015 to 2030, Sustainable Development Goals are in operation. And World Bank, in one way or another, was also financing Millennium Development Goal and government in attaining Millennium Development Goal, and also financing government in attaining Sustainable Development Goals. If you look at the first goal of Sustainable Development, what is that? That is no poverty, and second is zero hunger. So both are somewhere aligned with the World Bank same goals only. Okay, no poverty and zero hunger. Both of these things World Bank is also doing in ensuring no poverty and in ensuring zero hunger. Apart from this, World Bank was also focusing at that time in political sustainable development. Political sustainable development means in a way it was focusing on fighting corruption, cancer of corruption. So World Bank, if it is lending to some projects or giving some development aid, it will also ensure that that development aid is being utilized properly, is not being used in the corruption, is not being siphoned off by some particular. So World Bank was also ensuring that there is no corruption. And if you look at the corruption as a topic, if you have read that in governance section also of paper 2, then most of the paradigm of the governance and most of the theories or most of the measures that are the best practices against corruption is being given by the World Bank only. Okay, so World Bank in a way has been a knowledge repository of these kind of topics also. Okay. So World Bank has focused on corruption or the evil of corruption in this time period. Apart from this, World Bank has also focused on fostering global partnership during this time. So one example of the global partnership is that of global infrastructure facility. So this global infrastructure facility GIF was started in 2014, and it mainly focused on financing complex projects, mainly on those complex infrastructure projects where single institution or single partner was not able to do much. So many governments, private sector, public sector, and multilateral development banks, whole host of multilateral development banks and organizations like G20 came together and started this kind of facility, global infrastructure facility. And World Bank was a crucial pillar of this global infrastructure facility in steering this global infrastructure facility. Okay, so this was the time period where World Bank was focused on sustainable development. World Bank was focusing on political issues like corruption. World Bank was focusing on global partnership, and World Bank was also focusing on community partnership. So World Bank was also focusing on people, on involving people in the local development. So that sort of shift was there from third stage to fourth stage. Okay, so these are the four stages which we can see through which World Bank has evolved and World Bank has tinkered its role over time. So if at all you get any question regarding the evolution of the stages of the World Bank in the mains examination, then this discussion is sufficient, and you can write these pointers and then give some of the specific examples which are discussed within these four broad points. Okay, so that was the discussion regarding the role and evolution of the World Bank. Let's now move to the next subtopic of the World Bank. So let's look now the major reports which are released by the World Bank. You'll see some 5-6 major reports that are released by the World Bank, and we'll have discussion on them. So let's see what are those major reports that we are going to discuss. So there are 6 major reports which we are going to discuss. First one is Ease of Doing Business. Second is World Development Report. Third is Global Economic Prospect Report. Fourth is Human Capital Index. Fifth is Global Findex Report. And sixth is Poverty and Shared Prosperity Report. If you look at the Poverty and Shared Prosperity, it can also be, means informally, can be called as twin goals of World Bank, twin social goals of World Bank, poverty and shared prosperity. So this report was released in 2021. We'll discuss what are the major observations and the recommendations that have been done within this report by the World Bank. So let's now first start discussing the Ease of Doing Business report. Now formally it is called Doing Business report. It used to be released annually, and later on it got stopped. But it is important to read because World Bank has promised that they will be releasing this report again after doing some kind of corrections in this report. So let's start with the basics. Now what this report do is that this report look at the ease of doing business in different economies in different countries. So what it has 10 parameters, various 10 parameters arranged across the life cycle of any project or of any company or of any entrepreneur who comes and invests in that particular economy, and then look at the ease he's been given in that particular economy regarding that or those 10 parameters, and then combine them and then find out a collective index, a combined index, and then comes to the ease of doing business report. What are these 10 parameters within which this report is being organized? So let's look into those 10 parameters. So if you look at any project or the life cycle of the project, so there are different stages. Firstly, an entrepreneur will start or decide to start a business. So starting a business. Secondly, if he has decided to start a business, then he'll go for registration of property, land or any other property. Then he or she will go for construction permits. They will look for some sort of electricity availability in running that business. They'll also look for credit availability. They'll look whether if they are earning some profit and whether they are able to pay taxes easily or not without corruption, without greasing the palms of the ex official. They'll look into the issue of cross-border trade. So if they are producing something, whether they are able to trade that particular thing properly or not. They will also look into the issue of insolvency, that if at all their project fail, if at all their business fail, then whether they are able to wrap up their business, whether they are able to easily exit from that business or not. They will also look into the issue that whether the investors are protected properly or not, especially the minority investors who have invested in their company. And finally, they will also look into the issue of a contract enforcement, that whether they have entered or if they have entered into the contract, whether with other parties, private parties, or the government, and whether it is being properly enforced or not. So these are all the 7 indices which are used in calculating ease of doing business. If you look at these 7 indices, then World Bank has something called distance to frontier. So there is one value for each of these indices which is used as a reference value, and from that reference value, the country's position is compared. So for example, if India is having 40, suppose for 40 as a ranking in the start of doing business, then it is compared with the frontier value. Frontier value will be the maximum value, and then India's score will be calculated, and then a ranking is given for India on this particular sub-indices, starting a business sub-indices. Now, similar thing is done for all the sub-indices, and then a score for a country is calculated. So all of these sub-indices are equally weighted. They are equally weighted 110. So 110 is the equal weightage that are given to them, and they are compared with some frontier value. Frontier value is the best value in that particular sub-indices internationally, and then score for a country is calculated. So this is how this is done. So this is too complex. It's not required to be read like how the value is calculated. Just you need to know that there is something called distance to frontier, and all of them are equally weighted, and these are the sub-indices or sub-parameters within the ease of doing business index. Okay, so let's look into some facts related to this report of ease of doing business or doing business report formally. Now, this is the annual report. Firstly, it used to be released annually, but as I told, there was some kind of controversy, especially regarding to the rigging of this report, especially by China. And that's why this report stopped coming, and the World Bank has promised that they will be releasing this report annually, again after doing some kind of corrections in this report. Now, it is to evaluate the impact of the economic policy or reforms implemented by the government in the respective countries. So that is the formal agenda of releasing this report, that is to evaluate the impact of the economic policies or reforms which are implemented by the government, whether these reforms have been done properly or not, whether they are facilitating the private sector or the startups or entrepreneurs who are trying to start a business in that particular economy. Then it is based on 10 parameters. 10 parameters like starting a business, dealing with construction permit, getting credits, paying taxes, etc. that we have discussed. What are all these 10 parameters which are used in calculating this index, ease of doing business index? Then the first report was published in 2003, but the ranking system started from 2006 only. So it was from 2006 only that the ranking business started, or the ranking of ease of doing business started within this report, doing business report. India has shown remarkable progress in the index over the past couple of years, especially if you look at from 2014 to 2019, when the last report was released in 2019. India has shown a spectacular improvement. So in 2014 we were having a rank of 142 out of somewhere around 190 economies, but in 2019 we were having a rank of 63. So it's quite a lot of improvement that you have seen over the last 6-7 years in our ease of doing business index. And lastly, the World Bank group, which I told you, has decided to discontinue publication due to data irregularities and ethical concerns within this report. And these ethical concerns have mainly come from China. Like we discussed, there was some hidden hand of China in manipulating the numbers of this report. In 2018 and 2019, both reports have been stated that there was some kind of misdoings in these report. Okay, so that was the ease of doing business report, the first report, the first major report. In fact, I will say the most important report that has been released by the, or used to be released by the World Bank. Okay, now let's look into the next report, and the next report is World Development Report. If you look at the World Development Report, then this report is also published annually. This was started getting published since 1978, and if you look at the topics which are discussed in this report, in the World Development Report, then they are quite diverse. So it discusses topics like poverty, it discusses topics like data, it discusses topics like agriculture, it discusses topics like climate change, it discusses topics like digital, health, education. So any topic which is of relevance of that particular year is being discussed by this report. And if you look at this point, it shows that it discusses the specific aspects of social, economic, and environmental domains. So all kind of topics, all kind of diverse topics are discussed by this report. They will pick any one important topic for that particular year, which is in theme, and they will try to put forward their argument. Okay, so that is the World Development Report. It's quite diverse. If you look at the latest report, 2022, it is entitled Finance for Equitable Recovery. So the background for this topic is that what they are trying to discuss and what they are trying to put forward their argument is that how finance is important for recovery from the pandemic. So finance, if you look at, is an important ingredient of any economy, important for recovery from the pandemic. So finance, if you look at, is an important ingredient of any economy to recover from such kind of shocks like pandemic, and they are trying to put forward that argument only, that finance is an indispensable part. If you have to recover properly from the pandemic, if you have to recover early from the pandemic, then you will have to focus more on finance, especially NPAs, non-performing assets, insolvency, helping people access to financing, especially involving infrastructure sector. So all such sort of issues are being discussed in this latest report. Okay, so let's now look into the next report, and the next report is the Global Economic Prospect Report. So Global Economic Prospect Report, a report named similarly is World Economic Situation, and Prospect Report. Okay, so Global Economic Prospect Report, and another report which is similarly named is World Economic Situation Prospect Report. So Global Economic Prospect Report is released by the World Bank, but if at all you get this one, World Economic Situation Prospect Report, this is released by United Nations. Okay, so let's look into the Global Economic Prospect Report. So it examines global economic developments and prospect with a special focus on emerging market and developing economy. So special focus is given for the emerging market and developing economy, EMDEs. Issued twice a year. This report is not annual. Ease of doing business report and World Development Report both were the annual report, but this report is biannual, twice a year in January and June. The difference is that the January edition includes in-depth analysis of topical policy challenges. So whatever the policy challenges are being faced by these emerging market and developing economies, that will be given in-depth discussion within this report, while the June edition will contain a kind of shorter analytical pieces. That is the only difference between the January and June report in this Global Economic Prospect Report. Okay, now let's look into the next report, that is Human Capital Index. Now, if you look at the Human Capital Index, World Bank first started releasing this Human Capital Index in 2018, and World Bank started a project called Human Capital Project (SCP), Human Capital Project, in 2018. Mainly started focusing on the human capital issues. We know human capital. What is human capital? Human capital is the health and education. Means those kind of capital is not economic, but they aid in the development of human being. They aid in the increasing efficiency of human capacities. And the examples are health, education, and skills. Okay, so this is human capital. Now, World Bank started a project in 2018 Human Capital Project, and within that, World Bank started releasing Human Capital Index. And in fact, only once World Bank has released this index, Human Capital Index. Now, what World Bank does in the Human Capital Index is that they mainly take into consideration 3 broad criteria. So let's look into the 3 parameters which are taken by the World Bank in calculating this Human Capital Index. So these 3 parameters are: first is health, second is education, and third is survival. Within health, what they are focusing is the adult survival rate and stunting. Stunting means low height for your age. Means in comparison to your age, you have not grown up in your height. In adult survival rate, they are looking at the survival possibilities of all those children who are more than 15 years of age group. Within education, they are focusing both on quantity of education and quality of education. Within survival, they are looking into the percentage of children who are surviving beyond 5 years of age group. Okay, so these 3 indicators are there: health, education, survival. Within health, adult survival rate and stunting. Within education, quantity of education, quality of education. And within survival, they are looking into the percentage of children who are surviving beyond 5 years of age. And based on these 3 and other subparameters, they are calculating an index which is called human capital index. And what they are essentially trying to tell through human capital index, that what can be the human capital and how much productive you will be when you will be reaching the 18 years of age group. That is, when a child who is born today will be reaching 18 years of age group. So what kind of human capital, what kind of productivity that child will be having. That is what they are trying to tell us. So for example, if India is scoring 0.5 in human capital index, that means that child born today in India will be just 50% productive as compared to his capacity or his or her capacity. So that is the meaning of human capital index. Now with this background, let's look into the points that are given in the slide. So first point says that index evaluates which nation mobilizes citizens' economic and professional potential the best. So it is just looking into the human capital and the efforts that are put forward by the nation, by the countries in increasing their citizens' human capital. The index calculates the amount of money lost by each nation as a result of poor health and education. So these are the implied meanings of this human capital index. The index ranked 157 nation and was first released in October 2018, and in fact it was the last release of this human capital index. After that, World Bank has not been able to release the human capital index. The reason may be COVID pandemic, but they have not released any latest human capital index. And the human capital index value ranges from 0 to 1, with 1 denoting the achievement of maximum potential and 0 denoting the least performance. So the value of human capital index ranges from 0 to 1. Now one of the controversies related to human capital index is that the Indian government has not accepted the report, human capital index, and it has discredited this report mainly because it says, or the argument put forward by the Indian government is that human capital index has not included all kinds of efforts that have been put forward by the government increasing the human capital of Indian citizens. So government says that we have taken many measures in the health front, in education front, and those measures have not been properly measured by the human capital index. The critic says that government of India may have discredited this report also because Indian government or India as a country was not able to score high on this index. Okay, so that is human capital index and that is the issue, and that is how the human capital index is measured. Now after human capital index, now let's look at the next report, and the next report is the global index report, global financial development index report. So let's see what is there in the global index report. Now this global index report started from 2011. It is mainly a source of data on global access to financial services, from payments to savings and borrowing. It mainly deals with issues like the percentage of people having banking account, percentage of people having banking account, or such kind of financial account in non-bank institution also, financial account in non-bank institution also. It gives us percentage of people who are saving, the problem they are getting in accessing these savings, the percentage of people who are borrowing, and the various sources through which they are borrowing. Means mainly the purpose of global index report is to give us the data regarding the financial inclusion, all those issues revolving around the financial inclusion. Means how people are paying, how people are getting their wages, whether people are having enough bank accounts or not, whether they are able to operate those bank accounts or not. So that kind of data globally and also country-wise is being given by the global index report. That is the main purpose or the major agenda of this report. So 2021 edition, this latest edition, includes updated indicators on access to and use of formal and informal financial services. Means what kind of financial services they are using, what's the percentage of formal services, what's the percentage of informal services. So all kind of basic data, basic granularity they are dealing with. Okay, as well as the digital payment means what percentage of people are using digital payment, what are the problems they are getting in using these digital payment, whether male are getting more problems or female are getting more problems, or what is the nature of the problems they are facing. So all kind of issues are discussed in the global index report. The 2021 data shows that women and low-income persons, that women, females and low-income persons have difficulty accessing and using financial services. So that point is again being highlighted by this report also, that the latest edition of 2021 report also, that women and low-income persons are facing more problems as compared to male and high-income people in accessing the financial services. So that is the global index report, and that was the agenda and the purpose of the global index report. Now after the global index report, now move to the last report, that is the poverty and shared prosperity report. Now if you look at this poverty and shared prosperity report, formally it is named as Poverty and Shared Prosperity 2022 Correcting Course. Okay, that is the formal name of this report. Now this report is very important because if you look at this report and the background within which this report is coming is COVID pandemic, and it shows that how COVID pandemic was a shock to the performance of the economy, especially in poverty reduction. So if you look at some substance of this report in single line or in 2-3 lines, I'll tell what it says is that because of COVID pandemic, poverty reduction efforts have been hampered. The pace with which poverty was getting reduced in the economies, especially in low-income economies and especially in the emerging markets, that has been reduced. Poverty therefore has increased. Inequality has also increased. Poor have faced the major brunt of COVID pandemic, and poor are also facing difficulty or more difficulty in recovery from pandemic. So that is the basic summary substance of this report. And then this report goes and deals with providing some kind of suggestion to the governments. So it says poverty has increased, inequality has increased, whatever gains we were making out of poverty reduction or the pace of poverty reduction, that has also reduced, and poor is facing more problem in recovering from this COVID pandemic or also in recovering from poverty after COVID pandemic, and then it deals and goes in providing suggestions. So that is the basic summary substance of this report, and basic summary substance of the next 2 slides which we will discuss within this report. So let's start by first looking into the findings of this report of poverty and shared prosperity correcting course. So what are the findings that this report has given? So it says impact of COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine conflict has a major impact on poverty. Major impact on poverty. Secondly, it says the number of people who are living in extreme poverty, and as per the World Bank, the updated absolute monetary level of extreme poverty is $2.15. Okay, it says the majority of the people who are in this extreme poverty are residing in Africa. So globally, the region which is mainly impacted of extreme poverty is Africa. It says that there was disproportionate impact on poor, especially of COVID pandemic. Okay. And finally, it says that because of the COVID pandemic, there's an increase in the global inequality. Okay, and if you look at this increase in the global inequality, it also says because if you look at the 40% of the poorest, means there's a specific figure that has been quoted in this particular report about shared prosperity, that 40% of the poorest has seen 4% of their loss in wealth, and 20% of the richest has seen just 2% of the loss in wealth. So in that way, it has again reinforced this inequality. That is, the COVID pandemic has resulted in the increase in the global inequality, and that you can substantiate with the kind of observation this report has made, that how disproportionate the impact has been in the wealth loss also, that 40% of the poorest are having a loss of 4% of the wealth, whereas 20% of the richest have just faced a loss of just 2% of their wealth. So these are the findings with respect to poverty and shared prosperity. Now if you look at the findings related to India, within this report only, that it says that India was not an outlier. If the world has seen an increase in poverty, if the world has seen an increase in extreme poverty, then India has also seen a rise in poverty. Then it says that according to earlier predictions, the poverty headcount rate in 2017 at the US dollar 1.9. Okay, at that time, the extreme poverty was measured at $1.9 a day. Later it was revised and made $2.15 a day. So at that time, it says it was just 10.4%. But after that, from some of the private estimates, it is taking these poverty levels because government for the last many years has not released any official poverty figures in India. Okay, so Indian government has not released any official poverty figures for the last many years. In fact, it was last time released by Tendulkar Committee. Later on, the Ranjit Committee was also second, but that was not accepted by government. The figures of poverty that was given by the Ranjit Committee was not accepted by the government. So whatever the figures we are getting within this report and outside discussion also of latest figures or the latest figures related to the poverty, we are getting them either from private agencies like CMIE, that is Center of Monitoring of Indian Economy, that is a very reputed private agency in case of India, which are releasing these kind of economic data. One example being the poverty figures, or we are getting that from private researchers, individual researchers. Okay, so government, for reason known best to the government, has not released any figures, and whatever figures we are getting, latest figures after Tendulkar Committee till now, are either sourced from this agencies like CMI or from private researchers. Okay, so according to earlier predictions, which was the 2017, definitely it was not something which was given by the government. It is somewhere sourced by the World Bank, either from some kind of private agencies or some kind of private research studies. So it says it was 10.4% as per 10 levels of extreme poverty. But according to the most recent estimate, it says after COVID pandemic, according to the most recent estimate, which are based on Sheena Roy and Wanda Reid of 2022 study, it says 13.6% of people are living below the US dollar 1.90. That is, the levels of extreme poverty has increased in India after COVID pandemic. That is the main point of these two observations. Okay, so from 10.4%, the extreme poverty levels in India have increased to 13.6%. So that is the observation that this report of prosperity has given with respect to India. Now let's look into some kind of suggestions that have been given by this report so as to tackle this sort of situation of increasing poverty. It says that we need some kind of policy reform at the national level to restart poverty reduction. It also says that we need some kind of global cooperation because similar to like poor are impacted more as compared to non-poor. Globally also, we can see that the high-income countries, HICs, high-income countries are less impacted, or the people in the high-income countries are not that much impacted as compared to people in or citizens in low-income countries, because these citizens in low-income countries were not having that kind of social security or that kind of efforts by the government, or the government was not that financially strong that they were able to provide that kind of benefits to the people, or social security, social benefit to the people at the time of COVID pandemic. So similar to the situation, like poor have been impacted more as compared to non-poor, so low-income countries have been impacted more as compared to the high-income countries. Therefore, the global cooperation will be very important in reducing the ameliorating this kind of situation, elevating this kind of situation of extreme poverty, because high-income countries can help the low-income countries in tackling this situation. Now, it also gives some kind of specific recommendation to the government. It says government should take rapid action, especially from the fiscal policy perspective. Now, what are these three rapid policy action which it is suggesting, which Poverty and Shared Prosperity is suggesting in tackling this kind of situation? It's saying that we should firstly target cash transfer instead of broad subsidies. We should stop or reduce giving broad or general subsidies. Rather, we should go for direct benefit transfers like things, so that the benefit can be reached to the people effectively, efficiently, and also very rapidly. Okay, it says we should emphasize and put emphasis on more long-term growth with higher return investment. What are these higher return investments? These are the same kind of investments which are human capital intensive, or the investment which increases the human capital in people like education, development, infrastructure like social infrastructure, and also we should go for efficient spending. We should not go for a general broad-based spending, rather go for efficient, targeted, and surgical spending on the project so that the efficiency can be increased. And lastly, it is suggesting that we should go for tax reform and mobilization of resources. What kind of tax reform it is suggesting? Saying that we should go for more for progressive taxation system. Progressive taxation system where people who are able to give more taxes should be giving more taxes. Okay, so that is what it is asking, and from this kind of tax reform we can mobilize resources and then transfer them to poor in tackling this situation of increased levels of extreme poverty. So these are the suggestions which have been given. These are the major suggestions which have been given by the Poverty and Shared Prosperity report. So we are seeing firstly the observations which was given by the Poverty and Shared Prosperity, or the findings at the global level. Then we are seeing what are the India-specific findings, and then we are seeing that what are the suggestions which have been given by this report of Poverty and Shared Prosperity. So these were the reports which are released by the World Bank timely, either at equal frequency. For example, some of the reports were annually, some of the reports were biannual, and some of the reports were very specific to a particular incident or particular situation like this. That is Poverty and Shared Prosperity. So once we are done with reports, now let's look into the issues and the criticisms of the World Bank. What are the issues that are there in the World Bank? And if you look at the issues, will be very similar to those which were there in the IMF. What are the issues in the World Bank? And then we'll look into some of the criticisms also, and then we'll also look into some of the way forward that we can provide to these issues. So let's start by looking into the issues in the World Bank. So if you look at the issues in the World Bank, so the first issue is related to the representation. Similar to the IMF, in World Bank also, top positions are largely occupied by the developed and industrialized countries. So I've referred to the gentleman agreement, or a mutual informal understanding between the US and the Euro earlier also, where mainly the top position or the managing director position in the IMF is headed by a European citizen, and the president position in the World Bank is headed by a US citizen. So if that kind of representation like will be there, definitely it will reduce the trust of other people or other members in this body. Then the another criticism is the criticism against structural adjustment program. So what is the structural adjustment program? Now, just like IMF, World Bank is also lending. Now, World Bank, we know if any institution is lending you, then definitely that institution will also put some kind of conditions. But what it says is that this kind of conditions, so whatever conditions are being given by the World Bank, are also similar to whatever conditions given by the IMF. And these are all inspired by Washington Consensus, which we have seen and discussed earlier also. What is the Washington Consensus? It says that reduction in public sector, increase in private sector, going for more market-friendly reforms, allowing private investment from foreign countries. So all these kind of policies are being promoted under the guise of structural adjustment program by the World Bank, and that is criticized by the people, by the countries, especially low-income countries, who are at the receiving end, because they don't have any option. They need lending, they are under the crisis, and when they are given lending through these programs like structural adjustment program, these are conditioned under these sets of conditions. Okay, so that is what being criticized by the developing countries. If you look at the other criticism, which is given by the people, especially those who are at the receiving end of the low-income countries, they say that the research, advice, and policy prescription, so whatever kind of research is being done by World Bank, or whatever the kind of recommendation they give, and they say that they are the best practices. So most of them are best practices of the World Bank. Most of them are neoliberal policies. So neoliberal policies are nothing but these kind of situations or these kind of conditions only. Okay, it is mainly focusing, neoliberal policies also mainly focus on market or free market or free capitalism. So it is also promoting such kind of policies. So this is another reason that whatever kind of knowledge they are generating, whatever kind of knowledge World Bank is generating as a form of policy prescription, that is also guided by the neoliberal policies. So whatever kind of best practice they are saying that this is the best practices, that will be nothing but something, another form of capitalism. That will never be a kind of solution that never argue for more state support. Rather, will say that private sector is a solution. You promote private sector and you'll be able to come out of this situation. Okay, so that is the kind of criticism that is being leveled against the World Bank. Apart from this, what they are saying, or what is the fourth level of criticism that is being leveled against World Bank, is that they are failing to adopt to changing world order. What this point says is that world order is changing. There are new realities that are setting in global geopolitics or in global politics or in global arena where other countries are also rising. So they should be given proper due representation in the World Bank or in the global high tables of these multilateral development bank or any other development bank or development institution or multilateral institution. So these countries, China and India, which are these countries, and the most classic example of these countries is China and India. So China and India always says that we should be given due representation concentrating to our economic power rather than you being stuck in being unduly representing those countries which were at the time of Bretton Woods conference were important. Okay, so their failure to adopt to changing world order is also being criticized, or is also being leveled as a criticism against this important institution of World Bank. So once we are done with the criticism, or once you understood the broad points of the criticism against World Bank, let's look into the way forward. Now, way forward will be very natural. If the criticisms are this, so ameliorating them or resolving this criticism can be a way forward. So let's look into the way forward. So first way forward is strengthening inclusive multilateralism. That is, we should give due representation or adequate representation to all the countries, or in fact, if not all the countries, then definitely important countries which are having large economic power or which have risen in the last many years. So this kind of policy description or this kind of reform we were also suggesting while we were discussing the IMF. Here also we are saying that we should have some kind of inclusive multilateralism, because if you give representation to the new emerging power, first it will act as an incentive to other countries to also rise and to also get that kind of adequate representation in these multilateral forums, and also it will increase the trust in these institutions. So if more people are there, more people are in the decision making process, more people are given adequate voting power, then definitely this trust, which is a barometer of any institution, barometer of respect and acceptability will also increase. So strengthening inclusive multilateralism should be our first point as a way forward. Second point is steps to improve the position of emerging economies and the poor countries within the institutional structure of World Bank, which is also very much related to the first point. Third is we should go for structural reforms like revamping the voting structure, and SAT is just the short form of structural adjustment program, which we discussed in the last slide. So we should go for structural reforms within the World Bank also, so that voting structures somewhat be rescheduled or repositioned, especially towards the benefit of the other countries, poor countries, or the new emerging economies. And lastly is that we should acknowledge and accommodate the multipolar world. We should accept that this is a multipolar world, and not just US and Europe are there to reign in these Bretton Woods institutions. Okay, so this is the kind of way forward which we can give against the criticisms of the World Bank. So once we are done with the criticisms issues and the way forward, now let's look into the last slide of the content. Apart from the questions, the last subtopic is mainly related to the IMF versus World Bank. Now we have been done with the IMF, we have been done with the World Bank. Now let's look into some of the similarities between these institutions and also dissimilarities between these institutions that will in a way sum up all of our discussion till now of IMF and World Bank. Now let's look into the first the differences between IMF and World Bank. What are the differences between these two multilateral institutions, these two Bretton Woods institutions? So the first point is, now these points will be very easy for us. It's just the kind of revision we are doing. We are just contextualizing them and putting them together so that we are able to compare them at one go. Okay, this is not something new that we are discussing here. We are just revising them by just comparing these two institutions. So the first point is that IMF mainly deals with monetary and geopolitical difficulties. We read how IMF was helping countries in dealing with monetary and geopolitical difficulties, while World Bank on economic development and poverty reduction. First dissimilarities. Second is IMF mostly helps all countries or all members, while World Bank's resources are mainly going to the poor countries. Now there can be exception, but what we are saying is that mostly or mainly IMF is helping all the member countries. It is helping all the member countries in addressing their geopolitical difficulties, while World Bank's resources are mainly going to the poor countries or low-income countries. Third difference is that IMF relies for the sources of fund. IMF relies on quota, while World Bank is relying on bond and financial market. That is also we have discussed adequately enough that how IMF is using quota as its major source of funding, and we have also discussed how different organs of the World Bank are mainly relying on bond market, with some exceptions which are also relying on the donor countries. Okay, there are some institutions within the World Bank also they are relying on donor countries, but apart from that, mainly World Bank is relying on bond market. Then we have also discussed and seen that how IMF is a unity organization, very neatly organized organization, whereas World Bank is a complex giant, is a complex organization. There are different constituent units within the World Bank, there are many institutions within the World Bank, there are many programs within the World Bank. Okay, so that is the fourth difference. That is IMF is a unity organization, while World Bank is a complex organization. Now let's look into some of the similarities between both these institutions. And similarities will be like both are having broad-based membership. Means there are many countries, 190 member countries in IMF, there are 189 countries in World Bank. So almost all the countries in the world, in the planet, are the members of these two institutions. Both these institutions are outcome of Bretton Woods Conference. Both are Bretton Woods institutions. So that is also one of the similarities between these two institutions. They are directed by and work for member nations. Member nations are having say in running these institutions. This say can be more or less, but nonetheless, member nations are having their say in these institutions, and their voting pattern affects citizen. It is a different issue. That some members are having more voting power as compared to others, but member nations are having their say, and their voting is having some kind of impact in both these institutions. There is also similarities between these institutions. And lastly, very common thing, both are headquartered at Washington DC. It cannot be a very good point to put as similarities, but let it be. Both are headquartered at Washington DC. This is also one of the similarities between these two institutions. Okay, so we are in the IMF, we are in the World Bank. We have seen what the difference between IMF and World Bank. So now let's conclude this discussion by looking into the questions that have come, mainly previous year questions in the prelims examination in the last few years. Okay, so let's look into the questions that have come in the last few years in the prelims examination. So let's first see the first question. So the question reads, which one of the following is not a sub-index of the World Bank's ease of doing business index? So we have discussed the 10 parameters or 10 sub-indices within the ease of doing business index report. So let's see which one of the following is not a sub-index of the ease of doing business index. So what are the options given? The first option is maintenance of law and order. Second is paying taxes. Third is registering property. And fourth is dealing with construction permit. So we saw that dealing with construction permit was there. We saw registering property was there. We saw paying taxes was there. So which one of the following was not there? Which of the following is the correct answer for this question? That is maintenance of law and order. This one is not there. Okay, now let's look at the second question. So the second question is, global infrastructure facility is an option A, ASEAN, that is Association of Southeast Asian Nations initiative. That is, it is an ASEAN initiative to upgrade infrastructure in Asia and by credit from the Asian Development Bank. That is the first option. Second option is, it is a World Bank collaboration that facilitates the preparation and structuring of complex infrastructure PPP projects, public-private partnership projects, to enable mobilization of private sector and institutional investor capital. That is the second statement. Third option is collaboration among the major banks, that whether global infrastructure facility is a collaboration among the major banks of the world, working with the OECD and focus on expanding the set of infrastructure projects that have the potential to mobilize private investment. And the fourth option is, it is a that is United Nations Cooperation on Trade and Development funded initiative, that is funded initiative that seeks to finance and facilitate infrastructure development in the world. So we have read this global infrastructure facility in the fourth stage of the evolution of the World Bank, where World Bank was mainly dealing with the sustainable development and global partnership. So from that you can recall that the correct answer will be B. It is a World Bank collaboration that facilitates the preparation and structuring of complex infrastructure PPP projects to enable mobilization of private sector and institutional investor capital. A very complex statement is given, but these are correct answer. So the correct answer will be B. Now let's look into the third question. So third question is, India's ranking in the ease of doing business index. Again, ease of doing business index. So you can see how important this index is. And though World Bank has stopped releasing this index, but definitely it will be soon releasing, because this index is very important to see how the governments are performing in easing the process of doing business in their respective countries. So it is an important parameter of seeing the performance of the government in facilitating the business, facilitating the economic activity. So this is an important index, and World Bank will see soon will be releasing this index again. So India's ranking in the ease of doing business index is sometimes seen in the news. It says which of the following has declared that ranking. Okay, so it's directly asking us which of the following or which of the institutions is responsible for declaring that index or that ranking. So the first option they are giving OECD, Organization of Economic Cooperation Development. Second, World Economic Forum. C, World Bank. And last one, WTO. We know, we have read that the correct answer is C, World Bank. Now let's look into the next question. The next question they are asking is with reference to masala bond, that is IFC masala bonds. Sometimes seen in the news. This IFC masala bond was in news at that time during the that's why they asked this question. Okay, which of the following statement given below is all correct with reference to masala bond? Now the first statement they are saying that International Finance Corporation or IFC, which offers these bonds, is an arm of the World Bank. Second option they are saying they are the rupee denominated bonds and are a source of debt financing for the public and the private sector. So we have to select the correct answer. We have to select which of the following statements correct. Options have been given one only, two only, both one and two, neither one nor two. Now we know from our discussion when we were discussing this topic that International Finance Corporation IFC offers this one is an arm of the World Bank. That we know. Okay, so International Finance Corporation we have seen formed in 1956 as the second arm of the World Bank group. Then they are saying second statement that IFC masala bond are rupee denominated bonds that also we have seen they are rupee denominated bonds and are a source of debt financing for the public and the private sector. So I discussed that masala bond can be used by both the public and the private entity. Okay, so the first statement is correct. Second statement is also correct. We have to select the correct answer. So the correct answer will be both 1 and 2. So C is the correct answer of this question. So C is the correct answer. Let's look into the next question with relation to the World Bank topic. So the last question is, which one of the following issues the Global Economic Prospects report periodically? Okay, so they are asking which of the following institutions responsible for releasing this report, Global Economic Prospects report. The option given to us are Asian Development Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, US Federal Reserve Bank, and the World Bank. We have discussed this report, we have seen the facts related to this report, and we know the correct answer for discussion. That is B, the World Bank. World Bank releases this Global Economic Prospect report. And I've also warned you that there is a similarly named report, that is World Economic Situation and Prospect report, and that is released by United Nations UN. So don't get confused between these two reports. So that was the last question. Correct answer is D. It was there from our side with respect to the World Bank as an institution, and we have seen that there are many problems in the World Bank. There are many criticisms that are leveled against World Bank, and these two institutions, despite criticisms, have not been reforming or are not being reforming to the acceptable position of the developing countries, especially countries like China and India, who are the emerging market economies, who want these institutions, these very good institutions to reform. And you'll see how the failure of these institutions to reform now is leading to the newer institution, now is leading to the birth of the new institution, mainly steered by China, but also supported by India. So first we'll see the BRICS institution that are coming up. Though officially they have said that they are never the replacement of the IMF or World Bank or the Bretton Woods institution, but definitely we know that they are somewhere coming parallelly against these two institutions or these two Bretton Woods institutions. First we'll see the BRICS institution, NDB-CRA, and then we'll see the other institution like Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank. So that's sort of direction we'll be taking now. We'll be first discussing the BRICS institution, that is NDB and CRA mechanism, and then we'll be moving towards Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank. Okay, so that will be a direction towards international institution from our next lecture. So that was the discussion with respect to the World Bank. We are going to introduction to the IMF, we are going to the World Bank. So now let's end this discussion. We'll meet again with a newer institution, especially what I told, the BRICS institution of NDB and CRA. Till then, goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Now, in this module of international institutions, we have already discussed the introduction, that is Bretton Woods Conference. We have already discussed IMF. We have already discussed World Bank. And we have also discussed that there are some problems in these Bretton Woods institutions that the developed world is not fully willing to accommodate or to solve. So the developing world, especially emerging market economies like India and China, now have decided to start or bring their own institutions. And the first institution that we'll be discussing within this module is the New Development Bank, that is NDB. Now this institution, New Development Bank, was created under the framework or under the rubric of the geopolitical grouping, which is BRICS, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But in the starting, BRICS was not BRICS, rather it was BRIC, that is only Brazil, Russia, India, and China was the concept, or was the acronym, which was given by Jim O'Neill in early 2000. Now he was a Goldman Sachs economist and was very inspired by the economic potential of these countries, that is Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Okay, but it was in 2009, that is soon after the 2008 financial crisis, that this kind of grouping was getting concretized and it was actually getting the shape of institution of or getting formalized. And it was in 2009 when the first head of state summit of this grouping, that is BRIC, was held, and it was held in Russia, Yekaterinburg. But in next summit of 2010, South Africa or S was also added, and BRIC became BRICS. But to discuss this institution, we should know that the idea of this institution came only in the fourth BRICS summit, or the fourth BRICS meeting of the head of the state, and this fourth BRICS summit was held in New Delhi. So it was in New Delhi summit of the BRICS nation that the idea of New Development Bank was propounded. Definitely, they were looking for some kind of development bank or alternate development bank or some sort of development bank which would complement the efforts of the Bretton Woods institution. But actually, this idea was given by New Delhi or India in fourth BRICS summit in 2012. But actual formalization or decision about this New Development Bank was taken only in 2014. That is sixth BRICS summit, and that was in Fortaleza. Now, this is a port city in Brazil. So sixth BRICS summit was held in Fortaleza, and through Fortaleza declaration, a declaration for the setting of New Development Bank, and CRA was accepted. Okay, so New Development Bank and CRA contingency reserve arrangement, both of these things we'll be discussing. So this is the background about New Development Bank, how New Development Bank came out of the BRICS grouping. Now, after discussing this background, now let's look into the discussion, that is how we are going to chart our path within this lecture of New Development Bank. What are the subtopics that we are going to discuss within this lecture? So these are the subtopics which we are going to discuss. Firstly, we'll be discussing New Development Bank, some of the facts related to the New Development Bank, the body of the multi development bank which we are discussing right now. Then we'll be looking into the objectives of the New Development Bank. Then we'll be looking into the areas of operation of this New Development Bank. We'll be also looking shortly the governance structure of New Development Bank. We'll be looking into the strategy of New Development Bank, and the strategy of 2022 to 2026 is mostly factual. It is something, a framework that has been given by the New Development Bank, that how we'll be carrying out our institution, or what will be the activities that we'll be doing in the next 4 years from 2022 to 2026. We'll be also looking into the association of India with NDB, with New Development Bank. We'll be looking into some of the achievements of these new institutions. We'll be looking into the issues that are cropping up with these institutions, and then we'll be looking into some of the possible solutions. So quite comprehensively, we are discussing this topic of the New Development Bank. But still, though we are discussing this topic quite comprehensively, but this institution is a very new institution. So, for example, it's less than 10 years in operation. And we are seeing this institution as a complementary, you can say, or as an alternative, or under the shadow of the Bretton Woods institution, which are already more than 70 years old. So definitely you can't accept everything out of this institution, but it's a good idea from the emerging market economies to have their own multilateral development bank and to go for more south-south cooperation through these kind of institutions. So let's start discussing this institution. Let's start discussing New Development Bank. Let's look into some of the facts related to this bank. So as usual, as you know, that multilateral development bank established by BRICS countries, we know that it is established by the BRICS country. It was formed in 2014, but actually it started effective from 2015 and it started operating from 2016. So from 2016, actual operation of this New Development Bank started. It is said that it complements the function of the World Bank. So nowhere you will see that officially these people or this grouping of BRICS has said that we are alternate to World Bank. So everywhere they will be saying that we are complementing the function of World Bank. We will be complementing the development financing which is given by the World Bank. That is, in addition to the World Bank, we are also bringing our own institution. So nowhere they are saying that we are replacing the World Bank or we have some kind of strategic idea to replace this World Bank. Now, its headquarters is in China. So China has the headquarters of New Development Bank. It also has observer status with UNGA. So all the meetings of the United Nations General Assembly are being attended by the New Development Bank or the representative of the New Development Bank. The New Development Bank's membership is open to all the UN member countries. So all the UN member countries can participate in the New Development Bank, can become member of the New Development Bank. If you look at, there are many criteria or conditions. That is, the BRICS members' voting power cannot go below 55%. So even if we are allowing other member countries or developed countries to participate in the New Development Bank, but we are saying that BRICS member countries' voting power cannot go below 55%. And these donor countries or these developed countries, if at all they are participating, they cannot go more than 20% in terms of voting power. Also, any new country, any new member apart from BRICS countries cannot have more than 7% of voting power. Apart from this, if new countries, especially developed countries or donor countries, are coming and becoming members of this New Development Bank, they cannot take loan out of New Development Bank. So New Development Bank cannot lend to the developed countries. New Development Bank cannot give more than 7% of the voting power to any single member countries apart from the BRICS countries. As a group, they cannot have more than 20% of the voting power, and BRICS members countries' voting power cannot go below 55%. So these are the conditions. So
So you can come and become a member of BRICS New Development Bank, but these are the conditions that you will be always subjected to. If you look at the members, so initially BRICS were there, but recently Bangladesh and UAE have also joined. Okay, so this is a new current affairs related to this, that Bangladesh and UAE are also the member of New Development Bank apart from BRICS countries. Startingly in 2014, only BRICS countries were the members. Okay, later on Bangladesh and UAE have also joined, and Egypt and Uruguay are the prospective member or are in the process of joining this new institution, this new multilateral development bank. If you look at the shareholding pattern, so initially when New Development Bank was created, when New Development Bank was instituted, every member countries, all five, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, were having 20% of voting power and shareholding. So all were having equal percentage of voting power or equal shareholding initially, but later on each one of them have given some of their voting power to Bangladesh and UAE also. So now their voting power has been reduced to 19.42% each member, and 1.08% and 0.83% has been given to Bangladesh and UAE respectively. Each member carries one vote among these BRICS countries, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Each one of them was carrying one vote, but definitely since new members have come in, definitely there will be some sort of changes in this voting pattern also, or whether one member, one vote will apply to Bangladesh and UAE also, because they are having very less voting power as compared to the earlier BRICS member. So that is to be seen, and there is not much clarity regarding this one. That is, this voting power will be altered with the shareholding pattern or not, especially after coming of the new members like Bangladesh and UAE. So each member carries one vote with no veto power to anyone. Each member was carrying one member, one vote earlier, and was not having any veto power. So for example, we discussed in terms of IMF, the US was having 16.5%, and most of the decisions were being taken in the IMF by 85% majority. So if US will not agree, definitely this 85% majority cannot be achieved. So this situation is not there in New Development Bank. Okay, so there is no veto power to anyone, and each member was carrying one member, one vote type of formula. Now after discussing these facts related to the New Development Bank, now let's look into the next subtopic. Now let's look into the objectives of the New Development Bank. Now one of the foremost objectives is there is that multilateral development institution or multilateral development institution which were outcrop of Bretton Woods institution were never ready to reform themselves, or we can say developed countries were never ready to reform these institutions. Therefore, the developing countries or emerging market economies have brought their own institution. Now this is the foremost objective, because you are not ready to reform, so you bring our own institution. But this is not somewhere formalized. Officially, they are not saying that we have created this institution for that sake. Now, what officially they are saying is that we have created this institution to encourage the growth and development of the member nations, all the member nations which will be the party to New Development Bank. This New Development Bank will help to foster economic growth. That is also another objective. It is to encourage competition and the creation of jobs, because New Development Bank will lend to many projects, and these projects will therefore later on start resulting in many jobs through these projects. Also, New Development Bank will establish a forum for information exchange between emerging nations, especially between member nations amongst member nations. So these are the objectives which are officially being given through the New Development Bank Charter or the Articles of Agreement of New Development Bank. Now, after looking into the objectives of the New Development Bank, now let's look into some of the areas of the operation of the New Development Bank. What are the areas? What are the specific areas in which New Development Bank is operating, or in which New Development Bank is especially emphasizing its activities? So these are the areas which have been focused, or which are the focus area of the New Development Bank. So they are mainly lending in clean energy, in urban development, in environmental efficiency or the environmental projects, in building transport infrastructure, roads, highways, railways, ports, these kind of transport infrastructure. They are mainly lending for irrigation, water resources management, and sanitation. So some kind of social infrastructure which will definitely lead to better health in the developing countries. In general, they are also looking into the social infrastructure. They are also looking and lending to the digital infrastructure. And recently, after COVID struck, they have also created special facilities for COVID-19 emergency assistance. Now, these are the various areas in which New Development Bank has been focusing its activities on. Now, after looking into the areas of operation, now let's look into the next subtopics within this institution. So now we're looking into the governance structure of the New Development Bank. So let's look into the governance structure of the New Development Bank. What is governance structure say? Now, it is very much mirroring the governance structure of World Bank or IMF. So there will also be a board of governors. Member countries' finance minister will be in the board of governors, or they will be the part of the board of governors. There will also be board of directors. So board of governors cannot meet, or finance ministers of these countries cannot meet every day, or for each of the small activities. Definitely, they will have to delegate some of their powers, or most of their powers, to the board of directors. So actually, effectively, at an operational level, board of directors will be meeting regularly and effectively taking decisions on behalf of the board of governors, and there will be some president elected by the board of directors, and this will be elected from member countries. The first president was India, J.V. Kamath, and currently the current president is from Brazil. Now, if you look at the arrangement that was created at the time this bank or this New Development Bank was created, now the arrangement was like that board of governors will be headed by Russia, board of directors will be chaired by Brazil, the chairman or president of the bank NDB will be from India, headquarters was given to Shanghai or China, and African regional office was given to South Africa. So every member was given something when this institution was created. Some was made board of governors chair, some was made board of directors chair, some was made the chairman or president of the NDB, some was given the headquarters, and some was given the African regional center. Right now, all of the countries have their own regional center. In fact, even India recently has got its regional center, and NDB has opened its regional center in India in the GIFT city. Okay, in GIFT city in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. And this regional center of India is not only catering to India but also Bangladesh. Okay, so India's regional center is catering both to India's activity and also Bangladesh activities with respect to this bank. Okay, so this is the governance structure of the NDB, and every country was given some sort of benefit when this bank was created, and some was given the chair of the board of governors, some was given the board of directors, as you have seen, that everyone was getting something. Okay, now after looking into the governance structure of the NDB, now let's look into the next topic or subtopic related to NDB. Now we'll be looking into the NDB strategy. Here we'll be looking into some of the specific strategy that NDB is getting involved into. What is the course of action which it is seeing that it will be implementing in the next 4 years? So we'll look into that. So let's look into that. Let's first look into the NDB mandate, especially with respect to the strategy from 2022 to 2026. So what it reads? It reads that we have to mobilize resources for infrastructure and sustainable development project. So this word or this phrase, infrastructure and sustainable development project, we'll always see that it is somewhere related to NDB, New Development Bank. So NDB's main mandate, either as an institution and also as a strategy, is always towards funding those projects which are related to infrastructure and those projects which are related to sustainable development. So that is the hallmark of NDB's funding, and we'll always see that this is somewhere which is always emphasized by New Development Bank. So they are saying we are going for mobilization of resources for infrastructure and sustainable development in BRICS and other emerging market developing countries, EMDCs. So definitely they are saying that we will not be lending, or they said, as we discussed in the last slide, in the previous slides, that they will not be lending to the developed countries, but to the other emerging market peers. Definitely they are going to lend apart from the member country of BRICS or NDB, and complementing the existing efforts of the multilateral and regional financial institution for global growth and development. So you'll see that what they are saying is that we'll be complementing the existing effort. So nowhere they are saying that we are creating an institution, or officially saying that we are creating this institution as an alternate to the Bretton Woods institution. So if at all you will get the question, or if you get the question in the exam, especially the prelims, and it is said that officially they are going for creating the institution as an alternate to the Bretton Woods institution or to the World Bank, definitely you have to mark it wrong. They have always said that we are complementing the efforts of other institutions, other multilateral institutions, or regional financial institutions. So the NDB's mandate in this 2022-2026 strategy has been for mobilization of resources, funding of sustainable development infrastructure projects, and also complementing the efforts of other multilateral or regional financial institutions. If you look at the next thing about this, then the strategy direction. What is the strategic direction in this strategy of 2022-2026? So it is saying we'll be going for evolution into leading provider of solution for infrastructure and sustainable development for emerging market developing countries. So again, this phrase, which I said and emphasized there also, that are mainly emphasizing their efforts on infrastructure and sustainable development projects. So always be mindful of this phrase, infrastructure and sustainable development project. And if at all you are writing the question either for means or you are solving some sort of questions either in your practice prelims question or in an actual examination, always be mindful of this phrase that NDB means they will be funding this sustainable development and infrastructure project. Okay, so that is the strategy direction. So we have seen the mandate of this strategy, we have seen the strategy direction of this strategy. Now let's look at some of the details of this strategy. So the details are mainly the strategic imperatives. So what will be the strategic imperatives? What are the pressing factors into which they will be giving attention to? What about financing? Focus area we have already seen, we have again given here. Then what about the cross-cutting consideration? What are the major considerations they are giving? What about institutional building and how they'll be raising and deploying funding? So all of this has been given in this particular picture. So let's see that. So strategy imperative first is of mobilizing resources. So what they're saying that they will be deploying funding by mobilizing private capital. Also will be engaging co-financing with other multilateral development bank. Co-financing with other multilateral development bank means if at all NDB is giving 50% contribution to some specific project, suppose there is a project A, NDB is saying 50% contribution will be and 50% contribution you can raise from World Bank. Okay, so this is the co-financing with other multilateral development bank. But definitely NDB is very slow in this sort of co-financing, and this is one of the critic of NDB that it is very hesitant to go for co-financing with other multilateral development bank. If officially you are saying that we are complementing the efforts of other multilateral development bank, then you should not be hesitant to go and co-finance a project with other multilateral development bank. And you'll see that this is one of the strength of other multilateral development bank, that is Asia Investment Infrastructure Bank, which will be later on saying AIIB or Asia Investment Infrastructure Bank is very much eager or willing to go for co-financing, and this trend is not seen in New Development Bank. Now, also, NDB's main hallmark, another hallmark apart from the sustainable development infrastructure project, is that most of the lending or borrowing, whatever is being done by this institution, is being done in local currency. So they are mainly focusing on local currencies and are giving alternative to the host country, which is hosting the project, of convertible currencies. So they are saying if you are not ready to go for US dollar borrowing, then you can go for local currency borrowing. That will give you lending in the local currency. So that is another hallmark of New Development Bank. Now the advantage of local currency borrowing for the host country is that if the country is borrowing in local currency, then definitely it will not be having any kind of foreign exchange risk. So if at all some of the currency rates are going up and down or exchange rates are going up and down, so definitely the host country will not have to worry about that kind of movements in the exchange rate. So that is the advantage of local currency operations by this New Development Bank. Now raising funding, again they are raising funding also in the local currency and also going for some kind of thematic bond issues. Now what is this thematic bond issue now? Like green bonds, blue bonds. So green bonds for environment, blue bonds for water related infrastructure. So these kind of thematic bonds they are issuing for raising the borrowing. So they are going for local currency borrowing and also going for thematic bond issuance. Okay, so these are the areas which we have already seen in the previous slides: the clean energy, transport infrastructure, water sanitation, environment, social infrastructure, digital infrastructure. These are the areas which NDB is mainly focusing on, focusing activities, or they are mainly going for climate change and disaster resilience funding. They are mainly going for funding of projects which are going for technology integration. They are mainly going for funding of the projects which are promoting inclusiveness or fostering inclusiveness. Institution building, if you see, then they are mainly focusing on expanding membership. So if you look at almost from 2014, this institution started from 2014, and now we are almost from 2022, 2023, and still the membership, if you look at only two members we have been able to add, apart from the 5 original members or original founders of this institution. So this strategy has focused on expanding the membership, extending partnership, and enhancing international profile. Now we have seen in the introductory slide that how NDB, New Development Bank, is a member or observer of United Nations General Assembly, but still is not been able to raise its international profile that much as compared to AIIB, Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank. Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank is much more known to the world or the economists or to the people who are working in this field than NDB. It has much higher international profile as compared to NDB, and therefore this strategy has focused on expanding membership and raising the international profile of this institution. Also, it is focusing on, in this strategy, it is focusing on enhancing internal capabilities, coordination, and processes related to this institution. Now, lastly, we'll see some of the building blocks which are being highlighted in this strategy, NDB strategy, New Development Bank strategy of 2022 to 2026. What they are saying, we'll be putting member countries at the center of all its operation, that is centrality of the member countries and clients. They are again giving emphasis to sustainable development goals. We know sustainable development goals which have replaced millennium development goals were from 2000 to 2015. Sustainable development goals are from 2015 to 2030. They are saying that we are giving a critical support or funding to the projects which are related to sustainable development. Also, the third building block of this strategy is for focusing on resource population. It is how efficiently they will be able to focus on resource population. So they are saying that we will be focusing and giving more catalytic role to the resource population, how we are able to raise funding for doing all our activities, and also focusing on knowledge and innovation. That is becoming an institution which is in a way promoting its own research and best practice. The same thing which is being done by World Bank and IMF through Washington Consensus. And what is Washington Consensus? We have seen most of the elements of the Washington Consensus in our earlier lecture. So similar sort of best practices means not I stole the same thing, but they are saying that we will be bringing our own research, our own inputs to the international best practices, that this can also be some of the practices which countries can adopt. So this was the strategy and the strategy of 2022 to 2026. So let's recap what all we have seen in this strategy. This strategy is important because it's a very recent strategy and it's being untouched till now by UPSC prelims or mains. So it can be a possible question for the examination, either from the prelims or the mains perspective. So in this strategy, we have seen the mandate of NDB, that what mandate they are saying we'll be having within the strategy. We have seen the strategy direction NDB is looking to go towards. We have seen the details about strategy imperatives, funding, financing for impact specific areas, cross-cutting consideration, which are the different areas in which its funding or its focus will be. We have also seen what are the efforts NDB is looking towards, that these are the efforts we'll be taking for institutional building, and we have also seen some of the building blocks of this strategy. Now, after doing this strategy, now let's look into the association of India with the New Development Bank. So what kind of association India has with New Development Bank? What are the links, what are the specific projects India is involved with the New Development Bank? So let's look into this sixth subtopic of this institution. So we know that India is a founding member of the New Development Bank, of course, New Development Bank of the BRICS. Rather, it's an idea of India only. It was India only that propounded the idea in the fourth BRICS summit in 2012 in New Delhi. India is both a donor, also India is receiving much of the funding of the New Development Bank. So we are both the donor and recipient of the New Development Bank. Some of the specific projects, if you can identify, which are going around in and around you, so you can see that Mumbai Metro Train project, Delhi Ghaziabad Meerut Regional Rapid Transit System, as well as many renewable energy projects are being financed, apart from other financing, by New Development Bank also. Okay, so these are the specific projects that have been financed by the New Development Bank. If you look at other points, if you look until now, 40 Indian projects totaling about $4.2 billion have been received NDB approval towards India. That is, India has received this much amount in project from New Development Bank. So India is receiving heavy funding from this new institution. Also, if you are receiving funding, it does not mean that we are not giving donation to this New Development Bank, or we are not extending credit line to this New Development Bank. So other countries could also gain something out of this new institution. So we have given a $1 billion credit line to the New Development Bank to increase infrastructure and employment in rural areas in the emerging market economies, or the BRICS short history of its existence. So next thing we are going to discuss is achievement. Then we are going to discuss all the issues related to this new development bank, and we will be giving some of the possible solutions. So let's start with new development bank's achievement. What are the achievement of this new development bank? So the bank has invested effectively in a number of infrastructure projects across the BRICS nation and also apart from BRICS nation. So both in BRICS countries or the development bank's member countries and in those countries which are not the member of this new development bank, this NDB is investing heavily in the infrastructure project in those countries. Now let's look at the second point. If you look at in the 5 BRICS nation as of November 2020, this is the latest data we have with relation to the projects it has financed. It has organized projects worth $21 billion. So that's a huge amount from this new institution. And if you look at more than 1/4 of the bank's project, so more than a quarter of bank's project approvals are made in local currency. So again, see, I told you that one is sustainable development infrastructure project, another is the local currency. These are the hallmarks of this new institution. So more than 25% of the project, or more than a quarter of the project approvals are being made in the local currencies. And if you look at this figure of more than 25% of project approval in the local currency is the highest amongst all the multilateral development finance institutions. Amongst all the multilateral development banks, this figure is the highest. So see how this institution is working to reduce exchange rate risk of these projects. Okay, so that is the other points with respect to the achievements of NDB. Also, if you see, a $10 billion emergency assistance program was started by this institution to tackle the COVID and after effects of the pandemic. So after COVID hit, after pandemic hit the world, it started a $10 billion emergency assistance program that you have seen in the earlier slides also, that how it is also focusing on lending for COVID and the related stuff. So these are the 4 major achievements of the NDB in this very short history of this new institution. Now let's look into the next topic. Let's look into the issues that are cropping up with this institution. Let's look into the specific issues. So the issues which are cropping up in this institution is first is comparison with China-led AIIB, that is Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank. So if you look at NDB is not having any wide state-led geopolitical strategy like AIIB. AIIB is a very focused institution. AIIB is mainly led by China. China has the voting power, which is equal to veto in this institution, in this AIIB institution. Also, China is steering this institution very heavily. It's steering AIIB, Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank, very heavily and raising its international profile. If you look at the membership in AIIB, in starting only when this institution started, more than 50 countries were the members in starting only in AIIB. So you can see how broad-based the membership is of AIIB. You can see how much high in international arena the AIIB as an institution is. So when you compare AIIB with NDB, definitely we see that NDB is falling short of that kind of ambition. So that is the first issue with respect to the new development bank. That it is not ambitious enough, it is not flexible enough to allow other member countries to become partners, and it is also not allowing developed countries to have a fair share of voting power. So we have seen that what are the criteria of allowing other countries in the new development bank. But we saw that NDB's voting power of the original BRICS nation cannot go below 55%. The new member states countries cannot have more than 20% of the voting power, and each member countries cannot have more than 7% of the voting power. So if you are accepting the money of other countries, you are asking that other countries can come and become donor and can become a member of this institution. Definitely they will demand something out of that. They will demand the voting power, and if you are not ready to give the voting power, definitely they will not be inclined to become the member of this institution. So if you compare this institution with China like AIIB, it is falling short on many parameters. Now let's look into the next point. Next point is China's unequal weightage in new development bank. Definitely this idea was of Indian origin. India only firstly started and gave the concept of new development bank or the new alternate multilateral development bank from this grouping of the BRICS nation. But if you look at China as a country is putting more influence or enjoying more influence in new development bank, and that can be seen from the headquarters of the development bank. So the headquarters of the development bank is Shanghai. So definitely China has much influence, and this is the one example of China's influence in this newly created institution. Apart from this, if you look at the pool of funds, is very small in new development bank, and it started with $50 billion US dollar. And also the loan disbursement as compared to the ambition is very less. So the pool of fund and the loan disbursement is very less in the new development bank. So now let's look into another point. Another point is political issues. Political issues mainly related to sanctions on Russia. So time and again Russia is a controversy, and Russia is an important partner in the new development bank. So definitely sanctions on Russia, or whether India China turmoil, India China fight, or India China border issues, these things also impede the progress of this institution, this new development bank, and somewhere it affects the performance of the development bank. And this is one of the major reasons, for the underperformance of new development bank, because all of the original BRICS nations are having equal voting power, equal shareholding pattern or shareholding power, and have some kind of issues amongst them. So China and India has issues between them. Russia time and again is on sanction by Western countries, and definitely it impedes the lending of NDB to Russia. Then also South Africa was also not stable democracy. Till now there were issues that were cropping up in South Africa. Also Brazil was having its own domestic issues, and all the founder member countries are either having internal problems or the problem amongst themselves. Then definitely the institution that has been created by them will have some sort of issue or will have some sort of problem, or underperformance will be very much there in that institution. Also the other point, if you look at another issue which this institution is facing, is of sustainability and transparency. If you look at this sustainability issue, so time and again I'm saying that one of the hallmark of this institution is sustainable development, especially the infrastructure projects are working on sustainable development. But actual operations you'll see, then one of the lending which was given by the NDB, one of the financing that was made by NDB to Brazil was Trans-Amazonian Highway project. And critics of NDB says that this project was nowhere aligned to sustainable development principles which are espoused by the NDB members. But they say that this project was mainly given to promote the agribusiness in the Amazon basin or the Amazon basin areas, and it will be having huge negative environmental impact. So critics in that way say that there are issues of sustainability in the NDB and the financing that are being done by NDB, and this is one of the example or the prime example of it's not working very much true to its principle of sustainability. Also there are issues of transparency in the NDB project, because if you look at NDB New Development Bank, it is working very much in close association with the member countries bank. So for example, if any project public financing is done for India, so BRICS will be giving, or NDB will be giving one share of funding, and then this share of funding will be working with the other banks or domestic banks of India, and then they will be co-financing the project. Means there will be banks which are working in India, then also they will be getting lending from the NDB, and this is how they will be working. But if you look at actual funding, how much funding is coming from the BRICS-led NDB, how much funding is coming from domestic bank, how much funding is coming from the private sector, so very few information or very rare information is present in the NDB website. And if you contrast this with AIIB, that is Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank, then this bank AIIB gives a fair share of information with respect to the project it is financing, what all the partners coming together to finance the project, what all sort of financing they are taking. So all kind of information is being provided by the AIIB, or the projects which are being financed by the AIIB, and which is not true with respect to the new development bank. So this is another issue of the lack of transparency with respect to this new development bank or the project financed by the new development bank. So these are the issues with respect to the new development bank, whether you compare it with the AIIB, Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank. So it is falling short of that parameter. That China's unequal weightage, paramount influence in this institution, or the pool of fund is very narrow, very low. Also the project approval is very slow, delayed. Also there are political issues with respect to the kind of group things we have, there are political issues with that also there are issues of sustainability and transparency. So these are the issues which you can see with respect to the new development bank. So what can be the possible solutions with respect to these issues? Let's see those possible solutions. What are the possible solutions which we can give with respect to these issues towards this new development bank so that this new development bank also start performing equally well, if not more than AIIB or the Bretton Woods institution, then definitely at least equal to them. So firstly, we should come up with a broad geopolitical strategy to strengthen the institution. So what kind of geopolitical strategy we are seeing? What kind of dream we are seeing with respect to this institution? What is the actual imperative we should go towards in steering this institution? And towards this, one of the things that New Development Bank has come up with a strategy that we have discussed. Next thing is that this has to work to increase or broaden its source of funds and finances so that particular point which you are saying that it has a very narrow pool of funds can be addressed. Also, we should work towards expanding the membership and the global reach and also increase the capital base of this particular new development bank. So if you are going for expanding membership, as of now we know that it has only 7 members, that too 2 are new members. And if you compare it with AIIB, right at the start it was having more than 50 members. And if you look at Bretton Woods institutions, then they are having more than 180 members, each of them. So definitely if you are looking at somewhere, means as an institution, as an NDB, we are looking at somewhere close to this institution, whether AIIB or the Bretton Woods institution, then we have to increase the membership of this institution, and therefore we have to reduce some of the restrictions which we have put in or towards the new members. Also, we have to go for a robust governance and functioning to shield it from the political turmoil of the member nation. We have also to find some of the solution of the political issues or political turmoil, especially between member countries. And one of the relationship that shadow the performance of this institution is India and China. So unless we are having a healthy relationship as a neighboring country, we cannot expect that this new development bank will be performing very well. So that issue also we have to tackle. Also, we have to ensure sustainability by advancing investment, or really advancing investment in infrastructure, climate change mitigation, and sustainable development projects. So we have seen that there are some of the issues that have been raised by critics towards the sustainability parameter of this, or sustainability hallmark of this institution, of this new development bank. So that also we have to address so that new development bank can be true to its mandate or can remain to its mandate with respect to the kind of financing it may, or with respect to the kind of objective it has to fund the projects which are really going for the sustainable development. Okay, so these are the possible solutions with respect to the new development bank. So we are done with the new development bank. We have seen all the different subtopics. We have seen the facility of the new development bank. We have seen the governance structure. We have seen the issues. We have seen the critics, what they say with respect to this institution. And we have also provided some of the possible solutions with respect to the new development bank. And one of the possible, the foremost solution to the new development bank can be that if it is able to really effectuate or really bring in operation its new strategy, that is new development bank strategy 2022 to 2026, if it is able to fully effectuate in spirit this new strategy, then definitely it will be able to address some of the possible issues that we have discussed in this new development bank. So we are done with the new development bank. Now we'll be moving towards the new institutional mechanism that we have created within the BRICS umbrella only, that is contingency reserve arrangement, CRA. That is what we are going to discuss in the next lecture. So this was all with respect to the new development bank from our side. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Now, in this topic or in this lecture, we'll be moving towards contingency reserve arrangement. That is another set of mechanism or another set of institution that has been created under the BRICS. In the last lecture, we saw New Development Bank, NDB, and NDB is playing the similar role of World Bank. Now, what World Bank is playing for all the countries that are members of the World Bank, that is development financing, that similar kind of role NDB is playing for its member countries, that is BRICS member countries, plus UAE and Bangladesh. Now, similarly, CRA, that is contingency reserve arrangement, is mirroring somewhere its role to IMF, that is International Monetary Fund. So, whatever kind of role IMF is playing at global level, for all its member countries, that is 190 member countries, and but the role is to help the countries if they somewhere get into balance of payment difficulties and have some kind of debt problem. Similar kind of role is being played by contingency reserve arrangement for its member countries, that is BRICS member countries. So let's start discussing CRA. Let's see what is the CRA, what are the details around the CRA. But let's first look into the index. That is how we have structured this particular topic. So let's look into some of the subtopics within this lecture. So first thing we'll be discussing is some of the facts related to CRA. That is contingency reserve arrangement. Now, what is contingency? Contingency is any kind of situation when you are in the crisis or in the midst of the crisis or in some sort of emergency. So what is the emergency here? The emergency or related emergency here is BOP difficulty. So if any country or member country of CRA face some kind of BOP difficulty and is in need of some kind of foreign exchange reserve, then it can make use of CRA mechanism. Now, the next thing we'll be seeing is the resources. That is what is the quantum of resources, or the magnitude of resources that is being committed by the member countries to the CRA. That is what we are going to discuss here, or we'll see here. Then we'll be looking into the instruments. That is how these resources will be used and how these resources will be deployed if there is actual crisis. That we'll be seeing through this subtopic of instruments. That is what are the instruments available within the CRA mechanism. And then finally, we'll be looking into the significance of the CRA. That is what is the importance of this kind of mechanism. Some 4-5 points are there that we'll be seeing those points. Okay, so this is the basic framework or basic structure around which we have curated our lecture for this CRA. So let's start discussing CRA. Let's start seeing some of the facts related to contingency reserve arrangement. So this contingency reserve arrangement was signed in 2014 in Fertilizer Declaration only, along with New Development Bank. So in the Fertilizer Declaration at the 6th BRICS summit that we discussed in the last lecture, but actually it came into effect from 2015. Okay, then it provides short-term liquidity support to member countries through currency swap. So short-term liquidity support is not a long-term liquidity support. It's not a long-term support or long-term financing. That is what is being done by NDB. Long-term development financing that is being done by NDB. The short-term liquidity support, so as to manage the balance of payment difficulties or manage the requirement of the foreign exchange, is being done by this CRA and through an instrument of currency swap. Okay, so what is currency swap? So the word is currency swap and made of two components, currency and swap. So it can be some kind of mechanism
to swap the currency. So let's take an example. Suppose there are two countries A and B. Now this can be an example of two parties also, means private parties. Okay, so two private parties can also enter into currency swap. But let's take an example of A and B because it will be more relevant here. Suppose there are two countries A and B and they have entered into some kind of currency swap. Now usually there is one country which is comfortable in the foreign exchange reserve. So suppose B is a country which is comfortable in the foreign exchange reserve or which has a currency which is hard currency or currency which is usually used in international trade or generally which is a currency which is a part of SDR basket of currency. So this is a currency which is a stable currency which is usually used in international trade or which is a part of SDR basket of currency, or it can be a situation where this country B has a currency which is not a part of any of these three criteria, but this country B country is very much comfortable in foreign exchange position, forex position, that is, it has used by law foreign exchange reserves. Okay, so any of these criteria can be there for a country B. Now suppose there is country A which is in need of foreign exchange reserves, forex. Okay, foreign exchange reserves, I'm writing here in short, forex. Okay, which is in need of forex or which may have a need of foreign exchange reserve because it thinks that it may get into a trap into a crisis, and then it will require some kind of foreign exchange reserve. So suppose this is a country A and this is a country B. We have seen both the countries' criteria, what are the criteria which are there for country A and country B, and these two countries have entered into currency swap arrangement. So what will happen is that whenever country A will require some kind of foreign exchange reserve, so country B will be providing that foreign exchange reserve to country A. And what will the amount of foreign exchange reserve that will be provided? That will be written into an agreement. That will be written into an agreement along with an exchange rate will be determined. Exchange rate will be determined. So there will be a predetermined exchange rate. Okay, so you can write predetermined exchange rate. So exchange rate has already been fixed. So suppose, let's take a real example. Now country A here is suppose India. Now for one agreement, I'm saying, let's take an example of India and Japan. Now India and Japan have a currency swap arrangement, and in fact, it is an arrangement of $75 billion, one of the largest currency swap arrangement with which India and Japan are dealing. Now, if India is having some sort of crisis, or is in the midst of the crisis, or feel that it can get into some kind of crisis, so we have an arrangement with Japan, and we can use this $75 billion or $75 billion Japanese yen, means that much amount of Japanese yen. Now here we have already entered into some kind of exchange rate, and that is decided by Central Bank of India, that is Reserve Bank of India, and the Bank of Japan, that is Central Bank of Japan. So they have already entered into some kind of exchange rate. So if India feels a need to have some kind of money from this kind of arrangement, then what will be the exchange rate? Suppose exchange rate is $1 equals to 75 rupees. Okay, suppose that is the exchange rate. So we have fixed exchange rate, and that is the exchange rate that will be used in this currency swap arrangement. So this is the currency swap arrangement. Now there are currency swap arrangement in which India is in a position of country B because we have huge foreign exchange more than $500 billion. So we are also providing countries some kind of help. In fact, of late we have seen that even Bangladesh, a country which is relatively nowhere as compared to India, is also entering into currency swap arrangement. Now when there was Sri Lankan crisis recently, Bangladesh provided currency swap of $200 million to Sri Lanka. So Bangladesh is also entering into currency swap arrangement. So there are huge number of countries which have a bilateral currency swap arrangement, multilateral currency swap arrangement. And this CRA is an example of multilateral currency swap arrangement. Okay, so that is the mechanism of CRA. And what is the benefit of the CRA? And what is the benefit of using this currency swap as an instrument to help each other countries? The benefit is that we are safe in terms of exchange rate risk. Now let's take an example again. This India-Japan currency swap example again. Suppose we have entered into currency swap arrangement with Japan at an exchange rate of $1 is equal to 75 rupees. Now suppose some kind of events happen and the dollar is appreciated or rupees appreciated. Suppose now the exchange rate becomes $1 is equal to 90 rupees. So India will be losing in this sort of arrangement while it is borrowing the money from this India-Japan currency swap arrangement. But because we have already predetermined the exchange rate, that will be the exchange rate which we will be using if at all we have to take help from this currency swap arrangement. So we are saved of this exchange rate risk. So that is the benefit of using currency swap arrangement. And this sort of arrangement, as I have told you, can be used between the country amongst the members of suppose this kind of CRA mechanism, and also between the two parties or many parties. So they also private parties, they also use this kind of currency swap arrangement. So this CRA contingency reserve arrangement provides short-term liquidity support to member countries through currency swap. So you are very clear now. Short-term liquidity support, not long-term liquidity support, and through currency swap. If you look at the governance structure is also somewhere nearly mirroring to IMF. That is, Council of Governors will be there, and decisions will be taken by consensus. So here, Council of Governors will be there, and in the Council of Governors, we'll have a governor and an alternate governor. Means governor will be finance minister of that respective countries or respective member country, and alternate governor will be just like in the case of IMF, Reserve Bank of India governor. But the difference comes when we see the decision taking or the process of making decision. And the difference on IMF is that here the decisions are taken by consensus. In the IMF, how much amount of voting power you have, that will be determining your stake in the IMF and also your stake in the decision making, and that it itself will depend on the quota you have in the IMF. But here there is no sort of quotas, there is no sort of voting by all by any country having veto power. Here decisions are taken by consensus. All of the countries, all of the member countries come together and consensually they take the decision. So these are the facts and these are some of the broad points related to CRA contingency reserve arrangement. Okay, so we are done with the broad points of the contingency reserve arrangement. We are done with the CRA. We are seeing that governance structure is the same as of IMF, but the decisions here are taken by consensus, unlike in case of IMF where voting or majority voting is used in taking decisions. So we have seen the broad character of this institution. Now let's look into the next subtopic. Let's look into the resources, the amount of resources that have been committed by each member countries, and let's have a glimpse on that. So the initial total committed resources of the CRA was $100 billion. $100 billion is a huge amount. And if you look at the respective allocation or respective commitment that each member country has given, so you'll see China is contributing maximum, okay, US dollar 41 billion. Then India, Brazil, and Russia each is contributing $18 billion, whereas South Africa is contributing $5 billion. Now, if China is contributing $41 billion, then definitely there might come a question in the mind that if a member country of all the 5 member countries is contributing more than double the other member countries, so definitely it will have some kind of more say in decision making. But we have seen that decisions here are taken by consensus. But if not in decision making or not directly in decision making, but there is some other kind of influence that a bigger country can have when the other members are not at par with it. Okay, so that we have seen one of the critic of the NDB in the last lecture, that China is using its influence excessively in New Development Bank also. So definitely, if no direct influence will be there, but indirectly it can influence decisions in these kind of institutions when one country. So for example, if you look at China, China has a GDP which is more than all other members collectively. Okay, so definitely this sort of indirect influence will be there, but technically and for examination purpose, there is no direct influence. Decisions here are taken by consensus. Okay, so we have seen the commitment of the resources of each of the member countries. Now let's look into how these resources are used. Means what is the mechanism that has been devised within CRA, or what are the instruments that are there mentioned in the articles of agreement of the CRA through which each of the member countries, or if at all they will feel the need to use this kind of mechanism, this CRA, then how they can approve the CRA and what is the quantum of money they can get through this mechanism. So let's see that. So let's look into the instruments. So if you look at the instrument of the facilities that are being provided within the CRA, so there are two broad instruments: liquidity instrument and precautionary instrument. Within the liquidity instrument, or you will be using the liquidity instrument when you are in the actual crisis, or there is actual contingency, or you are already in the midst of the crisis. Okay, and the crisis here is geopolitical. The next sort of instrument is precautionary instrument. Now, from name only, it's very clear. Here, if you have some sense that you may get hit by the crisis, or there can be some sort of crisis to your economy, or you can get into some sort of geopolitical thing in your future, then you can use this precautionary instrument. Now, how much amount of money you will be using in both liquidity instrument and precautionary instrument will be determined by your excess limit and multipliers. Excess limit is the maximum limit, or maximum amount of money that will be given to you out of all committed resources, out of 100 billion. Okay, that is the maximum limit or the excess limit, and your excess limit will be determined by multipliers. Okay, so what are the multipliers? Suppose a country is contributing X amount of money, and the multiplier that has been decided for that particular country is 2. So this country can have maximum excess limit of 2x. If a multiplier is decided for that particular country is 0.5, then it will have maximum excess limit of 0.5x. And if the multiplier is 1, then it will have maximum excess limit of 1x. Okay, so whatever amount of resources it has committed, it will get that amount of resources only. Now, for China, which is contributing US dollar 41 billion, the maximum excess limit is 20.5 billion. That is, the multiplier for China is 0.5. That has been decided and it has been agreed within the articles of agreement of CRA. Okay, so for China, multiplier is 0.5. For India, Brazil, Russia, the multiplier is 1. That is, whatever the amount of resources they are committing, that much amount of resources only they will be getting out of CRA if at all they will feel a need of these resources in any time in near future. Okay, whereas for South Africa, the multiplier is 2. Okay, so whatever South Africa is contributing, it will get twice that, or it can maximum get twice of that much amount of money. Okay, that is the concept of excess limit, and that is the meaning of multiplier within this. Okay, so we are done with instrument. Now let's look into the next subtopic. Now let's look into the significance. So what is the significance of this CRA? Significance, we know that this has been touted as an institution which somewhere is playing the role of IMF amongst its members. So it has been seen as a competitor, but definitely I have time and again said that officially it has never been said that it is a competitor of IMF, and it can never be a competitor of IMF at least in the near future, because this institution of both NDB and CRA are very new institutions, less than 10 years of its operation. So we cannot expect at this nascent stage that they will be challenging World Bank and IMF. They may challenge sometimes later on, but it will take huge lot of effort by these countries, and also it will require that these countries also increases their economic strength. In terms of money also they go upside. In terms of GDP also they increase, then only they will be able to challenge the World Bank and IMF if at all they will be able to challenge them at some distant time or some distant year later on. Okay, so let's look into the significance of CRA. What is the significance of CRA? So the first significance of CRA is very obvious, and that is what it has been made for. It will help in mitigating balance of payment difficulties. So definitely it is an additional line of defense apart from IMF. So for managing balance of payment difficulties or managing balance of payment problem, it is one more additional line apart from IMF. So from IMF, because these countries which have created this CRA are already a part of IMF. So from IMF they will be getting help. But apart from IMF, they can also get help from this CRA if at all they sometime or at some point of time get into the balance of payment difficulty. Okay, it is a good example of South-South cooperation. All the member countries are so-called developing countries. So a very good example of South-South cooperation, that how they have come together, how these emerging market economies of these developing economies have come together and created new institutions like NDB and CRA. So it's a good example of South-South cooperation, and it's what is expected from a healthy relationship of these emerging market economies, that they are getting something fruitful, something constructive out of their relationship, out of their good relationship amongst each other. That is what we expect them to do. Also, it will also open yet another door for our economy to work more productively with the BRICS. So it has given a new sort of arrangement, not only for India, but also for all other BRICS members. All the BRICS members, it has given a new sort of engagement. So they are getting more engaged amongst each other, and this will help in fostering a better relationship, help in strengthening the relationship and strengthening the group. Okay. Lastly, it will reduce the dependence on the West-dominated institution. Definitely, it will be playing some sort of role in reducing the dependence on Western-dominated institution and towing the line of the Washington Consensus, which is nothing but a prescription from the capitalist West to the emerging market economies of the South or the emerging world. Okay, so it will definitely reduce the dependence on the Western-dominated Bretton Woods institution, and we know clearly that if you see practically, nowhere these institutions are going to replace the IMF and World Bank, but definitely it's a signal to the Bretton Woods institution and to the developed economies that if you're not allowing the newly emerging economies a proper share in the global high tables or in the global decision making of these hitherto institutions created by the developed world. So we have that kind of strength that we'll be able to create our own alternatives or our own institutions. Okay, so that is the signal that's been given to the developed economies through the creation of NDB and CRA. So we are done with the CRA also. We are done with this lecture. Now we'll be moving towards Asian Development Bank. Now Asian Development Bank has no relation of this giving signal to the West. It is also a development bank mainly relating to the development financing of its member countries. There are around 68 countries in the Asian Development Bank, and it is mainly giving development financing to them mainly for rural development and the poverty reduction. Now it has no relation with this NDB or CRA, but we'll be discussing it because it is in some way complementing the function of the World Bank, NDB, and Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank, and therefore it is an important multilateral institution to be discussed, and that's why we'll be discussing Asian Development Bank from the next lecture. So this was all from my side with respect to this topic of CRA. So we are done with it. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Now we'll be moving towards other
Institution, and which is Asian Development Bank. Now we're looking what is this Asian Development Bank and some information related to this Asian Development Bank. Now this Asian Development Bank is not a Bretton Woods streams, neither is a challenge to the Bretton Woods streams or a response to the non-performing or non-reforming nature of the Bretton Woods streams like NDB, New Development Bank, or Continuous Reserve Arrangement was. So it's a different set of institution, but it's also involved in the development financing of various countries. So you'll see what is this Asian Development Bank. But before seeing what is Asian Development Bank, now let's look into the index. First, let's look into the index. So these are the various broad contours within which we'll be putting our discussion. First, we'll look into some of the facts related to the Asian Development Bank. Then we'll be looking into the objectives of the Asian Development Bank, means why it was started. Then we'll be looking at the governance side of the Asian Development Bank, and you'll see that the governance is very much similar. In fact, most of the working is very much similar to the World Bank. So World Bank is also involved in the development financing, and similarly, Asian Development Bank is also involved in the development financing. Then we'll be looking into some of the specific relation between Asian Development Bank and India, because India, time and now, keeps on getting most of the loans and the grants and the development assistance from the Asian Development Bank. So we'll look into some of the relationship between Asian Development Bank and India. So these are the broad contours within which we'll be putting a lecture into. So let's start our discussion by first looking into the first subtopic, that is some of the facts related to the Asian Development Bank. So from the name itself, it's very clear that it is Asian Development Bank. So it is very much catering to the needs and the specific requirements of the Asian region. Okay, and mainly having tool of the development financing because it is a development bank. So most of its lending, most of its operation will be somewhere linked to or tilted to or going towards the development financing, for example, financing for infrastructure, financing for rural development, financing for social infrastructure, and also for the eradication of the poverty. So let's look into some of the specific points. So it is a regional development bank established in 1966. So it is much older than New Development Bank or CRA, and it is also much older to Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank, which we'll see in the next lecture. But it is younger than the Bretton Woods streams of World Bank and IMF. So it was set up after the Bretton Woods streams, but before these other institutions. So it's a regional development bank mainly catering to the regional needs of Asia and Pacific, and was established in 1966. It's headquartered at Manila, that is Philippines. Its members of the Asian Development Bank are mainly the members of UNESCAP, that is United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. United Nations Economic and Social Commission of Asia and Pacific. So UNESCAP. So these are the members of this are mainly the members of the Asian Development Bank. What is UNESCAP? If you can remember that when we were discussing the IMF, firstly, I discussed something like principal organs of the United Nations, 6 principal organs of the United Nations. And within those 6 principal organs of the United Nations, one of the principal organs I told you was Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC. Now, within Economic and Social Council, which is one of the 6 principal organs of the United Nations, there are 5 regional commissions. And these regional commissions are mainly catering to the social and economic needs of social and economic development of different regions. So, for example, this Latin American and Caribbean Regional Commission. So, Economic Commission for Latin America and Caribbean. So, you can write it like this: Economic Commission ECLAC, Economic Commission of Latin America and Caribbean. Then there is Economic Commission of Europe. Then there is Economic Commission of Asia and Pacific. This one, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. Then there is Economic Commission of West Asia. And also there is Economic Commission of Africa. Okay, so these are the regional commissions: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 5 regional commissions, and of these 5 regional commissions, one of the regional commissions is Economic Commission of Asia and Pacific, UNESCAP, and that is mainly catering to the social and economic needs of the Asian Pacific region, of which we are a part, and the members of which are a part of Asian Development Banks. Means mostly the members of Economic and Social Commission of Asia Pacific are the members of Asian Development Bank. That is what we have written here. The members of UNESCAP and non-regional developed countries can be members. Okay, so members of UNESCAP can be members of Asian Development Bank, and also some of the non-regional members, which are part of developed countries, can also be members. And these members, part of developed countries, are intentionally made members. Why? Because they will be donating money to this institution, and then this institution can take care of the development financing, because they will be mainly coming as a donors and not as a borrower when they are coming as members to this institution of Asian Development Bank. Okay, total number of members are 68 as of now, as of end of 2022, out of which 49 are from the region means Asian Pacific region, or which are the members of UNESCAP, and 19 from outside. Okay, if you look at the map, so giving 68 names is very difficult here in the slide, and it will be very difficult for you to read and learn also. So what we have done is we have given a map, and through that you can see who all are the members of the Asian Development Bank. We have given a world map, and let's see this world map. If you look at this world map, so this green color mainly show the members of UNESCAP who are the members of the Asian Development Bank, and this blue color shows the non-regional members, developed countries, non-regional developed countries, who are the members of Asian Development Bank. So blue color shows non-regional developed countries, and we know these regional members, which is shown by green color, is 49, and these blue color non-regional developed countries are 19 in number, and total they are 68. Okay, so you'll see Australia is there, the members of this Southeast Asia are there, India is there, China is there, Russia is not there. We will also see that Canada is there, US is there, Western Europe countries, many of the Western Europe countries are there. We'll see only one country from Latin America is there, and none of the members from Africa is there. Okay, so none of the countries from Africa is there. So keep in mind this broad idea that which all are the members and from which regions they are coming to the Asian Development Bank, because in prelims they can ask this sort of question. So, for example, they can say most of the members of the Asian Development Bank are from Africa, and none of the members from African continent. In fact, it's very puzzling also that none of the members of the African Development Bank, which requires much of the development financing, which have much of the development need, are the members of the Asian Development Bank. So keep this in mind. Okay, now once you are done with this, once you have seen that what all are the members of the Asian Development Bank, now let's look into the next point. Next point is that India is the founding member of the Asian Development Bank. In fact, when Asian Development Bank was formed initially, there were 31 founding members, of which India was a part. Now we know they have increased to 68. Okay, the first president of the Asian Development Bank was Takeshi Watanabe, and the current president is Masatsugu Asakawa. Okay, so these are the names which, if you want, you can remember, and if you want to somehow ignore them, but don't want to remember them, you can easily ignore them, because in UPSC they are not going to ask. They may definitely in state pieces they may ask, but in UPSC there is very little chance that they will be asking such kind of name. First president, if at all, there is some kind of rare possibility that only the first president they can ask, but definitely not the current president. That kind of facts are not asked in the UPSC examination. So these are some of the facts related to the Asian Development Banks. We have seen what all members are in the Asian Development Bank. Now we'll look into the next subtopic. Now we'll see what are the objectives of the Asian Development Bank. And there's a limited objective of the Asian Development Bank, which itself is a very broad objective. So why I'm saying so, let's see. So the main objective of the Asian Development Bank is to achieve a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. While sustaining is refers to eradicate extreme poverty. So eradication of extreme poverty and having a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia. So eradication of poverty, sustainable development. These two are the major goals or major objective of the Asian Development Bank. Apart from this, general infrastructure financing, and rural development. So you'll see that this rural development will also help in the eradication of poverty, and you'll see that infrastructure financing is somewhere or will be somewhere aligned to the sustainable concept. And what is sustainable concept of sustainable development? That is when we are meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the needs of the future generation. That is, we are somehow and somewhere balancing the intergenerational equity. So that is Asian Development Bank. That is the present generation is meeting its need without compromising the need of future generation. That is the sustainable development. Okay, and that is what is one of the major objective of the Asian Development Bank. Now, how it fulfills this objective? By providing loans, technical assistance, that is advisory services to various governments. Grants are also provided, and also equity investment is being done in the project and also in the private sector. So that is the main objective of the Asian Development Bank, and this is how it is ultimately achieving its objective. Now, once we are done with the objective, now let's look at the governance structure of the Asian Development Bank. Means how it is governed. What are the institutions within the Asian Development Bank which helps in carrying out its operations? So if you look at the governance structure, again, there is a board of governors, which is a top decision-making body. Then there is board of directors. We have seen, and now you should be very clear that the board of governors do not meet regularly. What they do is that they delegate their powers, or most of the operational powers to the board of directors. And these are the board of directors which actually on ground, on daily basis take decisions on behalf of the board of governors. So there are 60 board of governors, means all the member countries have one members which are representing them in the board of governors. Then there will be board of directors, which mainly comprise of the major shareholding countries. So only those countries among all the 60 countries will get a chair in the board of directors because they're actually taking the decision and actually involved in decision making. So only those countries will get, and of course only those countries usually get the chair in the board of directors, which are mainly major contributor in terms of money, in terms of finance, in terms of donation, and also having largest voting power. Okay, so only those countries are getting. Okay, so board of directors will be 12, and then the management team is being headed by the president, and we have seen the current president and the first president in the first slide. So management team is headed by the president, and the top post executive position is the president in the Asian Development Bank, just like it was the president in the World Bank and managing director MD in IMF. Okay, here also it is called president, just like the president in the World Bank. If you look at the top 5 shareholders of the Asian Development Bank, now which are the top 5 shareholders? So we'll see India's name is also there. Now Japan and the US is the usual suspect because if any developed country is a member of any institution, definitely that developed country will be in the position of prominence. Okay, it will be exercising influence and it will be one of the major shareholders. So no strange that US is also one of the major or the largest shareholder in the Asian Development Bank. So Japan and US each are holding 15.6% of the total shares. So 15.6% is going to Japan and 15.6% is going to US in the Asian Development Bank. Then People's Republic of China, third largest 6.4%, India 6.3%, and Australia 5.8%. So these are the top 5 shareholders of the Asian Development Bank. And if you see that if you combine the shares of Japan and US, then they are having veto in the Asian Development Bank. Okay, so Asian Development Bank is also being led by the developed world or working mainly on those sort of principles on which the World Bank was working, but it is much too flexible as compared to the World Bank because it does not have that kind of strictures or that kind of Washington consensus concept that you will be fulfilling some sort of conditionality, then you will be getting loans. So that kind of laboriousness is not being seen in the Asian Development Bank. It's very flexible in that sense. Okay, so once we are done with the governance, now let's look into the last subtopic of the Asian Development Bank, that is the association of the Asian Development Bank with India. First, we'll see the general association, and then we'll see 2-3 specific facts where India and the Asian Development Bank are in relation. So firstly, let's see the general association with the Asian Development Bank. As you already know, and you have seen that India was one of the founding members, one of the 31 members who formed the Asian Development Bank. Apart from this, if you see that India is also a recipient of assistance from the Asian Development Bank. Now we are not only donor to the Asian Development Bank, we are also receiving the assistance from the Asian Development Bank. So this dual nature of India you'll find in many of the multilateral institutions where we are donating also and we are receiving fund also. So for example, we discuss in the World Bank in one of its organ, IDA, International Development Association, where you'll see that in IDA also we discuss that though IDA was for the 75% country, but as an exception, we are also receiving funding from IDA. Okay, so in most of the multilateral institutions, see, if at all we are the member there, then you will be finding a dual role for ourselves, and we'll be donating that to that institution also, and we'll be receiving funding from that institution also, which is unlike the case of developed countries where they are mainly coming as a donating members. They do not, and usually they will not be receiving funding from these institutions, these multilateral development banks or these multilateral institutions. So India started availing of ADB's assistance from 1986 in the fields of mainly industrial competitiveness, job creation, growth acceleration of low-income states. Mainly, if you see that ADB has association with states. In case of India, then you will regularly see the news coming that ADB has given that much amount of loan to this particular state. ADB has given this much amount of loan for this project to this particular state. So ADB has association with Indian state also, and therefore they will be helping in the growth acceleration of the low-income states in India. Also, they will be funding for the environmental causes also, for the environmental climate-related challenges and those projects which are sustainable nature, which are of sustainable nature, which are for adaptation and mitigation of climate change and related impacts. So these kind of fundings are given by the ADB in general to other countries also and to specific to India also. Okay, so for industrial competitiveness, for industrial production, for job creation, for growth acceleration of low-income states, and for environment and climate-related challenges. Now, after seeing this, that what kind of general nature of funding is given by ADB to India, let's see some of the specific instances where ADB has given help to India, has provided assistance to India. So if you see that as of now, currently, ADB has given a $206 million loan agreement to improve urban services in 5 cities in Tamil Nadu. So just now I told you that ADB is getting engaged with the states, and one of its hallmark of its working is that it directly, of course, through government of India's permission, it engages with the state and try to devise the assistance which suits the needs of the state. Okay, so this is how the ADB works, by devising the scheme, by devising the system, by devising the loan or grant in such a way that it fits the need of that particular state. Also, ADB has released a Masala. We have discussed what is Masala in the World Bank chapter. Also, World Bank and ADB have more than 15.4 billion extensive loan program for South Asia for dealing with the COVID pandemic. And of course, in South Asia, the largest country is India. So definitely, we'll be getting the largest contribution from the ADB under this program also. 15.4 billion is too large a money. Okay, and if ADB, along with the World Bank, is devising such kind of program for the South Asia, then you can see that how much importance they give to South Asia and of course to India. Okay, so these are the specific instances where ADB's association in India has been there. Okay, so this was the whole discussion related to ADB. It was a very short discussion. We just wanted to put each perspective there and also wanted to cover all the multilateral institutions at its core. So definitely, that is the main reason for us to fit in ADB also within this discussion. Now, after ADB, we'll be moving towards Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank, and we'll see how Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank, which is also a development bank, is different from NDB. Okay, so that point also we will see when we discuss Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank. So ADB is that from our side. That is all with respect to the Asian Development Bank. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to our new session on International Institution module. So today we will be discussing AIIB, that is Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Now by the name itself, it's very clear that this is an infrastructure investment bank that is mainly investing in infrastructure assets, and also it is Asian in character, that its activities are mainly related to the region of Asia. So let's see what all we have to discuss within this particular lecture. Let's see first the index of this particular lecture. Let's see that. So first we will be discussing some of the facts related to AIIB. So this kind of exercise we have done in all the institutions we have discussed. So first we will start with the facts related to that particular institution. Then we will be discussing the objectives of the AIIB. If you look at the objectives of this bank, it is very similar and generic in nature, and it is similar to the other institutions we have discussed. So mostly investing in infrastructure, mostly giving loans for long-term infrastructure asset creation. So that kind of objectives are there. Then we will be discussing the governance of this institution, means how this institution is actually run, who takes decisions within this institution. Then we will be discussing the relationship of AIIB with India, means what kind of association AIIB has with India. Then we'll be looking into some of the issues with respect to this bank, and then giving some of the solutions to these issues in the way forward section. And finally, we'll be comparing the AIIB as an institution with New Development Bank. The New Development Bank, if you can recall, was formed under the BRICS. So we'll be comparing both of these institutions with each other, because if you look at both of these institutions are the post-Bretton Woods institutions, and mostly emerging market economies like India and China are the major shareholding powers in these institutions. So it's very good if you can compare and see in the comparative perspective what is the difference between these two institutions. That will be very good in the sense to have proper understanding of the specific points, and these specific points will be very important in dealing with the questions in prelims examination. So be very careful when we be discussing this AIIB with the NDB on some of the facts. Okay, so let's start the discussion. Let's first look into some of the facts related to the AIIB. So it's very obvious. It's a multilateral development bank. It's a development bank. Multilateral development bank means many countries are involved here to finance infrastructure with sustainability at its core. So mostly those kind of infrastructure which is sustainable in nature, and sustainability here means environment sustainability. If you look at one of the word I have written in the bracket, that is I40. So this I40 means the same thing. Means sustainable infrastructure. It means infrastructure for tomorrow. So those kind of infrastructure which are green in nature, green in the sense like solar energy, wind energy, even nuclear energy. That is all those kinds of infrastructure which are non-polluting in nature. But that does not mean that this institution is not financing those kind of infrastructure which are traditional in nature like in the transport sector, like road, railways, airports. They are financing, but mainly their financing is confined to mainly to those kind of infrastructure which has sustainability elements. So that is a hallmark of this institution AIIB. Now apart from this, it aims to improve social and economic outcomes in Asia that I told you in the first lecture. That is activities. It's mainly related to the region of Asia. Then it's established by the AIIB Articles of Agreement. Now any institution when it's formed, it has some sort of constitution, it has some sort of basic framework within which that institution is framed or that institution takes shape. So that kind of framework is called Articles of Agreement. Articles of Agreement or Charter of that institution. So here we have AIIB Articles of Agreement, which is a sort of constitution for the AIIB. Means every activity, or what sort of decision will be taken, how decision will be taken, what is the basic purpose of AIIB, all those kinds of things are written in the AIIB Articles of Agreement. Then it's headquartered at Beijing in China. If you look at, can recall that even NDB, New Development Bank, was headquartered in China only, but it was in Shanghai. Okay, so if you look at both of these post-Bretton Woods important institutions, NDB, New Development Bank, and AIIB, both are headquartered in China. So that also shows the importance of Chinese economy in the world in today's era. Okay, if you look at the voting pattern or voting power, means which countries is having how much amount of voting power or shareholding power in this particular institution. So you'll see that China is having 26.6%, whereas India is 7.6%. So China is the largest shareholder in this institution, whereas India is the second largest shareholder in the institution. But you'll be surprised to see the difference. So difference is very huge. So the first shareholder or the largest shareholder has 26.6%, whereas the just next shareholder, the second largest shareholder, is 7.6% of shareholding power. Now this kind of difference is usually not seen in the multilateral institution between the first and the second largest shareholder, but it is here. So China is the largest one, 26.6%, and India 7.6%. Now if you look at the regional members, so regional members are having a share of 75%. In fact, the membership of this institution is divided between regional and non-regional. So both of them are equal members of the institution, but it's just for the sake of division they have done this. That there are some regional members which are those who are from Asia, and there are some non-regional members which are from non-Asiatic region. Okay, now let's look into some of the other facts related to this institution. So China, because it was the largest shareholder, and not only the largest shareholder, but having more than 26% share, or 26% of voting power. So it also enjoys a veto power in this institution. So China is enjoying a veto power, and this may be good for China to show its influence in the institution. But this is one point of controversy because of which many countries, especially the Western countries led by US and its allies like Japan, so US and Japan are not very much willing to come on board in this institution. If you look at the AIIB, has a permanent observer status in the UNGA, that is United Nations General Assembly, and the ECOSOC, that is UN, United Nations Economic and Social Council. I've discussed both of these institutions, UNGA. I've discussed the principal organs of the United Nations, and I've also discussed amply what is ECOSOC, Economic and Social Council. So I don't think that these need to be discussed again. So you just need to remember that it has a permanent observer status in both the UNGA and the ECOSOC. It has 105 members. It started with 57 members in 2015. It was signed, and 2016 it started actually operating. Means AIIB actually started operating, and over the times, many members are coming both from the Asia and non-Asia to join this institution. And right now, in November of 2022, it has 105 members, including India. So of course, we have already discussed India as the largest shareholder, but just for the sake of repetition, including India, total capital of this institution is $100 billion US. If you could recall, NDB, New Development Bank, had a starting capital of $50 billion US. Okay, so this institution is of course much larger than NDB, and not only much larger in terms of the capital, but also in terms of membership. So initially, NDB was formed with BRICS member, that is Brazil, India, China, South Africa, then UAE and Bangladesh joined. Okay, so in total, it has 7 members. But this institution, it itself started with 57 members, and now has 105 members. So in terms of both membership and the capital, this institution is much larger than NDB. Now these were some of the facts related to this institution. Now it has laid adequate ground for us to discuss the objectives and other sections which are related to this institution. Let's start discussing objectives of this institution. So objective, as I already told you, will be very generic in nature. Okay, so the objective is promote sustainable economic development, enhancing connectivity in Asia's infrastructure. It is for engagement and cooperation among regional nations in tackling developmental concerns. What are those developmental concerns? Means poverty, economic development, and this institution thinks that this can be done by financing infrastructure, both social and economic, and mainly what kind of infrastructure which has sustainability elements. But let me tell you that not only this kind of infrastructure will be financed, other traditional infrastructure can also be financed by this institution. Okay, encourage public and private capital investment. So all the multilateral development institution has one of the core elements of encouraging private investment, also apart from encouraging public investment. Because if you look at government has limitations. Means in case of Asia only, now one of the studies says that Asia has an infrastructure deficit of around $8 trillion US. So do you think that any government can finance that kind of money for infrastructure? Of course, we will need some kind of participation from private sector also. So that's why these institutions promote both public and the private capital investment, apart from bringing their own investments. So like AIIB will also bring its own investment. It will encourage both the public and the private sector to participate with it and create this kind of infrastructure. So both public and private capital investment and promoting private investment, both of these are one of the objectives of AIIB. Also, make efficient use of the resources available. So resource efficiency is also one of the objectives of increasing resource efficiency.
for increasing resource efficiency is also one of the objectives of AIB. So these were the objectives of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Now let's look into some of the other subtopics. Let's look into the governance structure of AIB, means how internally it is organized. So let's see. This will be also very similar to other institutions only, and therefore we'll be able to digest it much more faster. Okay, so you'll see, similar to other institutions we have discussed, there is a board of governors and there is a board of directors. Board of governors will have governor and alternate governor, which are appointed by the member countries. Then board of governors will not be carrying out its function daily, rather they will be delegating their functions to the board of directors. Okay, so there will be a set of board of directors which will be actually responsible for executing the mandate given by the board of governors. But the important thing and the interesting thing about AIB is that board of directors in AIB is non-resident board of director. And you can note this point because this can be asked in one of the statements of the UK Civil examination, because this is also one of the major issue with respect to this institution. So it has non-resident board of director. That means board of directors of this bank are not residing in Beijing or not looking into day-to-day activities of this particular institution right from the headquarters of the institution. Rather, they are based in their own respective countries. Now, AIB say that this is a cost-cutting measure. So their argument is that we have opted for non-resident board of director because it will reduce the cost of the operations of the bank. But do you really think that this is a sufficient reason for not having a non-resident board of director? Because if you look at the capital of this bank, it is $100 billion US dollar. And an institution like this of $100 billion US dollar can really care for a few thousands of dollars and not having a residential board of director? So countries like US and Japan says that this was opted mainly at the behest of China. That is non-resident board of director as one of the provisions in the articles of agreement was mainly opted at the behest of China, because China don't want that these board of directors should have enough information on the day-to-day activities of this AIB, and China wants this bank to be used for its other purpose, like for financing of BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, or CPEC projects, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So those kind of arguments are given by the countries which are fundamentally against this AIB. Okay, and there can be some truth in both of these arguments, cost-cutting argument also, and some of the truth in the reason that is being given by the US and Japan. Okay, so the actual truth will be somewhere in between these sort of arguments. So of course, it will be true that this can be a cost-cutting measure, because if you look at most of the traditional development bank, one of the issues with respect to them was that they are very high in cost. So from the first starting itself, AIB has decided to have a non-resident board of directors so that these board of directors can do their activities by being based in their respective countries only. Whereas there can be also the truth in the argument that this was done by China to not derive sufficient information regarding the activities of the bank or the project financing, means what kind of projects are being financed, why a particular project is opted and why other project is not opted. So that kind of information China don't want to divulge with board of directors timely. Okay, so both of these arguments can be same, and as I told, truth will be somewhere in between these both of these arguments. Okay, so this board of governors, this board of directors, and board of directors is a non-residential board of directors. The management team is there, and this management team is headed by the president. So there is a president of the bank which is actually taking decisions on the ground, and president, of course, will be from China, because China is the largest shareholder of this bank, and not only largest. In fact, this idea of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank was just China only, and it's being largely steered by China only. Okay, and there is also an international advisory panel, and this international advisory panel, or you can say IAP, is mainly to give advice to the senior management and president of this bank related to the strategies, means how financing should be done, which projects should be taken. So that kind of advisory services is given by this international advisory panel. Okay, so this is a board of governors, this is a board of directors, this is a management team, the head of the bank is the president, and there is an international advisory panel. So these are the institutions within this bank, means internal institutions or internal governance structure within this bank. Okay, so we are done with the governance structure of the AIB. Now once we are done with the governance structure, let's look into the relationship of the AIB with India. So just like any other multilateral development institution, India has a very close relationship with the AIB. In fact, we have discussed India is the second largest shareholder of the AIB. Also, India is the largest recipient of aid or finance or loan from AIB, because if you look at 25% to 33% of all the financing done by the AIB till now has come to India. So it is a multilateral development bank which is quarter to one third of its financing to India. So definitely there is a very close relationship of AIB with India. So it may be dominated by China, but India has not much to lose from this bank because its infrastructure deficit is getting addressed from the financing of this bank. So if you look at India, India is the largest beneficiary of AIB financing for infrastructure projects. 5 projects which particularly we can mention, which are actually being run today and being authorized by the AIB. So we can see that Andhra Pradesh 24/7 power for all projects. So electricity projects are there. Then India Infrastructure Fund, we know there is an infrastructure fund, National Investment Infrastructure Fund in case of India. It is a sovereign wealth fund of India, and it is being set up under Security and Exchange Board of India as an alternative investment fund. Okay, so there is a sovereign wealth fund of India. In fact, it is the first sovereign wealth fund of India, and being set up under SEBI, that is Security Exchange Board of India. So in that fund also, which itself is for infrastructure creation, both in greenfield, that is in new infrastructure, and of brownfield investment, that is in the already existing infrastructure. So NIF is for both for greenfield and brownfield investment. So this AIB is also financing NIF also. So it is investing in National Investment Infrastructure Fund also. So there is an Andhra Pradesh 24/7 power for all project where it is financing the electricity generation, then India Infrastructure Fund, then Bangalore Metro Rail projects, so transport, urban transport. So here also it is financing. Then if you look at other transmission system, strengthening project, so transmission system again it is for electricity transmission. If you want to have more information regarding the electricity sector in case of India, then we have done one other video on the problems in electricity sector. It's a very detailed video done by me only. Electricity sector. It mainly discusses the provision of the Electricity Amendment Bill 2022, and in fact not only discussing those provisions but everything about the electricity sector, the generation, transmission, distribution, so that you can see, and in fact it's really highly advisable to see properly because everything is being discussed there. Okay, so it finances transmission system strengthening project also, and also Gujarat Rural Road projects. So under MMGSY is Mukhyamantri Gram Sadak Yojana, means CM Rural Road Scheme. You can translate it like this: Rural Road Scheme. Mukhyamantri Gram Sadak Yojana, just like we have Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, we have a similar component of Mukhyamantri Gram Sadak Yojana at state level also. Okay, so it again is financing rural road also. So road, transport, metros, electricity sector, NIF actually then invest in all kinds of greenfield and brownfield infrastructure. So everywhere AIB footprints can be seen. Means all the related infrastructure sector, AIB footprints can be seen. Okay, so that kind of close relationship we have with Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So this was the relationship of AIB with India. Now let's look into some of the issues with respect to AIB. Now what are the issues with respect to AIB? In the background of our discussion only, we have already discussed some of the things related to AIB. So let's see what kind of issues are coming from that discussion. So first thing is extensive control of China. We saw that 26.6% shareholding of China, largest shareholding of China, even enjoying veto power. So definitely this is one of the issues with respect to AIB. And many countries want China to reduce its share. In fact, bring it below the share where it can enjoy veto power. In fact, to be true and fair to China, in the initial days when AIB was set up, China said that we are having a veto power, means we have that kind of shareholding 26.6%, but gradually we'll be reducing it and bringing it down as more and more members join the bandwagon, as more and more members come on board in this institution AIB. But over time, we have not seen this happening, and China still remains and enjoys a veto power in this institution. So that is the issue: extensive control of China, dominance of China, or huge or predominant dominance of China. Then many experts say that AIB was established as a part of larger shift in Chinese diplomatic and economic policy. Now many say that AIB is just an avenue for China to use its surplus foreign exchange reserve or surplus dollars. So if you look at the foreign exchange reserves of China, they are more than $3 trillion. US dollar and compare it with India, then India has around 550 billion of US dollar. That is the foreign exchange reserve of India, whereas China is around 6 times of India. So people think, or experts say, that it is just a revenue of China to use its surplus dollar, and in fact in those projects which have diplomatic and strategic objective like Belt and Road Initiative or CPEC or other kind of infrastructure, mainly in African region, so as to make these countries dependent on China and then use them for China's benefit. Okay, so that kind of thinking is also going on. That is also one of the issues with respect to China. That, in fact, if you look at non-resident board of director, if you combine this thing with non-resident board of director and every other country, and mainly US and Japan, which in fact are not members of this institution, but they always say that they can become member if China can do away with the non-resident board of director character of this institution, but China never agrees. So if you combine this point with this non-resident board of director, that China is not very willing to have sufficient transparency in this institution, then definitely this point becomes and gets more traction and gets more strength, then definitely people can think that this institution can be used by China as a diplomatic or as a strategic economic policy. Okay, so this is one of the issues with respect to AIB. Also, if you look at Japan and the US, which are two of the most industrialized countries or industrialized economies of the world, but also one of the largest shareholders in the traditional Bretton Woods institution, are not the members of this institution, are not the members of the AIB. So definitely it reduces the confidence in AIB because it can be seen that this institution is not very welcoming of all the members and not addressing the concerns of all the members, especially those countries which are one of the largest economies of the world. So it will be better if it will be able to address the concerns of Japan and the US also, and the concerns are the same, non-resident board of director, not leveraging this institution for strategic outreach. So that kind of concerns can be there, and that kind of concerns can be addressed, and therefore Japan and US later on can be brought in board in this institution. Also, transparency and accountability. We have already discussed there are transparency and accountability issues with respect to this institution, mainly coming and cropping out from the non-resident director of the board of directors. Okay, so that is also an issue. The existence of a similar and more powerful organization. Now, many experts say that we already have an institution. We already had World Bank, then we had Asian Development Bank, we had African Development Bank, we have Inter-American Development Bank, we have European Bank for Infrastructure Development. So many banks are there. So why we need one more bank? Why we need, when we already have these kind of popular organizations which have a checkered history, why we need one more institution in this region, Asia? Okay, so this is one of the issues that is being given by the experts. But if you look at, we have already discussed that Asia as a region has a huge infrastructure deficit of more than $8 billion. So if more and more such kind of institution can come, then it will be better only for the region as a whole, for the economic development of the region as a whole. Okay, so this is one of the issues you can quote. But I've told you the other side also, that we have infrastructure deficit in Asia, and most of the population of the world is residing in Asia. So definitely we need more and more development financing institutions in this region. Okay, so these are the issues with respect to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Now let's see. Though I've already discussed what can be possible solution of these issues, but let's see. We have put them in slide only, also in separate slide. Also, let's see what are the way forward or the reforms to these issues we have given. Okay, so the first thing is deliberation and discussion to reduce Chinese dominance and make the structure more democratic. And one of the fundamental thing, a fundamental measure we can take to make this structure more democratic is by first reducing the gap between the second largest shareholder, that is India and China. So China is the largest shareholder, India is the second largest shareholder. If you are able to reduce the gap in the shareholding of the voting power between these two largest shareholders, definitely that will be the first step to make this institution more democratic and then bring more and more countries on board in this institution. Okay, then take prominent regional players like Japan on board, and we need to address the concerns of Japan, especially one of the concerns of Japan is non-resident board of director and over dominance of China. So also reducing the condition clauses of new entities, we should reduce the conditions and make these conditions more flexible so that new members can also join the institution. If you look at and can recall that there are 189 member countries in World Bank, and in the world there are around 200 countries. Whereas AIIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, has only 105 members, though it is open to all the countries of the world. So if it is open to all the countries of the world, if it is open to all the member countries of the world, like the United Nations, then definitely it has much to do to increase its membership. And one of the things it can do to increase its membership 105, if not 199 to 150, it can reduce the conditions required to become a new member, make them much more flexible and easier. Okay, so reducing the condition and clauses of new entrants or new members. Also reforming the voting pattern. Okay, and voting pattern is the same, like not having or not giving veto power to any of the member. Okay, so and the member is China. So China is having veto power in this institution. Okay, so these are the reforms which we can suggest to the issues which we discussed in the previous slide. Okay, so this is the way forward. This can help us a way forward in your mains examination also. So if at all some of the questions come with respect to AIB or also in general, then you can say means with respect to that institution, that institution should be democratic, that institution should have a proper voting powers, that institution should have more and more members. So that kind of general arguments also you can say if question is not very much particular to AIB, then in general also you can give that sort of argument. So these arguments are not only very much particular to AIB, but can also be used in general with respect to any multilateral institution. That's the point of my argument is. Okay, so let's look into the last section. Let's look into the comparative aspect of AIB with respect to NDB. Let's see that. So we have drawn a table here, and within this table we have some of the parameters. We have this origin, scale, governance structure, transparency, safeguards, and main partners. Then we have two institutions which you want to compare: NDB and AIB, that is New Development Banks and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So let's compare them one by one on each of the parameters. So firstly, the origin. So as you already discussed in the NDB lecture, the New Development Bank lecture, so NDB was an idea of India, and in the 2012 New Delhi Summit, it was first proposed. Later in for declaration, it was institutionalized and formalized. So it is a basic initiative based on Indian proposal. Okay, whereas AIB is a purely Chinese initiative. It was pioneered by China only, and later on other member countries joined. Okay, so the origin is very clear. Then the scale. So if you look at the scale of these particular institutions, then we already discussed that AIB in this particular lecture we discussed that AIB has its capital of $100 billion, whereas NDB had initial capital of $50 billion. Okay, so let's see the scale. So NDB started with a capital of $50 billion, whereas AIB with $100 billion. NDB has limited access to international capital market. In fact, NDB as an institution do not believe much in accessing international capital market, whereas AIB have expensive access to international capital market. In fact, if you look at most of the securities that are issued by AIB has AAA rating, and this AAA rating is from the largest rating agencies of the world, like Fitch, like S&P, that is Standard & Poor's, like Moody's. So they have given the AIB AAA rating, highest rating on their bonds and securities issued by the AIB. So AIB is very much interested, and AIB in fact access international market very highly. Okay, as compared to NDB, which actually is a bit hesitant in doing that. Now, if you look at the governance structure, so NDB was very democratic like from its inception. So it had equal shares and voting power among members, and no member was having veto power. Okay, so these were two very much important characteristics of NDB. So it was democratic right from its inception, and it had no veto power. Okay, whereas in AIB there is differentiated shares and voting power among members, and these shares and voting power in fact are very much linked to the economic power, that is GDP, gross domestic product. So how much GDP you have determines how much power you have in the AIB board. Also, China has veto power on major issues in AIIB. Okay, that we have already discussed. So that is the difference between these two institutions with respect to the governance. Then transparency. We have discussed that there is very little information on the projects related to NDB. So NDB has transparency issue. But if you look at this one, AIB, it has detailed information about projects, including safeguard. Okay, so in that sense, AIB has much more transparency than NDB. But if you compare and look into reality, the non-resident character of its board of directors, then this transparency somewhere gets blunted. Okay, of course, with respect to NDB, it has more information related to the project, but how these projects have been decided, how the countries or AIB as an institution has decided to zero in into these particular projects, into these particular countries only, that kind of information is missing. Okay, so project per se has information, but the background is how the background work has been done to decide how those projects is not very much available in the AIB website. Now let's look at the safeguards. So if you look at the safeguards, so NDB mainly believes in country system, means countries are much more involved as a stakeholder wherever some kind of infrastructure investment is coming, wherever some kind of infrastructure financing from NDB is coming. So countries are very much involved or at the center of whole process. Okay, whereas in case of AIB, if you look at most of the practices of the AIB are very similar to World Bank. So they will basically do all kind of activities which are so-called international best practices, okay, and which are mainly promoted by the World Bank. So in that sense, it is very much similar to the traditional Bretton Woods institution only. And what are these international best practices? We have already discussed in our initial lectures that these are the same kind of conditions, these are the same kind of pre-requirements to the loans. Okay, so AIB in that sense is very much similar to the Bretton Woods institution only, World Bank only. Now, if you look at the main partners, so we have discussed in NDB lecture that banks and the financial authorities, that is national authorities and the banks, are very much at the center of any kind of project financing with respect to NDB. So not only the financing is coming from the NDB, but also banks, the domestic financial institutions, they are also complementing that financing. Okay, so that finance is also being complemented by the domestic institution. Whereas in case of AIB, you'll see that its activity, which we have discussed in the previous point also, that its activity is very much similar to the traditional bilateral development bank. And in fact, many a times, if you look at AIB, you'll find it that it will bring money, of course, its own money, then it will promote public and private capital investment. And just like here, the main partners were national authorities and banks, here it will also take support of traditional multilateral development banks like World Bank or ADB. Whereas this NDB is very much hesitant in doing this. Means it is very much hesitant in taking the help of traditional multilateral development bank, Asian Development Bank or World Bank. Not as a design, but some say because it does not have that much of capacity to do at this stage. Okay, so these were the differences between NDB and AIIB. So we are done with the issue of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. We are done with all kinds of subtopics within this particular institution. We have discussed the objective of this institution, governance structure, discuss the issues, what kind of way forward, and then the comparison between the NDB and AIB. Okay, so that was from my side with respect to this particular topic. In the next lecture, we'll be starting with a new topic of WTO within this international institution module only. Till then, goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome back to our module international institutions, where we are discussing international institutions one by one, especially those institutions which have financial and economic implications. So let's start a discussion today on WTO. It is last for the financial institution or international institution within this module. So let's start a discussion on WTO, that is World Trade Organization. Now, before starting our discussion on WTO itself, let's have some of the basic brushing. Let's have some of the basic background related to the trade and related to international trade. Now, if there are two countries, suppose there are two countries, A and B. Now, suppose country A produce any good like X, and suppose country B produce any good like Y. And suppose good X is the good which is highly intensive in labor. Intensive in labor means it requires more of labor input. Now, suppose this is agriculture goods or textiles. Now, both of these goods will require high amount of labor. Now, suppose good Y is a good which requires high amount of capital. Okay, so we can take example of manufacturing goods. Okay, so we have taken example of two countries, A and B. A is producing good X and only good X. For the time being, let's assume only producing good X. And B is producing good Y and only good Y. Now, if A produce this good and sell this good within its domestic territory or within its domestic frontiers, then that is called internal trade. Okay, similarly for B, if B produces this good and sell it within its domestic frontiers or within its domestic boundaries, geographical boundaries, then that will be called internal trade. But if these countries produce these goods and not only sell these goods within their domestic frontiers, but also to each other. So good X is crossing the boundary of country A and going to country B. Similarly, good Y is crossing the boundaries of country B and going to or coming to country A. Okay, then that will be called international trade. Okay, so the trade between the countries is called international trade. When country A produces some good and sell it to country B and B produce some good and sell it to country A, then that is called international trade. Now we have taken example of good X and also good Y. Okay, now generally it is assumed and also proved theoretically in the field of economics and the field of international trade that if there is such kind of scenario where a country is abundant in one of the factors of production, now factors of production are labor, capital, that we have read in the initial chapters of our economy. Now, if a country A is abundant in one of the factors of production and produce only those goods and then trade those goods. So for example, here A was abundant in labor. Suppose country like India has huge amount of labor, and if it produces good X, which is agriculture goods or textile goods, and then sell it to country B, which is capital intensive, which has high amount of capital and produce those goods which are intensive in capital, then both of the countries A and B will gain from this kind of trade or this kind of international trade. Okay, so what we are saying, if international trade will take place, there will be welfare gains, or there will be gains from such kind of trade or international trade. Now, if there is gain from international trade, then definitely there should be some institution which should increase this gain or maximize these welfare gains, or should work in a way which promote this international trade. Okay, so that will be discussing. But if suppose we are taking an example of A and B, and we are saying that these countries are trading with each other and one is exporting one good, another is also exporting one good and importing goods also between each other. But the real life situation, the real life, or you can say the actual situation is not so seamless. Means trade does not take place in such a seamless manner, in such a hassle-free manner. There are restrictions to trade. Ideally, we have seen, and I have told you that ideally if trade takes place, then there will be welfare gains. But trade does not take place in a seamless manner, or these welfare gains are not maximized. Okay, and we always strive and always work to increase them, to maximize them. And why this is so? This is so because there are many restrictions on international trade. Okay, there are many restrictions on international trade, and these restrictions in international trade arena are called barriers to trade. Okay, now these barriers are of different kinds. Some are tariff barriers and some are non-tariff barriers. So two kinds, tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers. Now what is this tariff and non-tariff? Now tariff barriers, or let's take first tariff. Tariff is anything or any tax which is imposed on a good when it crosses its boundary and moves to another boundary. Okay, now here we have taken example of country A and it was producing good X. Now if this good X will enter the boundary of country B and if country B impose any tax on its country, then that will be tariff. Okay, and these barriers or these restrictions will be tariff barriers. So what are non-tariff barriers then? Non-tariff barriers are all those kinds of barriers, all those kinds of restrictions on trade which are not of tariff like. Means apart from tax, all kinds of barriers which are on trade or trading of goods are called non-tariff barriers. Now if you look at examples of non-tariff barriers, then they are also of two kinds. Means direct non-tariff barriers or indirect non-tariff barriers. So there are also two types, direct and indirect. So direct non-tariff barriers and indirect non-tariff barriers. Now direct non-tariff barriers are those, for example, export subsidies or import quotas. So these are the direct non-tariff barriers. Direct in the sense means they can also be calculated in terms of money or in terms of quantity terms. Okay, so export subsidies, some country is giving export subsidies for the promotion of export of particular goods. For example, country A is giving some kind of subsidies to its producer to export these goods A to B, then that will be export subsidies, and that export subsidy will come in
the category of direct non-tariff barriers. Whereas import quota, suppose country B says that only 50 units of X can be imported from country A, then that is a quota that has been set up by country B for the goods of country A, and that is called import quota, and that will also be coming into the category of direct non-tariff barriers. Okay, now what is indirect non-tariff barriers? Indirect non-tariff barriers are those non-tariff barriers which are difficult to compute, which are more subjective, which are more complex, which are more ad hoc, and also which are more value-based. Value-based means in the sense it depends on the country which is imposing it, and also depends on the subjectivity of the country which is imposing it. Okay, now let's take an example. Let's clear it. So what can be an example of indirect non-tariff barriers? So the classic example of indirect non-tariff barriers is SPS. What is SPS? It is sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So what are these sanitary and phytosanitary measures? Now, if you look at the SPS or sanitary and phytosanitary measures, now these are those kind of barriers or these are those kind of restrictions on the trade which are imposed by the country, especially on the consideration of the plant or animal health. So, for example, if country B is importing some goods from country A, then it can put some of the standards, especially related to the plant and animal health, especially related that this good should not be infected with virus, this good should not be infected with bacteria, and how much infection, if at all, is there in that good, that will also be determined by the country B. So these kind of barriers are called sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So related to virus, related to all kind of microorganisms. If there is some kind of infection that, so for example, if country A is exporting some goods, for example, mango, then country B can say that this mango is infected with bacteria or infected with virus, and we can't allow this mango to be imported to country B. Okay, and that will only depend, means that kind of subjectivity will be with the country B to decide on what kind of parameters will be there on which it will be judging the quality of this particular product, quality of mango. Yeah. Okay, so these are sanitary and phytosanitary measures. Apart from sanitary and phytosanitary measures, there are also other examples of indirect non-tariff barriers. So, for example, custom procedures. So, what kind of custom inspection will be there when a good is entering country B? So, all kind of custom inspection, custom procedures that also come in the example of indirect non-tariff barrier. Okay, so we saw the importance of trade, we saw the importance of international trade, we saw what kind of restrictions are there in the international trade. International trade is no seamless. We know that it increases the welfare gains of the countries and of the globe as a whole, of the world economy as a whole. But it is not going on seamlessly. There are many restrictions on international trade, and these restrictions are divided into two types: direct, non-tariff. Non-tariff barriers are also two types: direct and indirect non-tariff barrier. Okay, now if international trade is so important, if there are restrictions on international trade, so what we'll be doing now is studying those kind of institutions. It's studying that institution which is promoting international trade and which is working and whose main mandate is to restrict these kind of restrictions which are put on international trade. Okay, and that institution is World Trade Organization. So let's look into the subtopics that we'll be discussing within the framework of the World Trade Organization or within this topic of World Trade Organization. So this is the index, or these are the subtopics that we'll be discussing within our lecture. There are many subtopics we have categorized, especially we have done this kind of multiple categorization so as to simplify it and discuss each of the topic or each of the subtopic one by one in a very clear manner. Okay, so let's first have a big discussion on what kind of approach we'll be having while we'll be moving towards discussing these topics. So first we will be seeing the background, means what was the background, and whether the WTO or World Trade Organization which we are going to discuss is the only institution which was the first institution which started in the promotion of international trade and reducing the restrictions, all kind of restrictions on international trade that we have discussed. Then we'll be discussing that, then the agreements on tariffs and trade, a brief history of civil agreement on tariffs and trade. Then we'll be discussing some introduction of WTO, and similar to the other kinds of institutions we have discussed, we are also starting here also in WTO introduction also with some kind of facts which will give us some kind of background in proceeding our discussion. Okay, then we'll be looking into the WTO functions, what are the functions that WTO performs, then some of the principles which WTO adhere in carrying out international trade or in promoting international trade between countries. Then we'll be looking into the organizational structure of WTO. It's a very detailed structure. We'll be looking at what kind of agreements are there, what kind of institutions are there. We'll be also looking into the agreements of the WTO, most important agreements, only important agreements. Okay, and that we'll be discussing in detail. Then various kind of ministerial conferences that have held, various kind of meetings that have held between the countries while they were participating under the umbrella of WTO, what kind of decisions they have taken. We'll be discussing some of the important ministerial conferences also, especially the recent one also of ministerial conference 12 that was held recently in Geneva. Then we'll be discussing the dispute settlement mechanism of WTO, which is very controversial, which is always in news for good or bad reasons. Then we'll be discussing the relationship of the WTO with the United Nations, means whether the WTO is a part of the United Nations or not, just like we discussed for the IMF and the World Bank also. Then we'll be discussing the relationship of India with WTO, how this relationship has proceeded, how India has participated in the WTO. Then we'll be discussing some of the issues and the criticisms of the WTO, what are the issues that are there in the WTO which are impairing the performance and the working of the WTO. We'll be also suggesting some of the way forward, means some of the solutions to these issues and criticism. And lastly, we'll be discussing some of the contribution that WTO has made to the trade, to the global economy, means some of the positive contributions of the WTO. And we'll be ending our discussion, of course, with the questions which have appeared in the recent years in the UPSC prelims examination. Okay, so that will be the mandate of a discussion of the WTO. It will be fairly longer discussion, so you need to have some kind of patience to really understand all these issues. But I tell you that this topic is one of the most important topics and one of the least emphasized in discussion. But you will always find there is some or other question in the prelims or mains examination which is very much connected to this topic. So this topic you have to take very attentively. I'm writing here so that you don't forget to take this topic seriously. Okay, so that is our mandate. Let's start a discussion with respect to WTO by looking into the first subtopic, that is the background of the WTO. So let's start. So this is the background that we'll be discussing with respect to WTO. Now, in the discussion which we had in the initial lecture or in the introductory lecture on the British conferences, I have also given you some of the background with respect to WTO. I told you that WTO was not the first institution which started in promoting the multilateral trade, in promoting international trade. In fact, it was GATT. But before GATT also, there was some kind of discussion, there was some kind of conferences that were going on. Now, the World War I ended and the World War II started in 1939. Now, in the intervening war period, we saw in our world history discussion also, in the intervening war period, there was huge tariff war that were going on between countries because there was Great Depression of the 1930s, and whenever there is depression, whenever there is economic recession or economic problems, every country first try to protect its own turf instead of going for all kind of positive things which will be promoting like international trade or going for international welfare. First they will do what they will do. First they will promote their own economies, their own trade, means within the boundaries, their own economic growth. So what the countries were doing at that time, especially the Western countries, they were turning protectionist. They were turning protectionist and they were increasing the tariffs so as to protect their own domestic economy. So there was a Great Depression of 1930s. A protectionist tendency was seen in the world, especially in the Western economy. And what this protectionist tendency did is that it furthered the impact of Great Depression, means the impact or the negative impact of Great Depression further increased. So this whole was further accentuated by the tariff wars. So tariff war was going on between countries, means if suppose country A was there, it was increasing tariff by 5%, country B was increasing by 10%. So that kind of competitive tariff war was going on between countries, and it was accentuating the impact of the economic depression at that time. Later on, we saw World War II happen. It went from 1939 to 1945. And when the World War II was almost at the end of conclusion, means we were very clear that who will be the victors and who will be the losers, and we were very clear that allies or allied power will be the victor. So allied power was also discussing what kind of framework will be there for the multilateral trade post World War II. So they started discussing, and we saw that kind of discussion was happening in the Bretton Woods conference. Now in the Bretton Woods conference, we saw they were having discussion for IMF and IDR at that time. But we also discussed in our initial lecture, they were also discussing some kind of body for the trade, for the international trade. And that body initially was International Trade Organization. So International Trade Organization was an institution which the allied power wanted to promote. So as to have seamless trade, as to have the promotion of international trade and reduce restrictions on international trade, especially the restrictions which increased recently due to these tariff war. But we also discussed in that introductory lecture that there were differences between the two of the most prominent economic power that came out as a victor in the World War II, and these were US and UK. US had reservations with the UK's imperial preference it was giving to its colonial countries, whereas UK had differences and had reservations on the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act that was passed by the US Congress. Both of them did budge, and therefore this ITO, International Trade Organization, which was to be set up through Havana Charter, failed. So Havana Charter failed. But what came out of all this discussion, of all this background, was general agreements on tariff and trade. So GATT was the only treaty which would come out of all this discussion. Okay, so what we are here now is with GATT, general agreements on tariffs and trade. ITO failed. Whole discussion we have seen that how the things were going on, how the politics was being played out between two of the most prominent allied economic power, and what we actually got out of all this is GATT, general agreements on tariffs and trade. So let's see what was GATT. Let's see what was this kind of treaty which actually steered the international trade right from 1947 when it was formed till 1995 when it was replaced with WTO. So before studying WTO, let's see what was GATT. What was the nature of this kind of treaty of GATT? So let's see GATT. So GATT was a temporary multilateral instrument. It was not a permanent organization. Rather, it was not an organization at all. Okay, it was only a treaty. It was only a general agreement. Okay, so it was a temporary multilateral instrument. It was signed on 30th of October 1947 by 25 countries. Okay, so only 25 countries signed it initially, and later on it came into effect on 1st of January 1948. Now these are the facts we are discussing about GATT. Okay, India, if you look at, joined on 8th of July 1948, and India in fact was one of the founder of GATT. Okay, so we were one of the initial founder of GATT. Later on, this participation in GATT increased, it swelled, and later on it increased to 123 countries. So by 1994, when it was almost at the cusp of being replaced by WTO, World Trade Organization, it already had 123 countries. Okay, so it was the only multilateral instrument, or only multilateral treaty, which was governing international trade from 1948 to 1995. That is the day or the year from which it became effective till the year in which it was replaced by WTO. So it was the only multilateral treaty which was steering whole international trade process in all these years. If you look at some of the issues with respect to GATT, or why this GATT was there, but it was not so successful, and it had to be replaced ultimately by WTO. So look at these issues. GATT lacked institutional structure. I told you that GATT was not an international organization. It was only a treaty. It was not having any institutional structure. It had no permanent office. Had no regular. You did regular meetings or conferences. Okay, where countries are discussing regularly about the issues which are revealing them internationally together. It was having rounds. Okay, and in fact, 8 rounds were there in the GATT. Okay, so it was having rounds which were running for years, for 6 years, for 7 years, for 8 years. And if you compare these rounds with the ministerial conference of the WTO, so every 2 years, ministerial conference is held. There is a general council which always sits in the office of the WTO, the headquarters of the WTO, which keep a tab on whatever is going on in international trade. So it was not having that kind of institutional structure. Okay, so GATT was having many problems, and therefore was not having any kind of institutional structure. Negotiations on agriculture and textiles were not included in GATT. In fact, if you look at GATT, it was having very limited mandate, very limited remit in terms of these subjects. So GATT was not discussing agriculture. GATT was not discussing services. GATT was not discussing IPRs, intellectual property rights. I'll tell you what are intellectual property rights we'll be discussing within this lecture in detail. Okay, so these are the important crucial issues were not discussed in that, were not taken by the GATT, and later on they were taken by WTO. Okay, so this was another flaw in the GATT, and that's why it had to be replaced with WTO. It was applicable only on the trading of the merchandise goods. Only goods or the merchandise goods were being discussed in the GATT. Okay, trading services and IPRs were not covered. Highly bureaucratized structure and activism. There was a huge sort of bureaucracy in GATT without any institution. And in fact, decisions were made in such a complex environment. In fact, if you look at how the GATT decisions were being made, it was made through positive consensus mechanism. So what is positive consensus mechanism? Means any decision will be made only when everyone will say yes. Otherwise, the assumption will be that the decision has not been made. So unless each of the contracting member or contracting party of the GATT have not said yes, that decision will not be taken as any substance or will not be taken as a decision itself. Okay, so that was the difficulty with the GATT. In fact, if you look at the last point, it shows visually that dispute settlement was slow in the GATT and findings could be blocked easily. Means why they would be blocked easily? Because it had to be taken through positive consensus. Positive consensus means if there are two countries which are trading, definitely there will be some dispute. And if you are saying that you are an international body or an international agreement to promote international trade, then you should have some kind of mechanism to settle those disputes or give solution to those disputes in a peaceful manner. Now, if you are giving a solution to those disputes, then definitely that solution should be faster. Okay, it should not be like that you are giving the solution after 20 years. That should be faster, that should be effective. You should also be able to enforce that kind of solution. Now, if your dispute settlement mechanism is very slow and it suffers from some fundamental problems like positive consensus. Now, why I'm saying this is a fundamental problem? This is a fundamental problem because if there are two parties to dispute, then definitely one party will lose. But what GATT's dispute settlement process was saying that if any report of the dispute settlement has to be approved, then it has to be approved through positive consensus mechanism. Everyone should say yes to that report. But a party which is losing in that finding, why that party will say yes? So if that party is saying no, means the party which is losing is saying no, then definitely this dispute settlement mechanism comes to naught. No movement in the dispute settlement mechanism. And dispute settlement mechanism is no dispute settlement mechanism other than the name. Okay, so that was the problem with the dispute settlement mechanism. GATT, it was slower, it was suffering from the fundamental problems like positive consensus mechanism, and therefore these were all the flaws of the GATT. Means it had institutional structure, it had limited subjects, it had limited geographies. For example, as compared to WTO, if you look at WTO right now has 64 members, whereas GATT at its peak was having 123 members only. Okay, so limited subjects, limited geography, flawed dispute settlement mechanism, had no institutional structure. There were rounds which were running for years with no movement coming in. So these all were the flaws in the GATT, and these were the issues with the GATT. That's why it was replaced with the WTO. So let's start discussing some of the basic facts now with respect to WTO. Means what are the basic facts with respect to WTO? Then we'll see how the WTO was also addressing these problems with the GATT. And in fact, when we discuss various provisions of the WTO, various agreements, dispute settlement mechanisms of the WTO, you'll be able to appreciate how the WTO is an evolved mechanism as compared to the GATT, is an evolved institution as compared to the mere treaty of GATT. You'll be able to appreciate them. But let's first start with the WTO. Let's first see what are some of the basic facts with respect to WTO so that we are able to see or able to understand the other proceedings with respect to other subtopics of the WTO. Let's see what are the facts of the WTO. So WTO is a multilateral body, of course, multilateral body, which was set in 1995, which in fact replaced or in fact co-opted GATT. Means co-opted will be a very better word as compared to replace, because if you look at GATT in the larger WTO structure became one of the agreements of the WTO. So it is very minute part of the WTO, one part of the WTO now. Okay, so it's been co-opted by the WTO. So it's a multilateral body for the promotion of international trade. It is not part of the United Nations system. So that's an important point to note. It's not part of the United Nations system, but it has working relationship with the bodies of the United Nations. Okay, informal working relationships are there with the body of the United Nations. But technically speaking, it's not a part of the United Nations system. It's an outcome of the Marrakesh Treaty. Why the outcome of Marrakesh Treaty? Which has its in Marrakesh, where it was finally signed. Okay, in fact, at that time, Arthur Dunkel was the Director General of GATT, and the final treaty which actually resulted in the outcome of WTO was called Dunkel Draft. Okay, so it is through the Marquis Treaty that it came, and that draft was called Dunkel draft. Basically, I've told you that it is GATT plus an enduring institutional framework. Enduring institutional framework is GATT is being co-opted in the WTO. Plus, there are many other agreements also, and those other agreements we'll be discussing when we will be discussing the organization structure of WTO. Okay, it started operating from 1st of January 1995. It was the date when it actually started operating. It is being headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland, and is headed by Director General. Rather, if you look at even GATT was being headed by Director General, and there is a continuity in the Director General of GATT to WTO. Okay, let's see the names of all those Director Generals who have been at the helm of the position in the WTO and also GATT. Let's see all those names. So if you look at the Director General position, I told you it was in the GATT also. So then if you look at 1993, Arthur Dunkel was there, and it was only Peter Sutherland placed Arthur Dunkel, and for a brief time period he was the Director General of GATT also, and then later on became the Director General of WTO also. Okay, so that's why I was saying that there is a continuity in the head on the topmost position of the Director General both in the WTO also and the GATT also. So Eric White, first Director General of the GATT, then Oliver Long, the second one, Arthur Dunkel, whose name Dunkel draft is famous. Dunkel draft, we have discussed what is the Dunkel draft. So he was also the Director General of GATT. In fact, he was a leading member or leading person who was negotiating the replacement of the GATT with the option of the GATT with the WTO. Then Peter Sutherland, who was the Director General of both GATT and WTO, a brief time period of GATT and then of WTO also. Then I go to Europe, WTO Director General. Let's look at the other names: Mike Moore, Supachai. Then again, the Director General of WTO, Pascal Lamy, WTO, Robert Azevedo, and current one, Gozi Okozo Iweala. She is the Director General of WTO. Special thing about her is that she means she is the first woman Director General of WTO, and she is the first one from Africa, from Nigeria, to come into this position of WTO Director General. Now, one of the important things you might have noted, and if you have not noted, then let me tell you, on all these names, if you look at the surprising thing is that, especially for Indians, that there is no Indian name here. Okay, so all the Director Generals till now, till 2022, there is no Indian name. So no Indian has been the Director General of WTO or GATT at any moment. Okay, so we have not been able to lead this position of Director General of WTO or GATT. So there is no Indian, and I told you this one that she, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, she is the first African. So from Africa we are having the Director General, but not from India, in fact, not even from China. Okay, so these are the Director Generals of the WTO. Let's look into some of the other facts with respect to WTO. So Ministerial Conferences is the highest decision-making body of the WTO. In fact, if you look at Ministerial Conference, what is Ministerial Conference? Ministerial Conference basically have ministers, mainly those who are dealing with the portfolio of trade in their respective countries. So all those ministers come every 2 years, mostly in the month of December. They assemble in various destinations. Means they will look into or see or decide at various destinations. Sometimes they will have the discussion in Geneva in that quarters only. Sometimes they will have discussion in other countries in US. Sometimes they will have discussion in China. Sometimes they will have discussion in other parts of the world, and they will have discussions related to all the matters of the international trade. Means everything that comes under WTO, everything that have importance for international trade or having any implications for international trade, they can discuss that thing and decide on that thing. Okay, so they are the highest decision-making body of the WTO. Now, as compared to the Ministerial Conference of WTO, I told you earlier also that what we were having in GATT was rounds, and two of the most famous rounds of the GATT was Tokyo round, and second was Uruguay round. Tokyo round was famous because most of the concessions on the international trade, or most of the reductions and restrictions in the international trade, whatever goods were coming within the ambit of GATT, were taking place in the Tokyo round. Uruguay round was famous because it ran from 1986 to 1994, and it was in this round only that all kind of discussion with respect to the replacement of the GATT with the WTO, option of the GATT with the WTO, and all kind of subjects that now we'll be discussing with respect to WTO, all kind of subjects, all kind of discussion, all kind of elements, all those were being discussed and decided upon in this Uruguay round. So that's why these two rounds are important with respect to all the 8 rounds that took place under the auspices of the GATT. Okay, so as compared to Ministerial Conferences, we were having rounds in GATT. Okay, now apart from Ministerial Conference, there's also General Council in the WTO and the WTO structure. Now, General Council basically have people which is composed of the representatives from the member countries, mainly ambassadors, which are representing their member countries or respective member countries in the WTO, and they basically see the daily work that is happening in the WTO with respect to the international trade, and they will be briefing the Ministerial Conference or the ministers in the Ministerial Conference, and the Ministerial Conference will be taking place. So daily work in the WTO is seen or overseen by the General Council, whereas Ministerial Conference is the highest decision-making body of the WTO, and this General Council regularly meets regularly, or rather, it is based in Geneva only. That is on the headquarters of the WTO. The positive thing about WTO is that most of the discussions or decisions in the WTO is taken by consensus. Okay, so there are very few exceptions where voting is being used in the WTO, and most of the discussion will be taken place generally. I'm writing this generally by consensus. Okay, here also we have written generally taken by consensus, so don't get confused. Don't assume anything. If there is any statement which says that all the decisions are taken by consensus, then definitely that statement will be wrong in the examination. But we are saying generally by consensus because there are some exceptions. Exceptions like whenever there has to be some interpretation of some of the treaty of the WTO or some of the provisions of the agreement of the WTO, then a special majority is required. Then the decision will be taken by majority and that too by special majority. Or whenever we have to include new member in the WTO, in the fold of WTO, apart from the 164 members we already have, then also a special majority is required. Or a voting will take place in the WTO. But generally, for most of the things, we follow the principle of consensus. Okay, so this is taken generally by consensus. India was a founding member of the GATT. India is a founding member of the WTO. Whereas if you look at China was a very late entrant. It was only in 2001. Whereas Russia in 2011. So these are the two founding countries which were very late entrants to the WTO. Whereas India has been there. The GATT India has been there in the WTO right from its inception. Whereas if you look at the members, there are 164 members in the WTO, permanent members, full-time members. Whereas 25 are observers. So they are the members which are in the process of being included in the WTO as full-time members. Okay, so they are observer for timing. Let's look into the world map. Get the idea of who all are the members of the WTO and who all are not. So from the world map, we'll be able to better take a glimpse of that idea. So if you look at the green color, it shows all WTO members. If you look at the blue color, it shows all WTO observer, which we have said 25 here, 164. Whereas these are the others which are neither the member nor observer, not willing to. Okay, so look at the green color, everywhere green color. Whole lot of Africa is also mostly colored green. So we have all these the members of the WTO. If you look at the blue colors, observer mainly in Central Asia. If you look at some of the Middle East members are there, North Africa, then in East Africa, some of the countries are there which are not the members of the WTO. Here also tiny Bhutan is also not a member of the WTO, is the observer of the WTO for time being. And if you look at the green color, this Greenland, if you look at this country in Latin America is also neither member nor observer. So most of the countries in the world are the members of the WTO, but not to the tune like we saw in IMF and World Bank. Okay, we saw in World Bank 189 members are there, in IMF 190 members are there. So definitely less than that, but 164 is still a very large number. So most of the countries in the world are the members of the WTO. So these are the members of the observer that we are seeing in the world map. Now let's look into some of the differences, means general differences between GATT and WTO. So let's take them one by one. So we have seen the facts related to both GATT. We have seen why GATT came. We have seen some of the problems that those problems they were with GATT, and we have also been introduced to some of the general facts of the WTO. Okay, so let's see them one by one. Let's see what's the difference between the GATT versus WTO. So WTO has a legal status and institutional framework. GATT was also having legal status, but this one was missing. That is institutional framework was missing. Okay, so it was not an institution. not an organization, it was just a treaty. Okay, so that's the first difference. Then WTO, if you look at, has elaborate dispute settlement system as compared to GATT. Okay, we saw there was a problem with the GATT. In the GATT, there was a problem of positive consensus. And we'll see that how WTO solved this problem, how detailed settlement system is there, dispute settlement system is there in WTO, but also see some of the problems with respect to dispute settlement system when we take that dispute settlement system of the WTO. Okay, so WTO's dispute settlement system definitely is an improvement over the GATT's dispute settlement system, but there are problems with the WTO dispute settlement system also. Okay, third difference is that there was a pick and choose provision in the GATT, whereas in WTO there was a single undertaking. Okay, so what is the pick and choose of GATT? Pick and choose of GATT means there was some kind of goods which were there within the GATT provision, like some tariffs and trade, and these goods also can be chosen by the contracting members, okay, or the parties to GATT. So definitely there was no compulsion that every member or every party to the GATT should accede to the full GATT or full provisions of the GATT or all the goods that are mentioned in the GATT. They can say that we are not allowing us to be a member of some of the goods. So for example, if there are 5 goods in the GATT, suppose there are 5 goods in the GATT, then they can say that they will be only coming in the GATT for 3 goods. Okay, so 2 goods we are not discussing within the framework of GATT. Okay, so that was the pick and choose of GATT. You can pick and choose whatever provisions you want to be in within the GATT. But in the WTO, there was single undertaking. So you remember we were discussing Dunkel draft. Now Dunkel draft was a single undertaking that either you accept it or you reject it. You don't have any mid position. Okay, you can't negotiate or you can't choose. You will, if at all you have to come within the WTO's ambit, then you have to come fully. That was a single undertaking. Okay, that is the meaning of single undertaking. So this single undertaking has the benefits, this single undertaking has the cost. Now benefit in the sense that most of the countries of the world now are in the framework of the WTO are discussing the multilateral trade provision problems in the multilateral trade, but also who has devised this single undertaking? Of course, powerful countries of the West or powerful countries of the world. Now definitely if they are devising this single undertaking, then definitely they will be keeping their interest very much paramount while they are devising this single undertaking. Okay, so definitely benefits are there that most of the members are now in the framework of the WTO or in some kind of multilateral trade arrangement, but cost in terms of who has decided this single undertaking, and while deciding this single undertaking or while devising this single undertaking, they have not adequately addressed the concerns of developing countries. Okay, so pick and choose provision was in the GATT, where single undertaking is there in WTO. Also, if you look at WTO's time bound, we saw the problems in the dispute settlement systems of GATT. We saw that how rounds were also being carried for years. Okay, this is not the way how WTO is working. WTO is a time bomb. Ministerial conferences are held regularly in 2 years. If at all there is some exception, definitely there must be some emergent reasons. For example, due to COVID, there was not any ministerial conference in 2019. Otherwise, most of the times ministerial conferences are being held regularly. Also, dispute settlement system also in WTO is time bound, and in fact, within 18 months, means at least on papers they say within 18 months, any dispute has to be settled. Okay, so this is a time bound dispute settlement, a time bound institution, which is WTO, as compared to the timeless, you can say, as compared to without any binding of time in GATT. Okay, also WTO is more widespread in subjects. We have discussed this point earlier also. It is dealing with more subjects and it is dealing with more countries within the multilateral trade. Also, WTO has proper secretariat. We know it is headquartered in Geneva, having a proper continuous monitoring on what is going on in the international trade area. So all these things are taken care of by WTO. WTO has members as compared to the contracting parties of the GATT. So all those countries which are part of the GATT were called contracting parties. Technically, they were called contracting parties. Whereas in WTO, they are called members and observers. Okay. So these are the differences of GATT with respect to WTO, or you can say improvement of WTO with respect to GATT. Okay. So we are done with the introduction or the introduction of the facts with respect to WTO. Now we have sufficient understanding with respect to what kind of institution we are going to discuss. So if at all we have to move forward, I think you have the appetite to understand or appreciate that kind of discussion. So we are done with background, we are done with that, and we have done with the WTO introduction in quite a detailed manner. Now let's look at the functions of WTO. Okay, so let's see the functions of WTO. So the functions of WTO, of course, we can easily digest these. WTO has some sorts of trade agreements. So first function is administering of those trade agreements. WTO provides us the negotiations or provides us a platform for negotiations on international trade. So it is acting a forum for trade negotiations. WTO helps us in settling trade disputes, and WTO also reviews national trade policy. So if at all any country is having such kind of trade policy which is very much inimical to the global trade, so WTO definitely has the mandate to reprimand that country. Okay, so it is administering trade agreement, it is acting as a forum for trade negotiation, providing platform, and in different ministerial conferences we are discussing or taking those trade negotiations. It is also settling trade disputes through an elaborate dispute settlement mechanism, and it is also reviewing the national trade policies of different. In fact, recently India's trade policy or national trade policy was also reviewed by the WTO, and they gave some of the observations with respect to national trade policy of India. Okay, so time and again they keep on reviewing the national trade policies of different countries. So it's not like that the national trade policy of all the 164 members will be reviewed at one go only. They have some cycle, and on that cycle they keep on reviewing the national trade policy of different countries. Means sometimes they will review the national trade policy of India, sometimes China, some countries from Africa. So in that way they keep on reviewing the national trade policy of country. Okay, so reviewing the national trade policy of the country is also another function of the WTO. So these are the functions of WTO. Now let's look into the principles of WTO. What are those principles which are being adhered by the WTO in the multilateral trade? So let's see those principles. Basically, there are 4 main principles of WTO. There can be many more also, but these are the 4 most important principles of WTO: non-discrimination, reciprocity, transparency, and safety values. Let's see what they actually mean. So the first principle of non-discrimination has 2 sub-principles: most favored nation and national treatment. Now, non-discrimination simply means you are not discriminating against any other country, or all the countries are being seen as equal. Okay, that is the basic meaning of non-discrimination. Now, what is the meaning of most favored nation, which is a sub-component of the principle non-discrimination? Okay, most favored nation, what does it mean? Or let's first understand what it does not mean. Okay, so most favored nation definitely do not mean that you are favoring the nation, favoring that particular nation, that nation. So let's be clear, this is not the meaning of most favored nation. Okay, so once we are clear with what most favored nation does not mean, so what actually it means? So definitely the next question will be this. Okay, it means that if you are providing any concession or if you are providing any leeway or any benefit in the international trade to any one country or any one member of the WTO, then under the rules of WTO, you also have to provide the same concession or equal benefit to other members also. Okay, so you can't discriminate between 2 members. You have to provide the same concession to other members also. So you can't discriminate or you can't treat them unequally. Okay, that is the meaning of the most favored nation. So you know, you have understood what most favored nation does not mean, and you also understood what most favored nation actually means. Okay, now it is not an absolute principle. That also should be clear. Means it is not like that if you are legally obliged to provide the same benefits to other members in all the situations. There are some exceptions, and these exceptions are called derogation to MFN, most favored nation principles. Okay, so these are called the derogation to most favored nation principle. Means you are allowed to derogate these principles. And what are the exceptions that are provided? What what are the conditions under which you can do away with most limitation principle? These are the conditions. Like if you are signing FTAs, free trade agreement with any other country, you are not obliged that if you are, suppose India recently signed free trade agreement with UAE and also India signed free trade agreement with Australia. So definitely they will be providing some concession to each other. Of course, that's the meaning of free trade agreement. But India, through this free trade agreement, is not obliged under the rules of the WTO and the principle of non-discrimination, most limitation principle of WTO to also provide the same concession to all the countries. There is an exception. Okay, so FTA, if you are signing FTA, if you are signing custom union or any sort of economic integration, okay, means like economic union, you are, or you have unilateral trade agreement with some other country, okay, or you have comprehensive economic partnership agreement or comprehensive economic cooperation agreement with other countries, then definitely you can derogate the most favored nation principle. So these are the exceptions under which you can do away with the most favored nation principle. If you really want to understand what all these means, definitely we have covered this in the international trade module. But there is one important part of this lecture also named free trade agreement, where I have discussed all these issues. Okay, free trade agreements, what are the different kinds of economic integration, and what are the recent free trade agreements that have been signed by India, especially with Australia and the UAE. All those kind of discussions very detailed manner I have discussed under the video of free trade agreement that you can always refer to. Okay, so most favored nations we have discussed. We have discussed the derogation to most favored nation or exceptions to most favored nation principle. Now let's look into national treatment. Now, what do you mean by national treatment? National treatment means that you cannot discriminate because we have this is a principle of non-discrimination. Okay, so definitely that idea will be there. You cannot discriminate between insider or domestic investor or outsider or foreign investor. So you cannot discriminate between domestic investor, domestic good, and foreign investor, foreign good. That's the basic idea of national treatment. Means whatever treatment you are giving to your nationals or to your citizens or to the investment that is being done by them or to the goods being produced by them, same kind of treatment you have to give to those who are not your nationals or who are not your citizens. Okay. Also, here also there is a derogation principle. Means you can, under some condition, have some kind of exceptions from national treatment also. So what are those exceptions? The most basic and the most important exception is national security. Means under national security exception, you can waive this national treatment also. Okay. So this was a non-discrimination principle. And within that we saw most favored nation, within that we saw national treatment, we saw what they mean, we saw what are the exceptions. Now let's look at the second one. Second one is reciprocity. Reciprocity simply means that under WTO you cannot free ride. Means it is not a matter like you are providing all the concession and the other countries are simply enjoying those concessions. Means everyone has to provide some concession, everyone has to lose something so as to have larger welfare gains out of the international trade or more international trade. So there is a reciprocity. Means if you are providing some concession, you also have to provide some concession. Then there is transparency. Transparency especially with respect to the trade policy. So whatever you are doing in trade policies, whatever provisions you are bringing in trade policy, whether restricting or promoting the trade, you have to keep WTO informed of that. Okay, so trade policies cannot be in secrecy. There should be proper transparency. So WTO can review your trade policy. We saw that WTO has one of the functions of reviewing the national trade policy. So WTO cannot review that policy unless you are providing enough transparency to your national trade policies. Okay, so transparency is one of the principles. Is also one of the principles of the WTO. Also safety values. Okay, so this safety value means there are some exceptions apart from these derogation, which we saw on the national security considerations, or under when you are moving and carrying out some of the economic integrations provisions, for example, at foreign trade agreement or CEPA. Apart from this, there are also some safety values in the WTO. Means if at all you think that by importing some of the good, public health can be endangered. We saw the example of mangoes there. That if there are some goods that are imported and it's being infected with virus, and this virus has the probability of being replicated or being proliferated in the countries or within the domestic countries also, then definitely you have the freedom to restrict that kind of trade. Okay, so that's the idea about safety values. So we have non-discrimination principle, we have reciprocity, we have transparency, and we have safety values. These are the fundamental four core values or four principles of the WTO. Okay, so we are done with the principles of WTO. Let's look into the next subtopic. Let's look into the organizational structure of WTO. What organizational structure WTO entails. So this is a very broad structure. We have drawn this is a very broad chart about the organizational structure of WTO. Let's simplify them one by one. Okay, now we saw that this ministerial conference of WTO. So ministerial conference is the highest decision making of the WTO. Trade ministers from different countries or of different members are coming together at a particular location and they are going for trade negotiations or all kind of negotiation within the umbrella of WTO. So ministerial conference is the highest decision making body of the WTO that we have seen. Then we have general council, which is permanently based in Geneva, that is the headquarters of the WTO, and it is responsible to the ministerial conference. The special thing and the particularly important thing about general council is that general council is also meeting as dispute settlement body. Okay, so there is a DSB, dispute settlement body within WTO, and general council ex officio is meeting as dispute settlement body, and also general council is also meeting as trade policy review body. Okay, TPRB, trade policy review body. Okay, so general council is the only council which is acting as dispute settlement body also, and is also meeting as trade policy review body also. So dispute settlement body will have the word related to dispute settlement that we will discuss when we discuss the dispute settlement in the WTO, whereas in trade policy review body, the main function is to review the national policy or national trade policies of different members. Okay, that we have discussed. So ministerial conference, general council is meeting both as dispute settlement body and the trade policy review body. General council is the only council which is setting dispute settlement and also appointing the appellate body also. That is dispute settlement, yes, dispute settlement, appellate body is also appointed by general council only, and this general council will only decide about the reports that have been given either by dispute settlement panel or from the appellate body. So all kind of decisions ultimately with respect to dispute settlement will be taken by the dispute settlement body, which actually is nothing but the general council. Okay, so we have here the conference, we have general council, we have here the various roles that have been played by the general council. Let's look into some of the committees and the various councils apart from general council, which actually report ultimately to the general council. So general council is reporting to ministerial conference. All these councils or committees are reporting to the general council. So let's start with the plurilateral committee on information technology agreement. That is ITA, information technology agreement. Plurilateral committee. So what do you mean by plurilateral committee? Now plurilateral committee means that only few members of the organization of the WTO, that is only few members are part of this committee. That's why the word plurilateral. That means it is not multilateral. Okay, so only few members have formed some committee and they are discussing some specific topic. Here they are discussing about information technology. Now what information technology actually means here? What happened is that in 1996 there was some agreement about information technology, mainly information technology goods, under which many members and also India agreed that we will reduce the tariffs on IT products, especially information technology goods, when they're crossing each other's boundary. Okay, so the trade in the information technology products was made seamless, and the duties were reduced to zero. Okay, so that is the subject this committee is mainly looking into. That is plurilateral committee on information technology agreement. So this topic again came in Nairobi conference also. Nairobi ministerial conference MC also in 2015 that we should sign one more agreement with respect to information technology, but it was not successful. Okay, and India in fact did not join this time. Okay, so in 1996 this committee was set up. Then India joined as a signatory, but later on India in 2015 did not join to increase those kind of products under which the concession will be given. So India said that we now are not joining this information technology agreement. Okay, in 2015 India did not join. In 1996 we joined. In fact, many people say that we joined the information technology agreement in 1996 and we provided concession on IT products, especially hardware products, information technology goods like mouse, like keyboard, like these pens. So all kind of IT products were provided freeways or leeways. Or they were being exported or imported without any duties. And India was not very strong in production of these goods. So what we had is that we were having the dumping of these products from all those kind of countries which were actually producing it. And in fact, we unintentionally, many people say, or they say, in fact, we unintentionally killed our domestic IT product industry through signing of this information technology Agreement in 1996. And that's why India said in Nairobi Ministerial Conference in 2015 that we are not going to join this agreement, which was called or being explained as ITA2, Information Technology Agreement 2. We said we are not going to join it again, and we are not going to increase the number of products under this concession. Okay, so that is what the Plurilateral Committee on Information Technology Agreement is. Now, this Information Technology Agreement or this Plurilateral Committee on Information Technology Agreement is reporting to the Goods Council. So there is a council which is mainly dealing with the trade in goods, that is called Goods Council. There is a council which is dealing with the intellectual property rights, that is called Intellectual Property Rights Council. There is a council which is mainly dealing with the subjects of services like banking, insurance, telecom. Okay, under the umbrella of WTO, that is called Services Council. Then there is also Plurilateral Committees on Civil Aircraft and Government Procurement. Okay, and then there is Trade Negotiation Committee, which all kind of negotiations that take place under WTO. All subject matters are being dealt by this committee. So if you look at what kind of negotiations that actually are currently taking place or that actually takes place under this Trade Negotiation Committee, so negotiations with respect to services, negotiations with respect to trips, that is trade related aspect of intellectual property rights, trips, is actually an agreement within the WTO so as to protect the IPR rights or intellectual property rights. We are going to discuss this separately. It's just a broad architecture. I'm explaining you that how the WTO is actually working, what are these agreements and how they are associated with each other in institutional framework. We'll be discussing them one by one. So TRIPS Council is their dispute settlement body, or the negotiation with respect to dispute settlement body, or trade and development, or environmental discussion, or market access discussion, discussion with respect to fisheries subsidies. All these are discussed in the trade negotiation committee, meaning that all kind of discussions with respect to every subject, whatever negotiations are taking place in trade negotiation committee, and separately they are also being dealt by the councils. Okay. Also, if you look at Services Council, trade and financial services, or with respect to GATS, general agreements on trading services. Okay. So services, just like intellectual property has TRIPS as an agreement in the WTO, similarly, services has general agreement on trading services or GATS in WTO. Okay. So this is being dealt by Services Council. Also, if you look at the Goods Council, market access issues, market access means you are providing or allowing the goods to be imported in your country by reducing the trade barriers and also both tariff and non-tariff barriers. If you are doing that, then you are providing market access to other countries or to other goods. Okay, that is called the meaning of market access. So the market access, the committees on agriculture, committee on sanitary and phytosanitary measures, we have seen what is the meaning of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, committees on technical barriers to trade, or what is the meaning of technical barriers to trade, or TBT, we can say in short, technical barriers to trade are also a kind of non-tariff barriers, indirect non-tariff barriers. What that actually means is that, say suppose some good is being exported from one country to another. Now we can take the same example we took in a introductory slide, that good is being exported from A to B. Now country D, which is importing that good, means which is the destination of the good from A to B, country B can always say that your good should meet some kind of technical parameters, then only we will allow it to be imported. Now you can take an example like, for example, electric vehicles, EVs. You must have heard that India is going very high and very fast with respect to electric vehicles. Okay, there are some companies which are now day and night producing electric vehicles only. So definitely there will be some time when we'll be also ready to export these vehicles. But we have also seen and we have also saw that these vehicles are prone to fires. Okay, so any country, so here suppose A was India and B is say US can say that your electric vehicles are not in conformity with the technical parameters, especially the batteries, and they are very prone to fire. So we will not allow them to be imported into other countries because that can be dangerous. Okay, so these are the technical barriers. But this is an example of technical barriers to trade. Similarly, subsidies or anti-dumping or custom violation, rules of origin, import licensing, all these committees are directly reporting to Goods Council. Okay, and related committee reporting to Goods Council, these other committees also reporting to Goods Council, and all these councils or committees are then reporting to General Council. Okay, so that is the institutional framework of the WTO. Also, you can see there are some other committees also. Example like on environment, on development, on regional trade agreements, on balance of payments, committees on competition policy, committees on government procurement, on investment. All these are also directly reporting to General Council. So this gives us a broad organizational structure with respect to WTO. We have seen Ministerial Conference at the top, General Council then reporting to Ministerial Conference. Then there are roles of General Council, like it is acting as a dispute settlement body, like it is acting as a trade policy review body. It is setting up dispute settlement panel. It is also setting up appellate body. It is working on the reports and giving the final conclusion or rather accept, because we look at appellate body and dispute settlement panel, they just give the recommendation. Final acceptance will be with the dispute settlement body or General Council. Okay, so it is also deciding on the reports of this appellate body or dispute settlement panel. Then there are various councils, Goods Council, Services Council, TRIPS Council deciding the respective matters, and then there are various committees, and all those are finally reporting to the General Council. So this is the general organizational structure with respect to the WTO. Now let's look into the topic one by one. Let's first start with the WTO agreement. So now let's look into the ministerial conferences. Let's look into various ministerial conferences that have taken place right from the WTO's inception till today. Okay, now first look into the facts related to ministerial conference. So I've already discussed them. I'll not be explaining them, but I'll just read for you. So ministerial conference is the top most recent meeting body of the WTO that we have discussed. It meets once in 2 years and mostly regularly. That also we have seen. It can take all decisions on all matters under any of the multilateral trade agreements. So it is the whole and soul when it comes to taking decisions in the WTO. Okay, so it can discuss any matter on any agreement or any of the provision of the agreement. If ministerial conference agree, if they take decision to consensus, then everything is fine and everything can be done. Okay, then first ministerial conference was held in Singapore in 1996. So from Singapore, the ministerial conferences started. So first was in 1996 in Singapore. Let's have a brief look at all the ministerial conferences and then we'll discuss some of the important ministerial conferences. So these are the various ministerial conferences that have taken place in the history of WTO. So you see, these are the various ministerial conferences that have been categorized by us. Let's see some of the important events that have taken place in them one by one. Let's first have a brief look on these ministerial conferences. So in 1996, we have discussed first ministerial conference, MCVs, ministerial conference 1 in Singapore. ITA, we have discussed Information Technology Agreement. It was signed in 1996. Okay, so that was signed, and there are also some Singapore issues that were discussed, and we'll see what are those Singapore issues when we discuss the Singapore ministerial conference separately. Then in 1998, next ministerial conference in Geneva, e-commerce agreement was signed. We'll also see this e-commerce agreement when we discuss the Geneva package, which has recently been agreed by the WTO. This has again come in news. Then the next ministerial conference was in ministerial conference 3 in Seattle, US. It utterly failed. Okay, ministerial conference 4 was in Doha, and Doha development agenda was launched. Now it is the only ministerial conference where a round was launched. Round we read and I discussed that round was something which was common to GATT. And in this WTO, we usually have ministerial conferences, but it was the only time and only once that a round was called Doha Development Round. And Doha Development Agenda under Doha Development Round was launched and was discussed for a number of years, but without any outcome. Okay, that we'll be discussing in detail. Then in 2003, Minister Conference 5 was there in Cancun and it was partially successful. In 2005, we had Hong Kong Minister Conference and had very modest outcome. Not much outcome was there out of that conference. In 2009, Geneva Minister Conference, Minister discussed various other ideas of development, but nothing much concrete that came out of these conferences. So, for example, in Cancun, in Hong Kong, in Geneva, not much progress was there in these Minister Conferences. So, we're not discussing these three, and also we're not discussing the Geneva. We're discussing Minister Conference 1, Singapore. We'll be discussing the Doha Development Round, and after that, we'll be discussing this Bali package 2013, Minister Conference 9. We'll be discussing Minister Conference 10, Nairobi package, which was in 2015, and we'll be discussing in detail this Minister Conference 12, that is Geneva deal or Geneva package. Apart from this, if you look at nothing much has happened in Minister Conference 8 and Minister Conference 11. In Buenos Aires, it failed. No consensus was there, and we know WTO work through consensus, generally work through consensus. And when it comes to trade negotiations, then there is an article consensus, but there are some exceptions where voting is required. I told you when voting is required by those conditions, when the voting is required. Okay, so Minister Conference 8 also in Geneva, nothing much was there. Just they approved some of the members' accession to the WTO, or some of the members like Montenegro, Russia, and Samoa. They came within the OWTO, they became the members of the WTO. Apart from this, just Doha Round was discussed. Okay, just superficially they discussed the Doha Round. We'll see what is Doha Round. But apart from this, nothing much happened in Minister Conference 8 and Minister Conference 11. Okay, and other than this, 2013, 2015, and 2022, we will be discussing detail. So this was the general idea about what the Minister Conferences where they held and what are the concrete outcomes they brought, if any. Okay, so all these conferences which actually brought some sort of concrete outcome, we'll be discussing in the coming slides. So let's start with the first Minister Conference. And the first Minister Conference was Singapore Minister Conference, and it had something called Singapore issues. Means all that kind of issues that were raised in the first Minister Conference were called Singapore issues. And what were those Singapore issues? These were the 4 Singapore issues. Now, if you can recall what I discussed there was something called single undertaking under the Dunkel draft. I said single undertaking. Undertaking means countries had no option to pick and choose. Either you have to opt for all or you can go away. Means you will not be given the choice. You will not be given any kind of choice of excluding some items from the WTO system, which was going to come by replacing that. So you will have to subject yourself to all the conditions that were there in that draft, in WTO draft, or that were discussed in the Uruguay round. Okay, what happened in the single undertaking was developing countries, they felt, means after signing, of course, they felt that they had given too much of their rights, they have given too much of their freedoms when it comes to international trade, and those sort of freedoms now will be enjoyed by the developed countries. Means according to developing countries, or the views of developing countries was that most of their rights with respect to international trade now have been taken away from them under the idea of WTO by the developed countries. Okay, so they were very fearful of giving any more concession to the WTO, any more concession to any of the issue that was brought under the WTO by the developed countries. But on the other side, let's look into the view of developed countries. Developed world was very jubilant because according to them, many of the developing countries were brought under the global trading or multilateral trade regime of WTO. So this, according to their view, they were able to bring all those kinds of developing countries who were actually reluctant under that. Okay, so under that jubilant mood only, they brought many issues, and many issues which were of course of their own interest. And these issues were called Singapore issues. Trade and investment, for example, they thought that they will be now be able to create much more concession or get much more concession from developing countries under this trade and investment, or they will be able to have more investment facilitation provisions. Second was the trade and competition. They thought that they will be able to get much more concession when it comes to the competition regime that is prevailing in the developing country. That is, if any of the companies that is based in the developed world, then they can go in the developing world and under the WTO provision can enjoy the freedom as if they are the companies of that particular country only. Okay, so they will be getting a proper competitive environment in that developing country. So they were feeling that they will be able to bring this issue also. Transparency in government procurement, because if you look at the developing world, what happens actually is the government is the major procurer, whether in terms of the agriculture goods or even many times for the industrial also, because they have to procure that and then they have to distribute to the poorer section of their population. And the development wants that their companies or their firms should also be given equal right to participate in that sort of government procurement. Okay, so they brought in government procurement issues, and apart from this, they brought in general trade facilitation issues. In fact, if you look at apart from all these issues, 2 more issues, especially related to labor rights, that is all the goods that is produced in the developing world should meet the criteria of the labor welfare, or whether labor rights are being protected by production of those goods. That was another issue that was brought, and also environmental criteria. That was also brought by the developed world under the Singapore issue only. But developing world was able to remove these issues right at the time when they were brought. And these 4 issues were only left to be called Singapore issues. So these were the 4 Singapore issues that was brought by the developed world, thinking that they will be able to get much more concessions on these issues also from the developing world. But they failed to get any concession, and these issues are still under discussion under the title of Singapore issues, and nothing much has moved. Okay, so these were the Singapore issues discussed under the first Minister Conference of the WTO, and these issues had various divisions when it comes to the viewpoint, whether you are seeing it as from the developing world's perspective or the developed world's perspective, and these issues are generally assumed that they fulfill the viewpoint of the developed world, and the developing world is very little interested in actually succumbing to these issues or giving any concession on these issues. Okay, so these were the Singapore issues. Let's now look into the next conference, and that is the Doha Development Agenda or Doha Development Round, which is the only Minister Conference in case of WTO which is called a round. So in 2001, in Qatar, Doha, this Minister Conference took place. So what I told you, that when the WTO was signed, the developing world felt that they have given much more concession. Again, they saw the idea of Singapore issues also brought by the developed world as something to extract more concession from the developing world. So what they did in the Doha Minister Conference is that they put forward their own issues, especially issues with respect to the developing world, means which are much more beneficial to the developing world than to the developed world. And they said that there should be reinterpretation of some of the provisions of the WTO so that they also favor the developing world and not just the developed world. And all those kind of discussion was done under Doha Development Agenda or Doha Development Round. And this round took place, means most of the discussion under this round took place for most of the Minister Conference, and ultimately it died in 2015 when in Nairobi Minister Conference, MCs, even the Minister Conference declined to reaffirm any faith in Doha Development Agenda and said that instead of Doha Development Agenda, we'll have to find some new approach to fulfill the objective of developing world. Okay, so that is the idea of Doha Development Agenda or Doha Development Round. Most of the issues, just like in Singapore, most of the issues were from a development perspective, but in Doha Development Round, most of the issues you'll see were from the perspective of the developing world. So let's see what is there in the Doha Development Agenda. So I said that this is first round of negotiations since the WTO adopted a multilateral trading system in 1995. In fact, it's the only round under WTO. WTO mostly have ministerial conferences. The first time, it kept the developing nations' interest at the center stage. So all the developing nations and their interest, or the subject matter of their interest, were kept at the center stage within this discussion. Doha Round, as I've told, remains stalled due to lack of consensus between developed and developing countries, and for all practical purposes, it has died after 2015 Nairobi Minister Conference. Okay, let's look into some of the topics which were discussed. What we discussed in the Doha Development Round means what are all those subjects which were brought by the developing world in the Doha development round. We will not go into details, but it's important that we should know what were those subjects which were brought under this round. So let's see them. So objective law functions only, you'll see agriculture was one of the topics which was brought in the development round. They said that under agreement on agriculture, we were not able to developing world was not able to get much of the concession, most of the concession went to the developer. Therefore, they want some kind of interpretation of agreement on agriculture. They want some kind of renegotiations on the agreement on agriculture as a topic. So they again said more market access means especially market access of the developer to the developing countries. Means if developing countries is exporting some good to the developer, so they should get proper market access of the developer. Because most of the times we have seen that under the guise of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, SPS measures, which we discussed, what is the meaning of SPS measure, developed countries of the developed, for example, US or Europe, they restrict the trade of agriculture goods from developing countries. Okay. So they said that we should reduce, developing world said we should reduce these kind of barriers and non-tariff barriers, and developed world should give some kind of a proper market access to the developing world's product. So more market access, similarly elimination of export subsidies, reduction of distorting domestic support prevailing in the developed world, deal with non-trade concerns like food security, rural development. So, for example, we said and we discussed green box subsidies, blue box subsidies, amber box subsidies. This one another box that was under the development round proposed by the developing world, and that was development box. Okay, and this food security and rural development was kept under development box by them while they were proposing. They said that okay, you are putting some kind of restriction on dealing with level of subsidies in the amber box, but there should be some kind of exception, especially related to the food security of the poor countries and especially related to the rural development of the poorer developing countries, where they should not be put under any conditions. And these kind of issues or these kind of subject or kind of domestic support that is provided under these issues or these subjects should be put under development box. Okay, so they also brought in this concept of development box under Doha development round. Okay, so apart from agriculture, what all the topics they brought in under Doha development round. So non-agriculture market access, non-agriculture NAMA. So what is non-agriculture means? All kind of goods which are not agriculture. So for example, industrial goods. So market access for industrial goods was also discussed. Services was discussed under Doha development round. We are not going into very much detail about what kind of discussion was there because that is not very important per se for the UPSC examination, but there is every possibility that any time UPSC can ask that what is the state of the Doha development round. In that question, you will have to give some kind of subjects, means what all subjects are being discussed in the Doha development. That's why you are mentioning those subjects. So services was also discussed in the Doha development round. Trade facilitation was discussed. For example, ease of custom procedure means when the goods are moving from one country to another and they cross the boundary. What kind of procedures are being followed at the custom stage at the boundary level that were discussed. Apart from this, there was also a discussion on the clarify and improve the rules related to anti-dumping, subsidies, countervailing measures, fishery subsidies, regional trade. All these issues means the only thing I want to tell you from this point is that what's the difference between anti-dumping and countervailing measures. So of course we are reading that anti-dumping, countervailing measures, fishery subsidies, regional trade issues were discussed. But let's first look at the difference between those two words, anti-dumping and countervailing measures. Now these anti-dumping and countervailing measures are also a kind of non-tariff barriers only. Means for anti-dumping, let's first understand what is dumping, and then we'll discuss what is countervailing measures. So dumping is like suppose there are two countries A and B. If country B is exporting good to country A at a price which is below the cost price or below the cost of production of that good, that is what dumping. Okay, so anti-dumping is for reducing this kind of practice of dumping by country B. So, for example, country A is being used by country B to dump its product, then country A has every right to impose additional taxes on that particular commodity, and that will be called anti-dumping duties. Okay. Now, countervailing measures is like if some kind of subsidies is being given by country B, and then these goods are being exported to country A, then country A have every right to have countervailing measures or countermeasures to reduce the effect of this subsidy, reduce the effect of this subsidy. Why? Why country A is taking these kind of measures? Because to protect their own industry. Means if country B is producing good X and country A is also producing good X, and country B is giving heavy subsidies to these goods and then exporting this good to A, then definitely country A will lose because its industry will become price uncompetitive. Okay, so that's why these kind of measures are being taken. And these kind of measures were discussed. Means subsidies, anti-dumping, countervailing measures, fishery subsidies, all these kind of measures were discussed in the Doha development round. Also, environmental measures were also discussed under the Doha development round from the perspective of developing world. Now, it does not mean that all kind of issues in the Doha development round were only from the perspective of developing world. Means if decisions are being taken by consensus in WTO, some kind of issues of development also be there. But mostly these were interpreted in a manner that they are from the developing world perspective. Then the issues of geographical indication and also the issue to improve the dispute settlement system. So all these issues were discussed and were part of the Doha development round. This development round took place for many years, as I told, but ultimately nothing concrete came out of this discussion, and finally it got started, and no one is discussing Doha development round now. Okay, so that was the discussion with respect to the Doha development round or Doha development agenda. Now let's look into the another important conference that took place, that is the Bali Ministerial Conference. Now, the Bali Ministerial Conference was the 9th Ministerial Conference in 2013, and two most important issues that were discussed in the Bali Ministerial Conference, and in fact decision was taken on those was trade facilitation agreement and peace clause and food subsidies. So what are both these issues? If you look at the first one, trade facilitation is nothing but easing of the procedure of trade, so that the all kind of bureaucracy that is involved, all kind of bureaucratic procedures that are involved in trade are eased out, are made less cumbersome. Okay, so that kind of process, that kind of thing is called trade facilitation. In fact, I discussed with you tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers. Okay, I discussed tariff barriers and NTBs, that is non-tariff barriers. I discussed what all they are. If you compare these tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers, generally it is believed that tariff barriers are lesser distortionary as compared to non-tariff barriers. Means if you have to choose between tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers, then definitely you should choose what tariff barriers, because tariff barriers are much more visible. You can count them. You can see that okay, this much amount of taxes being levied on this particular commodity. Whereas in case of non-tariff barriers, there are some kind of complex issues like, for example, sanitary measure. This is very subjective. Okay, so tariff barrier is better than non-tariff barrier. In general, no barrier should be there. In ideal situation, no barrier should be there. In international trade, but that is not, which is the real situation. Real situation we have barriers, and we have to choose. So when we are choosing, then we can choose tariff barriers over non-tariff barriers. Okay, so WTO's main purpose in the initial stage was to reduce non-tariff barrier and convert these non-tariff barriers into tariff barriers, and this process is called tarification. But in the later stage, when WTO has already reduced the non-tariff barrier to a significant extent and has brought the process of tarification, now WTO is moving towards trade facilitation. So firstly, we move from non-tariff barriers to tariff barriers, that is called tarification, and then from tarification we are moving to trade facilitation. Okay, so that is the whole process WTO is following. So in 2013 Ministerial Conference, the 9th Ministerial Conference, WTO adopted trade facilitation agreement to reduce the procedures involved in the customs when trade takes place. Okay, another thing is that WTO discussed in the Bali Ministerial Conference was related to food subsidies. So we discussed that in the amber box subsidies, only 10% of that particular product value or the 10% of agriculture GDP's value can be given as a domestic support or domestic subsidies by the developing countries. Now, developing countries were breaching it, and therefore many developing countries and other countries also, especially which are very much sympathetic to the developing countries' interests, also brought the issue of this breaching of the amber box subsidy, and they started discussing that issue in the WTO's Ministerial Conference, Bali Ministerial Conference. In fact, they started discussing also that there should be some kind of punishment, or there should be some kind of action that should be taken against those countries which are breaching that 10% threshold. But as we know, all the decisions in the WTO are taken by consensus. So India, of course, along with other countries which have the interest in that particular subsidy, in that particular support issues, did not agree. And India, in fact, was the most important country which was against this kind of action or this kind of discussion against the domestic support, and refused to sign or give assent to Bali package. And Bali package contained not only food subsidies, but contained also trade facilitation agreement. And trade facilitation agreement is very much of the interest of the developed world. So what India did out of this is that they stalled Bali conference or Bali package by refusing to give its consensus. And therefore, a kind of solution was found out, and that solution was peace clause. Under the peace clause, what everyone agreed is that, okay, you continue your domestic support until we find some kind of problem solution to food subsidies. Till that time, we are giving you a tool which is called peace clause. That is, no country will be able to challenge your subsidy even if it reaches the 10% threshold in the WTO dispute settlement system. Okay, so that was the peace clause that was given, and that is what the meaning of peace clause is. Means you continue with whatever you are doing, no one will be able to challenge your action in the WTO. Okay, so that is the peace clause. So food subsidies issues was therefore given a kind of temporary moratorium for some time, and a peace clause was given to countries like India which are reaching the 10% threshold of the ML box subsidy. And after that was given, then only India agreed for some kind of consensus, and trade facilitation agreement was signed. So trade facilitation agreement and peace clause for food subsidies are two most important outcomes of the Bali Ministerial Conference. Now let's look into the next Ministerial Conference. So next important Ministerial Conference that took place, and that is the Nairobi Ministerial Conference. Now this Ministerial Conference took place in 2015 in Kenya, its capital Nairobi. So it was the 10th Ministerial Conference which took place in 2015. The important elements of this Ministerial Conference or the outcomes of this Ministerial Conference, let's look at them. So one is the special safeguard mechanism for developing countries. Now a special safeguard mechanism is one of the important elements within the WTO. Now if any developing country is feeling that some kind of import surges are there, import surges, that is increase in imports of a particular good is there from one country to another country, and especially to developing country, then under WTO, developing countries, then under WTO, they are having the right to put some kind of restrictions on these kind of imports. That is, some kind of tariffs or non-tariff barriers on these kind of imports. So whenever there is a huge imports or huge inflow of imports from one country to a developing country, you can take the example of agriculture goods. If there are huge surges in the imports of agriculture goods from A to B, where B is a developing country, then fearing that this may lead to fall in agriculture prices, agriculture goods prices in developing country can put some kind of restriction on these imports, and that is a special safeguard mechanism. Now, what will be the limit of the tariffs or non-tariff barriers, and what can be the condition under which these kind of limits can be imposed? All that is decided under some kind of agreement, which is called special safeguard mechanism. We don't have to go much into detail other than understanding what is the concept behind it. Apart from this, the second point is developed countries to abolish the farm export subsidies with immediate effect. Okay, so this was another agreement that is developed countries agreed that they will be abolishing their export subsidies or farm export subsidies with immediate effect, and developing countries were given some time frame or some time limits to abolish their export subsidies. The other one is duty-free, quota-free market access to cotton products from LDCs. DFQF. Duty-free means no custom duties or no tariff barriers. Quota-free means no quotas or no mandated quantity. Mandated quantity that only this much amount of imports will be there. So neither any kind of tariff barrier will be there or not any kind of non-tariff barrier will be there if the good is cotton and is being exported from less developed countries. Okay, so that kind of agreement was also done. But if you look at this kind of agreement, either it is catering to developed countries or it is catering to developing countries or it is catering to less developed countries, LDCs, that is poor countries. So only country specific or group specific agreement was there. There was no multilateral agreement that was concluded in Nairobi Ministerial Conference. So only country specific or group specific. Now, one interesting thing I should tell you here, which countries will be developed countries, which countries will be developing countries, and which countries will be LDC. For developed and developing, the criteria is decided by the countries themselves. Okay, LDCs, which countries will be LDCs, is decided by the WTO. But for developed and developing countries, they themselves say, or they themselves declare that whether they are developed or developing countries. For example, China comes in developing countries despite the fact that China has a very high per capita GDP. Okay, and India also is coming in the developing countries, but US and other Western countries, rich countries, are coming in the developed countries. Okay, so Nairobi Ministerial Conference of the important provision, SSM, special safeguard mechanisms, abolishing of farms export subsidies by developed countries, and for developing countries, some time frame was given, and duty-free quota-free market access, especially to cotton products from the LDC. Okay, now let's look into the next Ministerial Conference, that is Geneva Package of 2022. Now, in between 2015 and 2022, many things have happened. If you look at 2017, means after 2015, next Ministerial Conference should logically be in the year of 2017, because every 2 years we are having the Ministerial Conference. In 2017, it was decided that it will be held in Buenos Aires, Argentina. But that conference failed, basically failed, nothing was agreed, and everyone came empty-handed. After 2017, the next Ministerial Conference, after 2 years, was scheduled in Kazakhstan. But there was some kind of political disturbances in Kazakhstan, and after 2019 also it could not be scheduled because then there was COVID. For 2-3 years COVID was there, and then later on, finally, we met as a Ministerial Conference, we met under the WTO in Geneva. Okay, and some kind of package was there. Now this is interesting because after 2013, it was the first time some kind of multilateral agreement was coming. Means there was some kind of consensus for particular things within the WTO, and they were coming with a multilateral agreement. Means everyone was agreeing on those things. Okay, so let's look into the Geneva package. Let's look into the elements of the Geneva package. Before looking into the elements of the Geneva package also, let's have very much clear in mind some of the things, because this conference is happening in 2022. 2-3 years we were impacted by COVID, so definitely most of the decisions will somewhere be inspired through the COVID also. Okay, that is after effects. Okay, so let's look into the important elements. So the first one only, IPR waiver on COVID vaccines. Okay, so definitely the most important element of the Geneva package, and it itself is inspired by the impacts of COVID. Now, COVID came, there was differential impacts of COVID, so developed countries were able to handle COVID very efficiently because they had the resources, means all kind of resources, money, medicines, hospitals, they were having everything. Whereas developing countries were lacking this, and poor countries were even lacking more of these kind of resources. Okay, so vaccines, if you look at most of the research and development on any kind of medicine happens in developed countries. So developed countries were also very much ahead in developing vaccines for the COVID. But what about the developing countries? What about the poor countries? Because they were not having vaccines, and these vaccines which were developed for COVID were patented. Means no one is going to give you for free. These will be very highly priced initially because just now they have done the research and they have brought the new vaccines, and we have it in the intellectual property discussion that if some intellectual property is there, if suppose vaccines there, it will be patented, and rightfully so, they have the right to protect this use from the other countries. Now, it was decided and it was agreed in this Ministerial Conference that developing countries and other poor countries will be given a waiver on patents on these vaccines. So they can use these vaccines, they can use the technology that is behind the development of these vaccines, and also they can manufacture these vaccines and export to other countries. So, for example, India has huge manufacturing capacities for COVID vaccines or any kind of vaccines and medicines. So what they can do if they are getting this kind of waiver, especially on patents and IPR waiver from the countries and from the companies which are based in the developed countries, so they can manufacture these medicines or they can manufacture these vaccines and then export to other countries, especially those countries which are in Africa. Okay, so that kind of flexibility was given, or that kind of waiver was given under Geneva package. Okay, so this is the first point with respect to the IPR waiver on COVID vaccines. But there was issue also which was being raised by some of the experts, especially related to this kind of waiver. They said, why you are only limiting this waiver to COVID vaccines? Why not medicines be included? Why not therapeutics be included? So that kind of issue was there with respect to IPR waiver on COVID vaccine. Another issue, or another outcome was of fisheries subsidies. Now, what is the issue of fisheries subsidies? Now we know that subsidies are being given by the government for various purposes, for industrial production. Subsidies are also given for exports. Similarly, subsidies are also given for fisheries sector. Now, various countries, especially those countries which are huge fishing industries. Now, countries like US, countries like Japan, Korea, countries like China, or countries which are in the Nordic region, like Iceland, Sweden, Finland. Now, all these countries have huge fishing fleets, have huge fishing industries, and they give subsidies to the fishing industries very heavily. Means more than $50,000 per person. That kind of subsidies is being given by the countries which are in the Nordic region. Now, this kind of fishing subsidies was leading to the overfishing of fisheries region. Means overfishing means any kind of fishing stock, any kind of region can be said to be overfished if the rate of its depletion, means whatever kind of fishing we are doing out of that region, rate of its is higher than the natural replenishment rate. Okay, so that is called overfishery stock. Now there was discussion, and in fact this discussion was since 2001, that there should be some of the curtailment on these kind of environmentally exploitative fisheries subsidies because that is leading to over-exploiting of the fisheries stock. But this agreement or this kind of discussion was going on without any conclusion for the last 20 years from 2001. In fact, if you look into the Doha Development Agenda slide within our discussion also, there is some of the trade side and fisheries subsidies also that was also being discussed, or it was supposed to be discussed, but it was not discussed to that extent that we could have some kind of outcome on that subject. But here in the Geneva package, it was decided that fisheries subsidies, especially those kind of exploitative fisheries subsidies or harmful fisheries subsidies, will be banned. Again, there was some kind of concession that was given to developing countries. They were said that you will be given 2-year transition period, and it was also said that within 4 years, some kind of permanent agreement has to be framed. So this fisheries subsidies agreement is there, but it is a sort of temporary agreement. It is being said that some kind of permanent agreement we have to have within 4 years. Otherwise, this sort of temporary arrangement will also become null and void. Okay, so that was the issue of fisheries subsidies within the Geneva package. It was also agreed. Another issue was moratorium on custom duties on e-transmission. If you refer back to that chart, when we were discussing the important outcomes of all the Ministerial Conference, there was one point with respect to the e-commerce. But we can also say that as e-transmission. Now, it was in 1998 that all the WTO member countries agreed that on the digital e-commerce or digital transmission of goods from one country to other countries will not be having any kind of restrictions or any kind of tariffs or non-tariff barrier. Now, it was decided way back in 1998. But the catch is, this agreement at that time was a temporary agreement. Okay, and after that time period, since 1998, every 2 years, Ministerial Conference is meeting, and every 2 years, they are giving a moratorium. Means for the next 2 years, they are increasing that time period for this agreement by 2 years. Okay, so they are taking this moratorium 2 years ahead in every Ministerial Conference, and this was the same thing that was done this time also, and moratorium was given on custom duties on e-transmission. Okay, so this time also, these kind of digital goods which will be traded from one country to another, it was decided that there will be no custom duties on e-transmission of those goods or transmission of this good. Now, if you look at the stand that was taken by India said, and many other developing countries also said, that in 1998 we agreed on this issue because way back at that time there was no such kind of transmission that was taking place. The only thing we can think of at that time was telephone calls going from one country to another. That was also the digital transmission that was taking place from one country to another, and therefore we agreed we will not be levying any kind of custom duties. Okay, but today there is a huge sort of digital trade or digital commerce that is being done from one country to another. Videos, music, games, all these kinds. These are some of the examples. All these kinds of goods are being transferred from one country to another through digital modes. So definitely there is every logic to impose some kind of custom duty, to impose some kind of tax on the movement of these goods. Because if we allow free flow of goods from country D, suppose country D, a developed countries, to a country A, developing country, suppose India, then definitely these goods will be freely flowing to our countries, and our country's industries, especially related to digital trade or digital goods, will never be able to stand on its feet. So to protect our country's industries, we need to have some kind of custom duties. We need to restrict the movement of free movement of the goods, especially the digital goods from one country, from your country to our country. So they were saying that there should be some kind of taxes, or there should be some kind of custom duties on the movement of this good. But WTO as a whole decided that we will have moratorium for 2 years on this. In fact, if you look at the point of developing countries with respect to the kind of losses they are having from this free flow of digital goods from one country to another, it's been seconded by UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. Now, this is a UN body only, and this body is a bit sympathetic to developing countries' concerns, especially when it relates to trade and when it relates to the relationship of trade to the development. So this body, UNCTAD, is very much sympathetic to developing countries' concerns, and they brought a report and said that developing countries are losing close to $50 billion every year due to this kind of moratorium on custom duties on e-transmission. Okay, so this issue is real. This issue was raised with much hue and cry by India and its associate partners, but we could not get any kind of concession, especially on this issue. So moratorium on custom duties on e-transmission is still continuing. So idea waiver COVID vaccine, fisheries subsidies decided, and moratorium on custom duties on e-transmission was another outcome of the Geneva package. Now, one more outcome of the Geneva package was public stock holding for food security purpose. Or this outcome is more related to India. Now, we have discussed a peace clause was in the Bali Ministerial Conference. What we want now is no more peace clause. We want a permanent solution to the agriculture food subsidies issue. Okay, but what WTO did is that WTO kept this issue of public stock holding for food security purpose out of the work program for time. Means this was not ever discussed. But what they discussed actually was the food security program. Okay, what they discussed here was that any country or no country will levy any kind of restrictions on the movement of food, wheat or rice, or any kind of food grains when it will be procured by World Food Program. Okay, World Food Program is by FAO. So when it will be acquired by the World Food Program for the countries which are especially impacted by wars or COVID pandemic. Okay, so here again, some kind of impacts or impression out of the effects of the COVID are there. So this was another agreement which is somewhere inspired by the COVID and its impacts. Okay, so countries agreed that they will not be putting any kind of restrictions on the movement of the procurement of food if that food is for food grains are being procured for these countries which are impacted by wars and countries which are impacted by COVID pandemic and are somewhere food insecure. Okay, so that kind of agreement was there. So I can fisheries subsidies, custom duties on transmission, again moratorium was there, and public stock holding for food security purposes. So these kind of agreements were there in Geneva package, and this was the Geneva outcome of 2022. Now, if you want more details regarding this package, very detailed video has been done by us in the current affairs program. So you can always refer to that video, and you can have more detail and more clarity on these issues. Okay, so now let's move to the next subtopics of WTO. Let's look into the dispute settlement mechanism. Okay, so what the dispute settlement mechanism is within the WTO and how detailed is. Let's discuss that. How elaborate this dispute settlement mechanism is within the WTO. Let's see that. Now, if you look at this is the whole step-by-step procedure of the dispute settlement mechanism within the WTO.
So, what are those important WTO agreement that we are going to discuss,
Especially those which are important with respect to UPSC examination. So first agreement, which is important for the UPSC examination, is the agreement on agriculture. We saw that agriculture is a topic in the organizational structure. We saw agriculture as a topic was within the Bush Council. Okay, now if you look at the issue with agriculture is that just like every other good we are saying that it should have or should follow the seamless trade, it should follow the principles of WTO, we should promote the trade in that particular good. Similar is the case with the agriculture also. So what we are saying within the agreement on agriculture is that our basic objective is to promote the trade in agriculture. Okay, and how we are going to promote the trade in agriculture? By dealing with the three important issues: by dealing with the export subsidies, by dealing with the market access issue, and by dealing with the domestic support issue. So what are these three issues? If you look at in the first slide, I first discussed that there are some restrictions on the international trade, or there are some practices which are being done by some countries which in a way hinder international trade and make international trade discriminatory. So for example, export subsidies. Subsidy we know that is some sort of grant or some kind of help that is being given by the government or the other party for the production. Means if you are discussing the production good, then we are saying the production can be given for other objective also. Okay, here we are discussing the production good. If the subsidy is given by the government, here we are mainly dealing with the national government. If the subsidy is given by the government for the promotion of exports means direct or indirect subsidies directly given for the promotion of exports by the government by aiding production of goods, then that is the export subsidies. And agreement on agriculture says that these export subsidies by the countries, both the developed and developing countries, should be reduced because it creates distortions in international trade. Suppose a country A is very rich. So, for example, US is very rich, and more than 20 trillion US dollar is the GDP of the US. So definitely it can support this agriculture sector very heavily. It can give subsidies to the farmers there. But if it gives subsidies to the farmers there, then definitely it will go, definitely the product ultimately will go in the international market, and it will make the product of other countries uncompetitive. So that kind of practices WTO says is not allowed, and we should go for reduction of the export subsidy. And it sets the target when it was formed, when agreement on agriculture was actually discussed in the WTO round, and when it was finally effectuated through 1995, it was said that both the developed countries and developing countries will reduce their agriculture subsidies by certain percentage over the time period. So that is the first issue with the agreement on agriculture. That is export subsidies that we have to reduce. Export subsidies both the developing countries having given the respective targets. You don't have to go into the target because both the target and also the time frame that was given now has passed. So it's not important for the UPSC examination. Second is the improving market access. We saw I explained that what is market access. If you are reducing the restrictions on the trade, if you are reducing the tariffs and non-tariff barriers and allowing the trade to happen seamlessly, then that is you are giving a market access to other countries or to other goods. So the agreement on agriculture says that we have to reduce the tariffs and non-tariff barriers and improve the market access for agriculture goods. Here also it talks that both the developed and the developing countries has to reduce the restrictions on the trade and to improve market access. Then third is domestic support. Now this is very important with respect to India. The domestic support is that any kind of support which the government gives, direct or indirect, for the production of agricultural goods in the country. Okay, so if you see, domestic support is actually the buying of agricultural goods by the government, mainly for domestic consumption, and all kinds of subsidy that is being provided by the government under this program of buying of the agricultural goods. So, for example, we do, or Indian government do buy the goods, agricultural goods like wheat, rice, under the previous program. So all that kind of support comes under domestic support. Okay, so that is the domestic support. So what actually agreement on agriculture says about domestic support? Let's see that. What agreement on agriculture or AOA says is that this kind of domestic support can be of three types, or categorize the domestic support into three categories. It says it can be green box. Categories means they are saying it is box. Green box, support of green box subsidies, blue box subsidies, and then some kind of support is amber box, amber or red box subsidies. Okay, so all kind of domestic support, all kind of subsidies that are provided by the government is categorized in these three categories. Green box subsidies are those kind of subsidies which do not have any distortions in the international trade of agricultural goods. So they do not pose any kind of harm in the competition or the competitiveness of the agricultural goods of other countries. They are mainly not harmful. And examples can be the subsidies which are provided by the government on research and development. So that kind of subsidies are being categorized by the WTO under the green box subsidies. Within the blue box subsidies, all those kind of subsidies which are not as open or as free to be provided as in the green box subsidies, but have some production limiting character. Production limiting character means if government is providing these subsidies, then definitely it will not lead to endless production of that particular good. There is some kind of limit to that production. Then there is amber box subsidies or red box subsidies. These are the subsidies which are open subsidies, which have competitiveness impact in the market or in the international trade of agricultural goods. These subsidies are said to be harmful by WTO, and these subsidies are said to be prohibited under WTO, that you can't provide these subsidies, and you can provide these subsidies only up to a certain level. So you can't provide these subsidies endlessly. So there is a certain level that is being decided about these subsidies, and this certain level depends, means whatever the level has been decided, the percentage has been decided, depends on the status you have within WTO. Status within WTO means whether you have categorized yourself in WTO as developed or developing countries. Why I'm saying you have categorized yourself in WTO as developed or developing countries? Because WTO, if you look, is a peculiar institution where the member itself decide whether they are developed countries or developing countries. Okay, so that's why I'm saying whether you have decided yourself as developed or developing countries. If you are developed countries, then only 5% of the total value of the production of agriculture goods, whatever is being produced in the agriculture and countries, or you can say 5% of the total agriculture GDP. If you are developed countries, then only 5% of the total agriculture GDP. And if you are developing countries, then 10% of the total agriculture GDP. That is the only limit, or that is the only subsidy that you can provide under the red box. Okay, so red box are trade distortion. Which distort the trade, subsidies which have harmful impact on the competitiveness of the agriculture goods of other countries, and therefore you can only provide them at a bare minimal level. And they are not like green box subsidies, blue box subsidies. Green box subsidies you can provide endlessly, blue box subsidies also you can provide, but they themselves by structure only have some kind of limit on themselves. But in the amber box subsidies, there is a particular level that has been decided, and that is very bare minimal level, 5% for developed countries and 10% for the developing countries. And because it's a bare minimal level of minimal subsidies that you can provide, it is also called de minimis subsidies. Okay, de minimis subsidies or de minimis level of subsidies. Now, 5% of the total agriculture GDP or 10% of the total agriculture GDP, I'm saying this is when we take as a total subsidies. But these subsidies are also being limited, 5% and 10% again, if they are being provided to a particular product. So, for example, Indian government is going for the procurement of wheat, then they cannot provide subsidies more than 10% of the total value of production of wheat. So, for example, there is 100 kg production of wheat in a particular year, and Indian government says that 50 kg we are going to procure from open market. And suppose the price today, suppose is 10 rupees per kg. So 500 is the total amount government has spent on procurement of the wheat. But if suppose, so 500 is the total amount. If suppose the WTO decides that actual price of the wheat was suppose 5 rupees. Okay, and Indian government has procured 50 kg, then 250 rupees according to WTO was spent by the Indian government. So the total subsidies that came up in this calculation was 250 rupees. So 500 minus 250, 250 rupees is being spent by the Indian government providing subsidies. Now, we saw and we take example that it was 100 kg that was being produced and 10 rupees was the price of the wheat. So it was coming 1000 rupees as a total value of agriculture production. Out of 1000 rupees of the total value of agriculture production, Indian government has subsidized 250 rupees. That comes around 25%. So that reaches this 10% limit that was set by the WTO for a product. Okay, so as a total value of agriculture production also, WTO sets some limit, which is 10% for developing countries like India, and for a particular product also, WTO sets some limit, and that is also 10% of that particular product. Okay, that particular value of the agriculture product. So this 10% is both for product specific and also for non-product specific. Okay, as a total value of agriculture production also. So this 5% and 10% which I said, not only they should conform to the total agriculture GDP, but also conform to the particular product. Okay, so that is the limits that have been set up, or de minimis level of subsidies that have been set up under the amber box. So we saw this green box subsidies, blue box subsidies, and this amber box subsidies, and all kinds of support that is being provided, whether with respect to particular products, for example, wheat, rice. Just now we are taking an example of wheat and rice, or any total means all kind of not only for wheat, rice, but suppose Indian government is also providing subsidies for sugarcane also. Then all that kind of total support is called aggregate measure of support. AMS, total AMS, aggregate measure of support. Okay, so we saw that both product specific and non-product specific subsidies are being limited under the amber box subsidies. So this green box, blue box, and amber box. Now this important problem with respect to domestic support within this agreement on agriculture that I want to highlight is that I took the example that suppose in India 100 kg of wheat is being produced, 50 kg is being procured, and I told you suppose 10 rupees per kg is the current price. Okay, and then I told you that suppose the WTO decides, or under WTO, 5 rupees per kg was the actual price, and then we calculated the subsidy that was being given by the Indian government on the procurement of wheat. Now, we know that this 10 rupees per kg is the market price, but from where this 5 rupees per kg price has come up, it's actually being the price that was prevailing in the 1986 to 88. So it was the price that was prevailing in 1986 to 88, and WTO has said that it will use this as a reference for calculation of the domestic subsidy or domestic support, especially the embedded subsidies or especially de minimis level subsidies that are being provided by different government, both developing and developing countries. Okay, but developing countries again and time and again says that this is discriminatory because in 1988, if you say that rupees 5, for example, in case of wheat, the example we have taken, if 5 rupees per kg was the price of wheat at that time, then definitely the price of wheat has increased much higher. So you should adjust this price with the inflation. And if you adjust this price with inflation, then the amount of subsidies that is being provided by the governments for the domestic support or within the amount of subsidy will also reduce. Okay, so that is the argument that is being given, especially by the developing countries. Now, developed world is not much interested in this kind of calculation. It's not much interested in the reference price that is being taken by the WTO, mainly because if you see, the priority of developing countries are twofold. Firstly, they have to support farmers, that they do through domestic support, and then they also have to take care of the food security of the poor in the country. Okay, and for that it is very much important that they do not reach the level of 10%, both for particular product and also as a total agriculture GDP or total aggregate measure of support, they are not reaching 10%. And that's why they keep highlighting this issue whenever the trade negotiations take place in each and every ministerial conference. Okay, so this was with respect to the agriculture and agriculture. We have dealt with three important crucial things. There's much more to discuss in agriculture, but from the BPC perspective, it's quite enough. It's enough that we limit ourselves to these three important issues also: export subsidies, improving market access, and domestic support. Okay, so once we are done with these three important crucial issues on agriculture and agriculture, let's now look into the other agreements within the WTO, and now let's look into the TRIPS within the WTO, that is trade-related aspects on intellectual property rights. Let's look into that agreement. So this TRIPS is also a part of the WTO. Means initially it was discussed within the Union, and then it was formalized within the WTO structure. If you look at the TRIPS or the trade-related aspect of intellectual property rights, main agenda of the TRIPS agreement is to protect the IP rights or intellectual property rights. So let's start with this only. What is IP or intellectual property? If you see, just by the meaning, intellectual property is the property of the intellect. Or in different way, you can say it is the creation of mind. If you have created something out of your intellect or by using your mind or out of your mind or out of your noise, then definitely you will have incentive to protect it. And government should also provide you the incentive to protect it so that you can properly gain out of that creation. Because that will provide the incentive to other people also to go for more and more creation, to go for more and more innovation. Example of drug. If suppose there is a particular disease which is very harmful, okay, and there is no cure on that disease. And if someday you are, because of your research, because of the effort you have put, because of the number of years you have put, is able to create a drug or medicine for that disease or curing of that disease, then definitely you will ask for some kind of protection to the knowledge that has gone into the creation in that disease or that drug or in the creation of that medicine, to the knowledge that has gone into the creation in that disease or that drug or in the creation of that medicine. So that is the main objective of protection of IP, intellectual property rights, you can say. Okay. So that is the main objective. Means it gives an incentive to people to regularly create, to regularly innovate newer things. So what are those kinds of intellectual property that is being given protection under the umbrella of the TRIPS agreement? So these are the various kinds of intellectual properties that are being protected. One is patent, then copyrights, geographical indication, trademarks, industrial designs, and trade secrets. Let's briefly discuss them one by one. So let's take patent first. Now patent is a kind of intellectual property where you, if you have created certain things, then you can go and patent that. That is, you will have exclusive use in that knowledge. And only if you are ready to part that knowledge that has gone into the creation of that thing, then only the other person can use it. Okay, so let's take an example, for example, drugs or medicine, they are patented. Okay, so drugs are patented, seeds, if newer seeds are coming into the market, they are also patented. But if you look at the patent, means how this patent is provided. Initially, in India, if you look at, India was going only for process patents. So you can say there are two kinds of patents. Patents, in generally, process patent and product patent. Initially, India was going only for process patent. Means you can patent or you can claim the right only of the process that has gone in the creation of that drug. If you take, for example, only the process that has gone into the creation of that drug, you can patent that. But you cannot patent the product per se. Okay, if suppose you have combined two salts, salt 1 and salt 2, in creating that particular medicine M, then you cannot patent M as a product. You can patent the process. Okay, this was the rule earlier or initially in case of India. Whereas product patent means you can patent the ultimate product M. So no one can create this product again unless you have given the consent. Okay, that is the meaning of product patent. So there are two kinds of patent: process patent, product patent. In India's case, initially you were only having the process patent, but when TRIPS came and when India accepted the WTO and also by default to TRIPS also, we agreed for both process patent and product patent. And in consonance with the provision of the TRIPS, we had to amend our patent act. So we had patent act 1970, we had to amend it, and in 2005 we amended and we allowed both the process patent and the product patent. Now if you look at the difference, means why we opted for the process patent initially, not for product patent. If you look at this, it's interesting in the sense that you can always bring some kind of changes, minor changes, and you can say that we have created a new process, and then patent that process also. Okay, and some people say that this process patent or adopting the regime of process patent was very crucial in making India pharmacy of the world, because we were not giving patent for the ultimate product initially, and by just going for the process patent, we were able to allow a domestic producer to produce those kind of medicines which were on the basis of product patent, was patented abroad, but was not having any kind of protection in India. In India, we were just reverse engineering them, creating a new process out of some minor changes, and then creating the same drugs at a much cheaper prices. Okay, so that is the interesting thing about the process patent. That is the reason why we opted for the process patent initially, but ultimately under TRIPS in 2005 we had to amend our patent act 1970, and we also allowed for product patent. And ultimately, our drugs manufacturing companies also scaled up. Now they are doing their own research and development, and ultimately, finally, also without any protection of just process patent, also we are still the pharmacy of the world. We are the pharmacy of the world. So this was the reason that is being given by some experts. But 2005 product patent also came, and then also we are the pharmacy of the world. That shows that this reason may be there, but it was not the only reason which was behind the development of India as a major drug maker in the world. So there are two: process patent and product patent. Initially we were having just process patent, and now we have both process and product patent. Okay, so this is the patent system under the TRIPS. Then there is copyrights. Copyrights means if you have to protect some of the artistic work you have created, or the literary works, for example books, novels, or some of the computer program you have written, then you can get it copyrighted. Okay, and this copyright is provided for 50 years. Okay, then we have some kind of geographic indication. Means if there is some good which is coming from a particular geography. Okay, and because of that origin, because of that particular geography, it has some kind of characteristics or some kind of novel properties out of that geography only, and you want to protect that. You want to protect that quality, or you want to protect that name, that because it is coming from that particular geography, and because of that particular geography has some quality, and you want to protect that quality or the name in the market, then you can go for geographical indication. Okay, so geographical indication was also brought within the TRIPS only. Okay, if you know geographical indication, then for geographical indication we have geographical indication of goods, GI of goods, Registration and Protection Act 1999, passed in 1999. Okay, under this we are providing, domestically in India, we are providing geographical indication protection. To give me some of the common example of the geographical indication, or those goods which have been providing this GI tag, there are more than 400 goods that have been provided GI tag. But if you look at some of the common example is Darjeeling tea, Karaknath chicken from Madhya Pradesh. So these are some of the common examples. Ultimately, you can read more than 400 goods that have been provided geographical indication, and some of the times UPSC also asks these goods also. Means random names will be asked that whether they have been provided geographical indication tag or not. So that kind of questions are also being asked. But from the cost benefit criteria, means I don't think that they are very important to go into and then read all those kind of goods. But there is geographical indication within the trips that is important, and to fulfill a commitment under the trips agreement, we have passed an act also, and we have many geographical indication goods in our country also. Okay, so that is important. So patents, copyright, and geographical indication. Then there is something called trademarks also. For example, there is some signs, some symbols you have created, and you want to protect them, then you can go and file a trademark for that. You will be provided that trademark for 7 years. Okay, there is a trademark. Then there is industrial design. So for example, if you have created certain goods, or you have created certain pattern, you have created some combination, and you want to protect it. For example, if you have created a, you can say IC, integrated chip, then the way you have lined up all the transistors, the way they are working, all that you can protect, and that protection you will get under industrial design. Okay, then trade secrets. If there is some important information regarding your product that you don't want others to know, and you want them to protect it, and they are protected under trade secrets, and these trade secrets also are one of the intellectual property that is being protected under the TRIPS agreement. So TRIPS, if you look at, gives various kind of intellectual properties that have been protected and gives protection to them both at the international level and also ask countries to pass the laws to protect them domestically also. For example, industrial design. When industrial design was made a part of the TRIPS, India had to pass Design Act 2000. So we passed Design Act 2000, and we ultimately gave protection to design also, industrial design also. Okay, so various kind of domestic measures have also been taken domestically to fulfill our commitments under TRIPS. If you look at not only the particular measures, for example, patents, we amended the Patent Act, then for example, copyright or geographical indication, we brought a new act in 1999, then for industrial design, we brought a Design Act 2000. Not only in particular, but in general also, government brought a new policy for promotion of intellectual property, for the protection of intellectual property. So very detailed policy was brought by the government under the heading of Creative India and Innovative India, and it touches all the legs, or you can say all the limbs of the IPR. Means all sorts of problems that are there in IPR, all sorts of issues that you can imagine about IPR, all those were addressed in this IPR policy. It was quite a comprehensive policy. If you look at this policy, IPR policy, which was brought in 2016, it talks about IP awareness. Means people should be aware about IPRs, intellectual property rights, generation of IPR, commercialization, they are able to properly commercialize their intellectual properties, administration, means administrative issues in filing of IPR, that were also addressed, or was given in the policy that they will address all those issues also. The legal and legislative framework, means if at all there is some legal issues that is being there in the IPR, that was also being addressed, and also human capital issues. So for example, the kind of human resources we require for a proper IPR culture in the country, that was also being addressed. So awareness, generation, commercialization, administration, legal legislative framework, and human capital, everything was being addressed. So we had a very detailed policy. This policy, in fact, if you look at, there is a Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. This is the only ministry which is the responsible one, having the responsible portfolio for dealing with the World Trade Organization. Okay, so Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Within that, we have Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, which is now been named a Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion and Internal Trade. So DPIIT, now been renamed. Earlier it was Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion. Now within this Department of Promotion of Industrial and Internal Trade, we have a cell, special cell for IPR awareness and management. So cell for IPR awareness and management. In short, it is called CIPAM, CIPA, cell for IPR awareness and management. And this is the one which is responsible for dealing with all the IP issues in India. Of course, it is under Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, which was the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion. Okay, so we have a very detailed policy in India, and I also told you what is the administrative framework of implementing this policy. So TRIPS we have done, we have seen that how or what are the different kinds of intellectual properties, how they were brought, what sort of meaning is there within them, what kind of protection they provide. We have also seen the number of years for which they provide protection. And so the IP policy in India, intellectual property rights policy in India, and some of the administrative framework with respect to the IP policy in case of India. Now let's look into the other agreements. Let's look into the agreement related to the services. So we saw in the organization structure, there was a services council also. And in the services council, the major agreement that is being done is general agreement on trade in services. So all kind of relaxation, concession, all kind of bringing down of barriers to trade when it comes to the services sector. Which we are saying, but when it comes to services sector, then they are being dealt by general agreements on trading services. And this GATS, general agreement on trading services, basically defines services or categorize services on 4 categories. So there are 4 modes of services: mode 1, mode 2, you can say M1, M2, mode 2, mode 3, and mode 4. So 4 modes of services are being given under GATS. So what are these 4 modes of services? Let's see. The first mode of services, cross-border supply. Means first category of services are those kind of services which you can provide without crossing your border. So for example, if this is India and this is China, so we can provide some kind of services to China without going to China, or if this is US, without going to US. Okay, so what can be those kind of services? Those kind of services like BPO. So BPO services we are providing to US and many other European countries. So you don't have to travel to US and then provide BPO services. You can, by use of any communication, by use of information communication technology, you can provide these kind of services by staying in India only. You don't have to cross the border. So that kind of services are cross-border supply services, or mode 1 of the GATS. Then the mode 2 of this GATS is consumption abroad. Means if you have to take that services, you will have to go to that particular country. You will have to cross your border. What are those kind of services? Those kind of services, or the services under mode 2 are tourism services. Means you can't enjoy Maldives without going to Maldives. You will have to go there. Okay. Similarly, hospital services. Okay, if you want to have some kind of treatment, means you can discount some kind of telemedicine now. Okay, but if you want to have some kind of treatment or heart treatment you want to have from US, then you have to go to US. You cannot consume that services without going to US. You will have to go there. Okay, unless there are some kind of minor issues, and you can deal those minor issues through the telemedicine only. Okay, so otherwise you will have to go to US to get that treatment. So that is consumption abroad. Third kind of service is commercial presence. Means if you have to provide that service, you will have to cross the border, establish your commercial presence there, and then start providing that service. The most classical example of this is universities education. So for example, if London School of Economics has to provide some kind of higher education in India, then it has to come here, it has to open its branches, and then start providing that service. So that is an example of commercial presence, or establishing commercial presence and then providing service. That is the mode 3 of GATS, general agreements on trading services. The last, mode 4, is the presence of natural person. Means you can provide that service by going there. Means if you have to provide that service, you can only provide that service by going there. For example, movement of engineers from India to US under H1B visa. When they go there, means that is the presence of natural person, movement of people, movement of engineers. Or also you can take, for example, movement of labor from India to Middle East, many countries of the Middle East. So that comes under the presence of natural person, that comes under mode 4. So these are the 4 modes of services that have been provided under GATS. And GATS says, or the major aim of the GATS is to provide concessions, that is, restrict the movement of people, restrict the tariffs and non-tariffs barrier on these services, so that these services can proliferate. So the trade in these services can take place in a much more seamless manner. That is the remit of the GATS general agreements on trading services, and for that they have categorized them into 4 categories. Okay, so that was the GATS. So we have dealt with the 3 most important agreements with respect to the WTO. We have dealt with agreement on agriculture, we have dealt with TRIPS, and we have dealt with GATS. Okay.
It might look somewhat difficult to understand at first glance, but let me first declutter it and then we'll go through this chart.
Okay, now any countries or group of countries can have dispute when it comes to trade-related issues, and within the WTO, we have provided a dispute settlement mechanism. So if suppose a country A and a country B, if they are in dispute, suppose country B has raised tariffs, import of goods from country A, and country A thinks, and rightfully so, they think that this is something which has been done by country B, which is not in the consonance of the WTO principles. Means they are somewhere violating or defying the WTO principles of free trade. So they are free, they can go to the WTO and they can raise a dispute. Now, when both of these countries or one of the countries go to the WTO and raise the dispute, now the first response to the WTO is they try to settle the dispute through some kind of consultation. So they can say that if you are mutually agreeing to settle your dispute by some given date, so definitely you can go through the process of consultation, settle your dispute, and go from here. Means why to have so much elaborate process if you are able to do that with some sort of consultation? So some sort of consultation will be there at the initial stage. Okay, if suppose the countries don't agree for consultation, or country A say, okay, I'm not agreeing for this consultation, I want to have a dispute settlement panel for my dispute. Okay, now we have read in the organization chart that we had some sort of general council. Now this general council was also officiating or was also acting as dispute settlement body. Okay, and this dispute settlement body is authorized to set up dispute settlement panel and also appellate body. Okay, that much we read there. Now this dispute settlement body or this general council will then set up a dispute settlement panel. Dispute settlement panel will look into this issue, will give its judgment, but that will be more of a recommendatory nature because dispute settlement panel and both dispute settlement panel and appellate body, both of them, whatever power they have, all of them is limited to recommendatory power. Means they can only give recommendation. Ultimately, decisions on any dispute will be taken by the dispute settlement body, which is actually the general council. Okay, so dispute settlement panel will decide on this case, will give its recommendation. That report will go back to the dispute settlement body. Dispute settlement body will give its final judgment. Okay, now this judgment can also be challenged. Suppose this judgment is in favor of A. Now B will feel that this is not something which is rightfully done to it, so it can go back to the dispute settlement body and can say that please have some kind of appellate mechanism for my appeal. You have to set up some kind of appellate body. Now dispute settlement body will set up appellate body. Now this appellate body, if you look at within the WTO, is mostly made of 7 members. But for any kind of report or any kind of decision within a dispute, only 3 members are required. Only 3 members are required. So the quorum for the appellate body is 3. That is 3 members are required to decide upon any case. Okay, so what we have done, dispute settlement panel has given its report, dispute settlement body has given its final judgment. B found that this judgment was not very much in favor of it. B went back to the dispute settlement body, asked them to set up an appellate body. Dispute settlement body has set up an appellate body. Then again, appellate body has given its recommendation. Again, that recommendation has gone back to the dispute settlement body. So dispute settlement body will now give its final judgment. Okay, so final decision is being given by dispute settlement body. Suppose again that decision also is in favor of country A. Now this country B has to oblige that decision because that is the finality. Now what can happen in this scenario? What we have done and what we are seeing is that A has finally won from appellate body also. Okay, one kind of logical course of action can be that B will oblige the decision. B will say, okay, I'll reduce or I'll remove this tariff. Another thing is that B will say that okay, I'll compensate something to you. B can say to A, I'll compensate something to you, but I will not reduce the tariffs. I will keep my tariffs as it is. Okay, because that is in my interest, but I'll somehow compensate you, and A will also agree. So one thing is that B is obliging the reason. Second thing is that B is saying that I'll compensate you, and A also agree, and they have settled the matter. So two course of action we have seen. Third course of action can be B is neither doing anything on these tariffs and nor is giving anything to A. Okay, so B is saying that I will not do anything, whatever kind of reports you are coming with, I will not be obliging any kind of decision that is being given by you. So what can be in that situation? What can WTO do in that situation? Okay, in that situation, what WTO can do is WTO can ask A to have some kind of retaliatory action. WTO will give a dispute settlement body will give the right to A that you can also have your own retaliatory action. Means WTO will not come forward and all the countries are retaliating against B or taking some kind of punishing action against B. They are giving the right to A only that you go and you have some kind of retaliatory action. If you want to increase tariffs on the import of goods from B, you can do that. If you want to have some kind of non-tariff barriers on the goods which are coming from B, you can do that. Okay, so that kind of mechanism, that kind of freedom WTO can give to A. So the WTO is saying that you can have either retaliation on the same goods or you can have retaliation or increasing tariffs on non-tariffs on the different goods. So you can have retaliation also and you can have cross retaliation also. But in all these steps, time limit is being defined. This decision will be taken within this time limit. Second decision will be taken within this time limit. So the whole process of dispute settlement mechanism of WTO is time bound. Ideally, it's time bound. On paper, it is time bound. And also, in all these steps of the procedure of the dispute settlement, there will be some kind of consultation, there will be some kind of mediation, and the opportunity to do consultation and mediation by both the parties will be there in all these steps. So if at all at any stage they feel that they can settle the matter themselves, they can move out of the dispute settlement process and can settle their matter. Okay, so that is the gist of whole chart. Now let's look into the step-by-step procedure, and you will feel that this process will become much easier now after this brief background with the dispute settlement mechanism. Now let's look into the step-by-step procedure. So the first thing is that ANB have got into some of this dispute, so they come to WTO's dispute settlement body and they will have some kind of consultation first. So some kind of consultation will be there, some kind of consultation will be set up by WTO TSB dispute settlement body, and that has to be done within 16 days. So time is there. Then if they don't agree or A don't agree with B, then some kind of panel will be established. So panel is established by dispute settlement body. Okay, this terms of reference will be given to the panel. Means terms of reference means what kind of issues they have to look into. That will be given to the panel, and that also will be given by dispute settlement body only. Panel will examine the case. Will have meetings with both these parties. Will also have meeting with third parties. Okay, then interim review stage, description part of the report sent to the parties for comment. Both these parties can be. That report will be sent by the panel to the parties. Panel report finally is given to the parties. Means not descriptive or review report, interim report, but the final report has been given by the panel. That is given to the parties. Panel report is also submitted to members, all the members of the WTO, because if you look at all the members are represented in general council. General council is the dispute settlement body. Okay, so definitely all will be aware of what is going in the panel. Then suppose the final report is being adopted by the dispute settlement body, both the panel report and also the appellate body report. So adoption by membership dispute settlement body of panel or appellate report, including any changes to panel report made by appellate report. So suppose the final report is being adopted. Okay, now comes the implementation part. So what we have taken an example that B has lost the case, so country B has to implement the report. Okay, the final report. Now if country B has failed to implement the recommendation, failed to implement the final findings that is being given by the dispute settlement body, then there can be retaliation. Retaliation can be within the same sector, and it can be cross retaliation also. Also in the implementation part also, if country B is not fulfilling the report properly and country A is not able to retaliate properly, then also they can dispute of implementation, and then also again a panel can be set up. Then also there can be possibility of arbitration. So even at the implementation part, there is a scope for arbitration. Even at the implementation part, there is a scope for setting up a new panel. Okay, so this was the appeal. We have seen that in all stages there are good offices which are available. There is a scope for arbitration. There is a scope for mediation. There is a scope for consultation. We have seen that every stage. We have mentioned that what is the amount of time in which the decision has to be taken every stage. Now, this is not much important, that's why I'm not discussing. What is the only important key takeaway from these kind of timings that I have mentioned here is that whole process of the dispute settlement mechanism of the WTO is ideally on paper is being made time bound. Okay, so that is only important thing or important key takeaway from all the timings I have put here. It is time bound, it is providing ample scope for consultation, mediation, for settlement, and if nothing is being done at these stages, means on the front of the consultation, then it has a proper mechanism where it is allowing for the retaliation process, retaliation, but only by the member that is being affected, not all the WTO member, or not by the WTO as a collective is retaliating against the member which has violated the WTO principles. Okay, so that is the gist of the WTO dispute settlement mechanism, and this mechanism is very elaborative as compared to the existing mechanism which was in the GATT. That's why we say the WTO is much more evolved institution as compared to the general agreements on tariffs and trade, which was simply a treaty and not even an institution. Also, one of the important things in dispute settlement body, if you look at any report that is coming to dispute settlement body, or from either from the panel or from the appellate body, now these reports are being driven by negative consensus. Negative consensus means everything is being agreed unless there is no consensus or nothing is being agreed. Okay, so everything by default is being agreed unless there is any consensus that we are not agreeing on these things. That is the negative consensus mechanism, and that is the main principle which is being adopted by dispute settlement body. Now you'll understand this negative consensus mechanism more when I compare it with the positive consensus mechanism. Positive consensus, which was followed by GATT in its own dispute settlement process. Now, positive consensus means if there are suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, these are only the members of the WTO. Okay, suppose these are the only members of the WTO. Then, if anything has to be agreed on, then every member has to say yes. And within that, there is also a member which is losing the case that also has to say yes to the reports of the findings of the WTO. Okay, but this member which is losing the case will never say yes to this report or this finding. So nothing much was moving in GATT dispute settlement, and that was the major roadblock and major flaw in the GATT dispute settlement process. So what was GATT doing? GATT was mainly driven by, or dispute settlement process in GATT was mainly driven by positive consensus, where for any finding or in the dispute settlement process, every member has to say yes, and that members also include the member which is in fact losing the case in that dispute settlement process. That is the positive consensus mechanism, whereas in dispute settlement body there is negative consensus mechanism, and that's why we say that GATT's dispute settlement process was more of a failure, and WTO's dispute settlement process is much more evolved and much more effective as compared to GATT's one. Okay, so we are done with the WTO dispute settlement process. Now let's look into the problems in the dispute settlement process. Now we have placed the dispute settlement process of the WTO, but definitely there are some problems also. Okay, so let's have a brief look on these problems. First problem in the WTO, and I think the main and major problem in the WTO, is the appointment of the member takes place through consensus, both in dispute settlement panel, and appellate body. We saw that appellate body has 7 members, and for any particular case, 3 members is the quorum. But the appointment of these members, now DSP is working through negative consensus mechanism, but in the appointment of the members in the dispute settlement panel and the appellate body, they are working through a simple positive consensus mechanism. Okay, in that they are working through positive consensus mechanism, though in the adoption of the report, in the adoption of the finding, they are working through negative consensus mechanism, and this consensus mechanism of the appointment of the member is causing problems because if any country wants to derail the process of the WTO, they can do that by not giving consensus for the appointment of the member in the appellate body, and that is what being done by the US during the Trump era, in the post 2017 era, from 2017 to 21. President Trump was the president of the US, and he was not very happy with the functioning of the WTO, and what he did as a result was that he vetoed the appointment of the member in the WTO appellate body, and there was no decision that was being taken by the WTO appellate body for those many years because there was no quorum. There were only 2 members that were left. Okay, and these members in fact are appointed for 4 years, and after that also for reappointment there has to be some kind of consensus, and he was not ready to give the consensus. The US was not ready to give some kind of consensus either for appointment or the reappointment of the member of the appellate body, and appellate body worked more as a GATT institution during that time. So that is one of the major problems, I think the major problem in the dispute settlement process. Apart from this, there are some kind of functional problems that are coming in the dispute settlement process, and that is the average time taken to resolve dispute has steadily increased. Let's look at the third point. Also, there is lesser participation for developing countries and the least developed countries, because most of the disputes, if you look at, have been raised by the developed countries members, and that too against the LDCs and the development, especially against India and China. Even if you look at the kind of disputes we have there and the kind of lawyers we need, now it is not very easy to arrange those kind of lawyers which can fight those cases in the dispute settlement panel or in appellate body. And they are taking huge fees, and that is not something which can be done easily by the least developed countries, and that's why we say there is lesser participation from developing countries and the least developed countries in these disputes or in this dispute settlement process. Also, the main point, the situation of the appellate body that we have already amply discussed. So this appellate body has not functioned for most of the times in the recent history, and that is also curtailing the whole efficacy of the dispute settlement process. Now let's look into some of the reforms which are required in the dispute settlement. Of course, they will all be inspired by the kind of criticisms we have given to the dispute settlement process. So appointment by majority voting, but we are saying that okay, dispute settlement body, when it comes to the adoption of the report and giving the final implementation of the report, then it adopts negative consensus mechanism. But in case of the appointment of the members, instead of having a positive consensus mechanism, what we can go for is majority voting. Okay, so we can appoint the members in the appellate body and the dispute settlement panel by majority voting, so that the quorum is maintained in this body and the dispute settlement process can be keep on going. Apart from this, there is a mandatory judicial economy required by the appellate body. A is appellate body. Appellate body should exercise judicial economy and limit itself to issues raised by the parties. So in an example, A has raised some issues with respect to B. So whenever the terms of reference is being designed by the dispute settlement body, and whenever the case is being examined by the dispute settlement panel or the appellate body, they should only limit themselves to that particular issue only and not extend them beyond the limit of the case. That is the point that is being raised here in the reforms required in the dispute settlement. Okay, apart from this, give assistance and voice to the developing countries and the LDCs. Some of the concerns which have been raised by the developing countries and the LDCs regarding the dispute settlement process and regarding the functioning of the dispute settlement process, that should also be given proper ears by the WTO and the WTO dispute settlement body. Also, there is immediate revival of the appellate body that is required because we have seen in the recent history there was no functioning appellate body, and the appellate body has to start functioning soon. So these are the reforms that are required in the dispute settlement. Now, once we have done with the dispute settlement, we have seen the criticisms against dispute settlement, the reforms required in the dispute settlement.
Now let's look and move into the next subtopic, and that is the topic of the association of WTO, World Trade Organization, with United Nations. So we have seen the WTO is not a special agency of the United Nations. We have seen that WTO is not a part of the United Nations systems. So what is the association then of WTO with the UN? So the WTO, we have written in the first point, is not a part of a special agency of the UN. It works in association with the UN. It has some kind of working relationship with UN. It has cooperative arrangements and practices with the United Nations. That is a way to say that it has working relationship with the UN, means some kind of informal association with the UN, and that association is called Arrangement for Effective Cooperation with other intergovernmental organizations, relations between the WTO and the United Nations. That is the title, and that is the name that has been given to this arrangement. And that is the one which is governing the association of the WTO with United Nations. Okay. Also, the WTO Director General means we have a Director General of position in the WTO participates in the Chief Executive Board, which is the organ of the coordination within the UN system. So within the UN system, they have Chief Executive Board, and it is at that board where the WTO Director General is participating. But otherwise, it is not a part of the UN system, and neither the specialized agency of the United Nations. So that is the association of the WTO with the United Nations. Okay. The next subtopic, and let's look into the relationship which India has enjoyed with the WTO. That is the topic, subtopic of the India and the WTO. So let's look at the relationship of India with the WTO. So India, as you know, is a founding member of WTO. India was also the founding member of GATT. As a developing country, if you look at, India has played a significant role in the proceedings of the WTO, especially in voicing its own concerns and also of entire developing world. In fact, India has been the forefront of voicing these concerns and very active also. In fact, if you look at the discussion we had with respect to the aid transmission, this is something which is being led by India's representatives in the WTO's Ministerial Conference. Discussion related to peace laws, discussion related to development box. All these have been the developing countries' concerns, and that has been steered and put forward by India very vociferously. Also, if you look at the agreements of the WTO, also have helped India in many ways. Now, it's not a one-way trade that only developed countries has benefited and only other countries have benefited. India has also benefited with the agreements of the extension with the WTO, especially in ensuring food and livelihood security of the people, introduction of tariffs and non-tariff barriers. So, for example, after going to the WTO, we have been able to reduce our tariffs and non-tariff barriers, and much more cheaper goods have come into India, have provided very much diverse range of goods to the consumers in India, so they could exercise their various choices in choosing the goods. Also, India's exports have also increased after it has been a member of WTO. If you look at export to GDP ratio, what it was before 1995 and what it is post 1995, that is post WTO, definitely India has been able to take advantage of that, use tariffs and non-tariff barriers across the world after being a member of WTO, and its export to GDP ratio has increased, thereby giving India smaller foreign currency earnings of foreign exchange earnings. Also, going with the regime of trade aspects of intellectual property rights, India has been able to promote investment and boost investment in the country, because after signing the WTO's agreement, all the agreements, which also include trade agreement, India was seen as one of the protectors of the intellectual property rights. So all the countries which have stake, and all the companies which are in those countries which have stake in protecting intellectual property rights are willingly coming to India and seeing India as an important destination of investment. And FDI has increased, therefore, after India has acceded to the TRIPS agreement of the WTO. So WTO has helped us in ensuring food and livelihood security, and not only us, but other developing countries. India has been in the forefront of ensuring that WTO has helped in reducing tariffs and non-tariff barriers across the world, and due to which India has also benefited because its export to GDP ratio has increased, and thereby we are able to get more and more foreign exchange earning by promoting our exports to these countries, both of trade in goods and in services. Also, exceeding the TRIPS of the WTO, India has been able to put India as important destination for investment, and thereby FDI has increased exports. In fact, if you look at UNCTAD brings one report which is called World Investment Report (WIR). Okay, so this report is being brought by the UNCTAD and shows that post WTO's extension, India is a country with one of the highest FDI. So India is attracting FDI very majorly, especially after we have become a member of WTO. Now let's look into the disputes we are having in the WTO. So let's look into the Indian disputes in the WTO. Now there are various disputes that have put across in this table and also put the subjects which it deals with. Okay, so there are many countries which have raised issues against India's tariff policy, against the trade policy, and have dragged India to the dispute settlement body, and thereby dispute settlement panel is being set up and cases are being held there. If you look at these cases, Chinese Taipei, European Union, Indonesia, Japan, US, all these countries have filed cases against India. In fact, according to the WTO annual report, only more than 35% cases have been filed against India. So India is the country having the highest numbers of cases pending against it. Okay, but two of the most important cases that we discussed with respect to WTO is the case that has been filed by Brazil against domestic support of sugarcane and sugar subsidies, and the solar panel case. Okay, these are the two most important cases that have been used in the recent past, in the recent history of around 5 years. Okay, so let's discuss these two cases. Now, the main thing with respect to both of these cases is that we have lost both of these cases in the WTO. So let's start with the first case. That is the case that has been filed by Brazil along with Australia and Guatemala against India. Now, the case was that they accused India of highly subsidizing and giving sugar subsidies that was itself reaching more than 10% of sugar production. Okay, and we saw in an example of the subsidies that 10% is the de minimis subsidies. Okay, more than 10% of the value of agriculture production you can't give for either for the product or for the non-product. So here they said that India's subsidies with respect to sugarcane is breaching that 10% limit. They dragged India to the WTO and they won the case against India. Okay, so that is the first case that I'm discussing. Second case is the solar panel case. Now we all know that India is promoting renewable energy, and in fact this promotion of renewable energy is not new. Not only the solar mission, but before that we had Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission also. Okay, only these targets have been increased over time. Now what has been done by India in this case is that India said that any private company, if at all, they want to sell solar panel or solar module or solar related goods to the government for the fulfilling of this solar mission, for fulfilling the objectives of the solar mission, then they have to meet certain kind of domestic procurement criteria. That is, they will also have to put some kind of value addition in those goods which has been so strong in the country itself. So for example, if there is some company in the US which wants to sell solar modules to India for its mission, solar mission, then some kind of value addition in that solar module should also come from India. That is, should be domestically sourced. Now that was the condition that was put by the government of India. Now this condition was seen as unfair by the US only, and they dragged India to the WTO. And in WTO, we lost the case. Now we are saying that we appeal against this case and we ask for the appellate body, but you know that appellate body is not functioning in the WTO as of now. So these are the two important cases that were in the news recently and that we have lost. Okay, other than this, there are some lesser important cases which have not been much in news, but if you want, you can read this. The only key takeaway from this slide is that India has been disputed in the WTO for many cases, and you can remember this particular figure, that is almost 35% cases has been filed against India only in WTO. Okay, so that is the relationship of India with the WTO. Now let's look into some of the criticisms and the issues in the WTO in general. Specifically, we have seen some of the criticisms with respect to the dispute settlement mechanism of the WTO, but let's look at the general criticisms of the WTO. So the first one is WTO is not performing very well in the recent past, and there are alternatives to multilateralism that are emerging. Okay, now WTO was seen as a multilateral body. That is, all the countries will come together, will have some sort of consensus on trade and related policies, and thereby we will be having
limited approach in the international trade, in the international arena. But we have seen that there are many problems in the WTO. We have discussed, and one of the major problems was the dispute settlement. Again, there's a conflict between developing countries, also between developing and the less developed countries. So these kind of conflicts are there, and it's first thing, they are not able to use the WTO as a proper platform to iron out their differences, and thereby alternatives are emerging. And alternatives are taking shape of unilateral agreements. So if you look at countries now are focusing more on arrangements like RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, also arrangements like Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is coming, where US, India, and other countries are there, especially the Quad countries. So all these kinds of alternative arrangements are there and which are becoming important as compared to the WTO. So this shows the WTO is not being able to play its role very effectively. Apart from this, there is problem with the dispute resolution, and those problems we have amply dealt with in the previous slides. Also, non-trade subjects are gaining prominence in the WTO. Now, many experts feel that subjects like environment, subjects like labor, subjects like competition, all those kinds of subjects which were somewhere called Singapore issues, and we discussed them in Singapore issues, are being put forward by the developed countries. And these are not very much related to trade. Now, developing countries feel that they are just a kind of method used by the developed countries so as to reduce the trade potential of the developing countries and to increase the trade potential of the developed countries because they are already meeting all the standards that they are putting within these subjects in the WTO. Okay, so that's the kind of criticism that is coming, that non-trade subjects are gaining prominence and trade subjects are being reduced or being relegated to lesser importance in the WTO. Also, fate of DDA. DDA is Doha Development Agenda. Doha Development Agenda was never settled. We discussed that in Nairobi conference, it was officially said that now we will be moving towards alternative approach. So, Doha Development Agenda, we have seen that for all practical purposes is being buried now. Now, there is issue of voting process also. Now, many think that positive consensus mechanism that we use for most of the decisions in WTO. I'm not including here the decisions that have been taken by dispute settlement body except in the because at that time we are taking we are using the negative consensus mechanism. Now, many experts say that the positive consensus mechanism that we use generally to agree for the material agreements of the WTO is something which we should do away with, and rather we should go for majority voting type of process. Also, many experts feel that developmental issues, especially the development gap, is not addressed properly. Now, they say that developed countries and developing countries have huge gap between them, and that gap should be properly respected whenever we are agreeing for any kind of agreement. Means you can't say that these same kind of conditions will be fulfilled by developed countries and the same kind of condition will be fulfilled by developing countries when they are in a huge distance, especially in the developmental paradigm. So there should be some kind of following of natural justice principle. That is, we should not treat both of these unequal in the sense of economic development, unequal groups to the same standard and to the same parameters whenever it comes to the implementation of agreement and whenever it comes to the deciding of the clauses of these agreements. So, for example, TRIPS, or take an example like environment, labor concerns, competition law, they say developed countries are already at a much higher level of development and therefore proper consideration should be given to this developmental gap. So these are the issues and criticisms with respect to the WTO. Now let's look into the way forward. These kind of solutions we are providing to some of these issues and the criticisms. Let's look into those points. So first point says rich countries should drastically reduce its trade distorting farm subsidies. There are many ways which countries are subsidizing their farm sectors, and most of the subsidies are coming into the green and blue box of domestic support. Okay, so the point is saying that rich countries should reduce its trade distorting farm subsidies so that developing countries can also have proper access to the. Okay, so the point sectors and most of the subsidies are coming into the green and blue box of domestic support. Okay, so the point is saying that rich countries should reduce its trade distorting farm subsidies so that developing countries can also have proper access to the farm sector or market in the farm goods. Okay, second point is saying is that permanent solution to the issue of public food stock holding in developing countries for the purpose of food securities. Now we have seen that this peace clause. We have also seen that the Indian government is not very much willing to have this kind of temporary solution, temporary peace clause. We want a permanent solution. So that is the only thing that this point is saying, that there should be permanent solution to the issue of public stock holding, especially when it comes to the food security purposes. Our food security cannot be conditioned on some kind of temporary peace clause. So that is what this point is trying to say. Also, this point is saying that there is some kind of existing developmental deficit that we have discussed, that developed countries and developing countries are at different stages of development, and that should also be addressed by the WTO. So we are saying that is being written here, the need to recognize the existing developmental deficit in the WTO agreement, asymmetries in the agreement that was signed at the time of the inception of the WTO, of the UAE round, and the TRIPS agreement also. We specifically say that TRIPS agreement also is laden with some kind of asymmetries that should also be addressed by the WTO. Also, a robust mechanism to accommodate competing economic interests or model should be there in the WTO. So that is the way forward that is being given with respect to the problems or the criticism of the WTO. Now let's look into the contribution of the WTO. Now we have seen there are problems with the WTO. We have also given some of the suggestions to those problems. But it does not mean that WTO has only brought problems for us. WTO has been an important institution of the multilateral trade. WTO, for all its flaws, is doing very good when it comes to the multilateral trade when we compare it to the GATT. Okay, so compared to the GATT, it is doing very good. But compared to the ambitions and compared to the expectations we had from this kind of institution, it's definitely falling some short. Okay, so WTO is doing good when compared to GATT. But compared to expectation, still has long way to go. Let's look at some of the other contributions of the WTO. So WTO is not working in silo. In fact, it is working in partnership with the IMF and World Bank, and thereby resulting into the coherent economic policy. So it has resulted in ensuring coherence in formulating international economic policy while collaborating with the IMF and World Bank. So WTO plus IMF plus World Bank, they are also having some kind of working relationship with them, and all of them have resulted and aided in trade, economy, and globalization. So somewhere or other, WTO, IMF, World Bank indirectly are resulting in the trade, are resulting in the proper more economic development, and also resulting in the globalization. And they are working in much coherence, and that is also one of the contributions which the WTO is giving to the world. Apart from this, WTO has provided a proper mechanism of settling of trade dispute between countries that we have discussed, and we have also discussed how much evolved this framework was as compared to the GATT. It has also resulted in ensuring global peace, development, and prosperity. We have seen, and have also discussed many times, that interwar periods were the periods of tariff wars, and tariff wars have also sometimes resulted into actual wars. But WTO, by providing a multilateral framework, by providing a proper dispute settlement mechanism, means there are flaws to the dispute settlement mechanism, but we can't discount that it is of a much more evolved nature as compared to what was existing earlier. So WTO has prevented these kind of situations. It has prevented tariff wars. It has also prevented actual war that could result from the tariff wars. Okay. Apart from this, WTO is providing us a consensus-oriented global trade policies. So WTO, we have discussed, most of the multilateral agreements are driven by consensus, and this consensus brings much more camaraderie amongst the countries. Okay, so that is also one of the major contributions to the WTO because it increases the trust levels amongst countries and amongst the members of WTO when it comes to the trade policy, when it comes to the economic policies of those countries. And the last point is WTO has resulted in the deep integration of the economies. Now, what do we mean by deep integration? If you really have to understand what we mean by deep integration, let's compare it with the shallow integration. Shallow integration. Now, shallow integration was brought by the GATT regime. Okay, why shallow? Because it was very much limited in this subject and also limited in the geography because very few members were there. But WTO, if you look at, is dealing with many subjects. It's dealing with intellectual property rights. It's dealing with trade in goods. It's dealing with trade in services. It's dealing also with environment. In fact, as far as subjects like fisheries subsidies. So very deep integration is being there in WTO. Many subjects have been discussed and being discussed in very much detail. That's why we are saying it's bringing very deep integration as compared to the shallow integration which was brought by the GATT. Okay, and this is benefiting the world economy as a whole and also developing and developing countries. Okay, there may be some concerns which all of these countries have against each other, but as compared to the previous regime, it is much more beneficial. Okay, so that is the contributions of WTO. So we have discussed in detail the contributions of WTO. We have seen that there are problems with WTO, but that does not discount the fact that WTO has contributed much to the world economy, to the world trade, and to the world integration through trade. Okay, so that was the end of our discussion with respect to the WTO. Now we'll see some of the questions, prelims questions that have appeared in the UPSC examination in the recent year, in the last few years. So let's start a discussion on the prelims question by first question. So first question reads: India enacted the Geographical Indication of Goods Registration and Protection Act 1999 in order to comply with the obligation to the option A is ILO, International Labour Organization, option B is International Monetary Fund, option C is United Nations Cooperation on Trade and Development, and option D is WTO. We have discussed it in our discussion on the IPR. We have discussed it within the discussion when we were doing the discussion related to trades, and the correct answer is the WTO, World Trade Organization. Geographical Indication of Goods Registration and Protection Act 1999 was brought by India to comply with its obligation with respect to the WTO and that to TRIPS agreement. Okay, now let's look at the next question. So the next question is, consider the following statements. First statement is, India has ratified the Trade Facilitation Agreement of WTO. Trade Facilitation Agreement is part of WTO Bali Ministerial Package of 2013. And third statement says, TFA, that is Trade Facilitation Agreement, came into force in January 2016. Okay, so the first statement is, India has ratified the Trade Facilitation Agreement of WTO. Is correct. India has ratified the Trade Facilitation Agreement of WTO. Trade Facilitation Agreement was a part of 2013 Bali Ministerial Package. That is also correct. But Trade Facilitation Agreement came into force in January 2016. That is the incorrect statement. And we have to select which of the above statements given above is correct. So 1 and 2 are correct, whereas 3 is incorrect. So the correct answer is A, that is 1 and 2 only. Now let's look at the third question. Third question reads, with reference to the National Intellectual Property Rights Policy, consider the following statement. Now this question has been in 2017 prelims examination. Two statements are given, and we have to select the correct one. So the first statement reads, it reiterates India's commitment to the Doha Development Agenda and the TRIPS Agreement, which is saying that bringing of National Intellectual Property Rights Policy that we brought in 2016 that we discussed also in our discussion on IPR. It is reiterating India's commitment to Doha Development Agenda and the TRIPS Agreement. Second statement, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion is a nodal agency for regulating IPR in India, intellectual property rights in India. Okay, we have discussed both of these statements when we were discussing IPR policy also. I discussed IPR policy also of 2016. I also discussed important components of IPR policy. And if you go back to that discussion, you will be able to understand this question very effectively. You will be able to answer this question very effectively. And therefore, as per that discussion also, and as per this question also, both of the statements are correct. India, of course, has reiterated its commitment to the TRIPS Agreement, to the Doha Development Agenda when it brought IPR policy 2016. And Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion was the nodal agency which was actually looking into the IPR related issue. Now I have told Department of Promotion, Industry and International Trade is the new name of that department. Okay, so at that time it was a correct one. Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion was only the name of Department of Promotion, Industry and International Trade. Okay, so both of these statements are correct, and correct answer will be C, that is both 1 and 2. Now let's look into the next question. The question reads, in the context of which of the following do you sometimes find the terms amber box, blue box, and green box in the news? It appeared in 2016. So it is saying that amber box, blue box, and green box is related to which of these following? So A is WTO affairs, B SAARC affairs, C United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC affairs, D India European Union negotiations on FTA. We have discussed all of these three are related to domestic support of agreement on agriculture AOA. We have discussed it properly, we have discussed the detail, so you should not get it wrong. And therefore the correct answer is A, that is WTO affairs. Amber box, blue box, and green box is related to World Trade Organization. So those were the questions that were related to WTO that have appeared in the prelims previous year examinations in the recent years. So that was the discussion with respect to WTO. Here we are concluding our whole discussion with respect to the international institution, international financial institution. We have discussed everything. We have discussed IMF, we have discussed World Bank, we have discussed ADB, we have discussed AIIB, we have discussed NDB, we have discussed CRA, and finally we have discussed WTO. So that was the discussion with respect to international institution. We'll meet again with yet another module. Till then, goodbye, take care, bye.
Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to our discussion on current affairs relating topics which are currently news and are important for your UPSC examination. The topic for today's discussion is WTO Geneva Package. Now this deal, the Geneva Package, was recently signed in the 12th Ministerial Conference of the WTO. And this topic is important not only because of what it entails, what Geneva Package entails and contains, but also because many experts say that this deal or this package has given a new lease of life to this organization, this whole organization. Because for almost a decade, this organization, WTO, was not able to sign any multilateral treaty. So for example, it was in 2013 in Bali Ministerial Conference, in Bali NC Ministerial Conference, that they were able to sign some sort of trade facilitation agreement. That was the last multilateral treaty or multilateral agreement they were able to sign under the auspices of WTO. But after that, either the package was not in form of multilateral treaty or multilateral agreement, or the Ministerial Conference failed, just like in Argentina in 2017. Okay, so this topic is particularly important not only for Geneva Package, but also for what it brings to the table, means a kind of resuscitation of the WTO as an organization. Okay, so we'll be able to discuss this topic, but first we'll discuss the index. That is how we are going to chart our path with respect to this lecture in the next 40 to 45 minutes. The first thing we are going to discuss is news. That is, we'll be giving some kind of foundation to our topic to discuss these particular subsequent sections. Then we'll be looking into the World Trade Organization. A very summary kind of revision of this organization means how we were able to come till here, till the Geneva Ministerial Conference. Then we'll look into the Geneva Package, means what it all contains, what are the different sorts of agreement are there in the Geneva Package. Then we'll look into some of the issues that have arisen out of the Geneva Package, both for the developing country and also from the lens of India, means what is the India's perspective with respect to these issues. And finally, we'll be ending our discussion with questions both from prelims and also from mains. So that will be a remit, that will be our mandate with respect to this particular lecture. So let's start our discussion by first looking into the news. So the news reads, recently, 12th Ministerial Conference, MCL, Ministerial Conference of the World Trade Organization, WTO, concluded with the Geneva Package. So this was the 12th Ministerial Conference, means 12th meeting of the ministers of WTO, and this concluded in Switzerland. Okay, Geneva is in Switzerland, and came out with the Geneva Package. Now, before going ahead, before discussing about WTO and also discussing about the Geneva Package, let's have a brief snapshot of the history, means how this multilateral trade regime actually came. So it was a time period of around 1944, when World War II was almost going to end. So there was discussion going around in international economic arena, especially in the US and the UK, because these were the two dominant powers, and also two of the victors, almost substantial victors of the Second World War. So discussion was going around that what should be our international economic system. So two institutions which came right at the outset at that time were Bretton Woods institution of World Bank, and the second one was IMF. But there was one other institution which was almost going to come but could not come. So what was that institution? That institution was ITO, International Trade Organization. It was discussed and discussed heavily at that time that we need some kind of multilateral trade organization, because in the last 50 years, at that time, less than 50 years, the world saw two world wars, and almost all the trade that was happening was shattered. There was too low trade at that time. So countries discussed, countries thought that let's have some kind of multilateral trading regime like ITO, and we will be able to
solve the issues of trade from that with the help of that ideal kind of institution. But US disagreed here. US was not very keen about such kind of institution. So what we had was some kind of patchy arrangement, some kind of stopgap kind of arrangement, and we end up having that. That is General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. So we end up having GATT, and it started operating from 1948. Now, GATT was having many rounds, just like we have ministerial conference in WTO. In GATT, we were having rounds of negotiations. The most important two rounds were Tokyo round of 1973, and another round was Uruguay round. Now, this round was particularly quite long in terms of number of years, so it ranged from 1986 to 1994. And in fact, it was this round in which the basic foundation for WTO was laid. So after that round only, WTO came into existence, World Trade Organization came into existence. Now, if you look at the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which was the precursor of WTO, World Trade Organization, it was a very limited kind of agreement, means mostly relating to goods, means subjects were very limited, then geography was also very limited, means not all the members or not all the countries or most of the countries were not the participant of this GATT. So basically limited in subjects, number of subjects, also limited in number of countries, that is geographically also. This was an organization, GATT was an organization which required that even if one country says no to a particular agreement, then there will be no agreement. So a very heavy kind of negotiation used to be in that GATT round. In WTO, if you look at compare WTO to GATT, in WTO, if all the countries say yes, then we will go for agreement. Okay, apart from that, in GATT, there was no particular elaborate set of dispute settlement mechanism. But in WTO, we have very elaborate set of dispute settlement mechanism. So that is the difference between GATT, and that is also the reason why GATT failed or could not succeed that much, and why WTO was required. So WTO started operating from 1st of January 1995 after replacing GATT. And in fact, it did not replace GATT in that particular sense, because if you look at GATT, General Agreement, Tariffs and Trade, and all its round and all its negotiation, whatever the conclusion came from 1948 till 1994, it was in a way subsumed under WTO as one form of agreement. So apart from other agreements, because WTO deals with a variety of subjects, not only goods, but also services, intellectual property, environment. You name a subject and that you find in WTO or in the bucket of WTO. So WTO subsumed GATT within itself. Okay, so that was a brief discussion about how from GATT we came till WTO. Now, WTO started operating from January 1995. So there was different ministerial conferences that were conducted in WTO. In the WTO, ministerial conference means the highest decision-making authority. In ministerial conference, all the ministers of all the members of WTO, we have somewhere around 164 members of WTO. So all the ministers which are holding trade portfolio in these particular countries, member countries, means whatever name they may have in their domestic government setup. Some may have trade ministers as a portfolio, some may have finance ministers, which is also looking as the subject of trade. So whatever name they may have, but if they are holding trade portfolio, they will come meet in certain location, whether in Geneva, Nairobi, Bali, means whatever location is decided, and then they will decide about some kind of agreement. So this is the highest decision-making authority in WTO, that is ministerial conference. Apart from that, there are also other bodies which are related to WTO that will discuss. Okay, so various ministerial conferences were held over time. Singapore in 1996, 2005 in Hong Kong, that is also one of the famous ministerial conferences. Then in 2013 we had Bali, in 2015 we had Nairobi. It also came out with one package that it was not something of a multilateral form. Then in 2017 we had ministerial conference in Buenos Aires in Argentina. It failed. Later on, for quite a long period of time, we could not have any ministerial conference, also because of the COVID. And then in 2022 we had ministerial conference in Geneva, this particular ministerial conference. So this is how we have come till here, till Geneva. Okay, I know this discussion is just a general summary and in no way justifies a full description about WTO, how it operates. It requires quite an elaborate discussion on different phases of WTO. But for our discussion on Geneva package, I think it suffices. It gives you enough fodder to put things in perspective. And we will also be looking into some of the facts of WTO before going into Geneva package, before going into the actual details of the deal. So let's look into some of the facts related to WTO first, and then we'll go into the Geneva package. So as I made it clear, it is a multilateral body. Most of the members, or most of the countries in the world is as part of WTO. It is a multilateral body dealing with trade related issues, of course, very much different from the name, World Trade Organization. Headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. It started operating from January 1995 and replaced GATT, General Agreement on Tariff and Trade. And in fact, if you look at GATT, there are two forms of GATT. It replaced GATT 1947 or 1948, but it did not replace GATT fully. In fact, GATT was later on changed and made GATT 1994, and this was subsumed within WTO only. Okay, so GATT 1947 was replaced, but GATT 1994 is a part of WTO. Means GATT 1947 and GATT 1994 was the difference between these two. GATT 1947 was an organization, a sort of agreement organization. But in 1994, means all meetings, all discussions, all decisions of GATT were consolidated, and it made GATT as GATT 1994, and it was later on subsumed in WTO as one of the agreements of WTO. Then, as I have already told you, ministerial conference is the highest decision-making body within WTO. Apart from that, there is also general council, which we will be discussing when we look into the structure of WTO in the next slide. Then decisions are generally taken by consensus in WTO. Now, this is particularly important. Decisions are taken by consensus and generally taken by consensus. So if someone says that all the decisions in WTO are taken by consensus, then that is wrong. Not all decisions are taken by consensus. Generally, decisions are taken by consensus, but there are some exceptions. Exceptions like, means if you have to admit a member in WTO, then you need a voting pattern. Then again, if you want to interpret some of the multilateral trading arrangement in WTO, some of the provision of the multilateral agreement of WTO, then also you need voting interpretation of any agreement. Also, if you have to waive some of the obligation of a particular member, so waiving of obligation of member with respect to some of the multilateral trading agreement, if you have to waive that, okay, you will not be obligated to this particular provision, then also you need voting. So there are some exceptions where voting is also required in WTO. Okay, so generally it's been taken by consensus, but it's generally not always. Another one is that it has 164 members as of now, and there are 23 observers. Observer means they are in different phases of being a part of WTO. Means whether either they have applied for WTO or at different stages of being fully accepted as a member of WTO. A very relatable example I'll give you: Bhutan is an observer. It's not a member of WTO. Okay, so you can relate. It's a neighbor. Bhutan is not a member of WTO. It's just an observer. Now there are various agreements in WTO. I told you initially also that 1994. Then TRIPS related to intellectual property rights, TRIPS related to investment measures. So different kinds of agreement are there, and in that way, it is very much different from GATT of 1947, the organization of 1947, because it not only deals with goods but also intellectual property, investment measures, environment, and a whole host of things. Let's have a brief look about the structure of WTO. So this is the structure of WTO, means how WTO is arranged. What are the different kinds of agreement? What are the different councils which are responsible directly and indirectly to ministerial conference? Okay, so ministerial conference is at the top. Is the top decision-making body of WTO. Means all the highest decision will be taken at this level, ministerial conference. Then general council is reporting to ministerial conference. General council is responsible for the day-to-day work of WTO. Means all day-to-day work will be done by general council. All kind of back-end work, office work will be done by general council, and there will be a representative from each country who will be there in the general council and will be dealing with and coordinating all the office work of WTO. Then there is dispute settlement body and trade policy review body. So I told you that WTO, how it differs from that, WTO has an elaborate mechanism of settling disputes. So for example, if some dispute arises between two countries or amongst many countries, so they can go to dispute settlement body (DSP). Then if DSP thinks that it is required and if members do not agree, then they can set dispute settlement panel (DSP). And if dispute settlement panel comes with some ruling and if some other members want to contest that ruling, then they can have appellate authority. So it has an elaborate mechanism of dispute settlement, and general council only acts as a dispute settlement, oversees and supervises dispute settlement mechanism also. Apart from this, general council also acts as a trade policy review body. Means here in trade policy review body (TPRB), what they do is that they review the trade policy of different countries, different members of WTO, that whether they are doing what they committed in WTO or not, whether they are fully agreeing to the commitments of WTO or not, whether the implementation is following implementation of trade policy is in consonance to WTO Foundation principle. And what are these WTO Foundation principles? Of course, most favored nation means if you are giving some kind of benefit to a particular country, then you have to give the same kind of benefit to other countries also. Exceptions being here. I discussed this sufficiently enough in free trade agreement section, in free trade agreement lecture. Most favored nation and reciprocity. Reciprocity. I discussed these provisions there. Okay, so these are the foundations whether some countries not violating these principles. This broadly these principles, and of course they can go into specifics also. Okay, apart from this, there are different committees and different councils in WTO which are in a way responsible to general council, for example, trade and development, looking into the development issues between developing countries, trade and environmental issues. Goods council is a very elaborate set of council. Most of the agreements, most of the issues pertaining to this council, for example, of market access, whether countries are getting non-discriminatory market access to other countries when they are trading. Also, agriculture is an issue which is seen heavily. Customs, rules of origin. I discussed rules of origin again in free trade agreement in a very detailed manner. Even agriculture is a particular agreement on agriculture and is also seen by goods council. So this council, in fact, frames trade investment measures is also seen by goods council. So this council is a very elaborate set of council. It deals with most of the issues of the WTO and it is in a way responsible to general council is responsible to ministerial conference. Then intellectual property council mainly deals with intellectual property issues. Means what is intellectual property? Intellectual property is nothing but a creation of mind. Now, if you created something, invested resources, time and money in creating that, then definitely you want to protect it within your country. You can protect it from publicity laws. But what if that needs protection internationally? Then you need some kind of agreement which is followed internationally, and that kind of agreement is provided by WTO under intellectual property council, and that is trade legal aspect of intellectual property rights. Okay, so this is an agreement which preserve and protect your intellectual property internationally. There are many nuances, there is many detail within this agreement. We are just taking a broader view so that you can correlate with the other topics I will be discussing. Now, what are different intellectual properties? There are many: patents, copyrights, industrial designs, industrial layouts, integrated circuit design, exclusive marketing rights. So many geographical indications. So many intellectual properties are there which are defined, which are covered in the TRIPS agreement and which is dealt by intellectual property council. Then there is service council, which is basically overseeing GATT's general agreement on trade in services. So just like goods, we have goods council, services, we have service council. Now this general agreement trade and service mainly sees the four modes of services. So we have seen the broad architecture of WTO. We have coming to trade and development, trade and environment, goods council, IT council, intellectual property council, and also service council. Now once we are very clear about this background, once we are very clear about how WTO came, what was the history behind WTO also, and also what's the kind of broad summary structure of WTO, I think we are now sufficiently capable enough to go into the details of Geneva package. Now let's go into the details of Geneva package. What is there in the Geneva package? So first line itself, which I told you in the introduction, that this package gave a new lease of life to this organization which was almost at the cusp of, will not say failing, but definitely becoming somewhat irrelevant. Okay, so the first line is, it's the first deal since Bali 2013 trade facilitation agreement, first multilateral deal since 2013 trade facilitation agreement. So that's a huge achievement. Means in such a polarizing time, not only nationally but also internationally. So for example, Trump administration was almost against WTO and this organization and were not appointing members in dispute settlement body, especially appellate authority, appellate body or dispute settlement body, because in dispute settlement body and the appellate body you need some kind of forum, minimum number of judges to actually work, and they were not allowing the judges to be appointed there. And that's why not only dispute settlement body and its appellate authority, but also the whole WTO was becoming irrelevant, almost at the gates of becoming irrelevant. Okay, so this Geneva package, that's why I say it's very important, apart from what it contains. So the first point is IPR waiver on COVID vaccines. Now, we saw that this Geneva package came in 2022, 2020, 2021, and even 2022 were years of COVID. Okay, so developed countries and developing countries both face the brunt of COVID, coronavirus. Now, because developed countries are sufficiently higher in terms of research and development, sufficiently advanced, so they were able to create vaccines, and most of the vaccines were created in developed countries and were patented there. But the issue was created out of that because these vaccines, though created and patented there, were contracted in developing countries, just like India. We had Serum Institute of India, which was actually what is Covishield. Covishield is actually a vaccine of AstraZeneca. Serum Institute of India is just manufacturing it. The patent is held by AstraZeneca. Okay, now what was happening is that this issue was creating a kind of vaccine inequity. So, for example, in India, we were able to fulfill a supply of vaccine, we were able to give 2 doses to almost all the people, a substantial amount of people. But in countries like Africa or in the countries which are very low income countries, they were not able to sufficiently deal with this kind of issue. So, India and South Africa, as a leader of developing countries, went to the WTO and raised the issue of patent waiver or IP waiver, intellectual property rights waiver on these COVID vaccines, COVID medicines, and therapeutics, means therapy related to COVID and diagnostic kits. So, they went there and they asked and spearheaded the battle against IPR, against intellectual property rights for these COVID related stuff. Now, this was agreed in this deal. Means in WTO, Geneva package was agreed, and after strenuous effort by both India and South Africa, and also we got support from other developing countries, we were able to get some sort of deal, and IPR was waived off on COVID vaccines. So, on COVID vaccines, they have not touched other issues, but on COVID vaccines, they have waived IPR. That means now developing countries like India can manufacture the COVID vaccine not only for their own domestic production, but by waiving the patent, means the federal patent, for example, for countries AstraZeneca is having a patent, so they can waive the patent and then produce it for other countries also for export also, just like what South Africa or other African countries. Because if you look at the developing countries, especially in African countries, a substantial portion of people have not even got a single dose of the vaccine. So that is the issue that was raised by India, South Africa, and this is what we have won as country and also as a developing countries leader also. Okay, the other agreement is agreement on fisheries subsidies. Now, what is this agreement on fisheries subsidies? Now, we know that there are different kinds of countries, developing, and mostly developed countries, especially the Nordic countries, are very advanced in fishing. Apart from the Nordic countries, Sweden, Denmark, there is also Netherlands, then US, then Japan, then Korea, China also. They are very advanced in terms of the fish catch they do, in terms of the fisheries subsidies they give to their fishermen. And since 2001, first by United Nations General Assembly, then by Doha Ministerial Conference only in 2001, WTO Ministerial Conference was there in Doha, in Qatar. Doha Ministerial Conference, United Nations General Assembly, and also by Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. Now, all this, what they said is that there is a need for reducing these kind of subsidies, kind of excess subsidy from both developed and developing countries. But since 2001, we are dealing with this issue, and it is now in 2022, we were able to get some kind of agreement in form of one of the component of Geneva package. And what is this agreement? What it says that for 2 years, developing countries, means developing countries in WTO. In WTO, developing countries is a very interesting case. So you can yourself decide whether you are developed or developing. So no one else will decide your criteria of developing means you can self-certify yourself whether you are developed and developing. So China is still a developing country in WTO. Okay. So for 2 years, developing countries can carry their subsidies, means whatever fisheries subsidies they are giving, but subsidies on illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, that IUUF, this is a criteria, this is a phrase that is being given by FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, headquartered in Rome. So illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing plus fishing in overfished stocks or overfished regions will have to be stopped. Okay, so for developing countries, they have given a sort of carve out that for 2 years you can carry your subsidies, and for developed countries, especially with respect to those countries that are engaged in too much excessive subsidies and we can also say harmful fishing subsidies, they are saying that you have to stop illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing plus fishing in overfished regions. Okay, what is overfished region and overfished fishing? Overfished fishing means when you are fishing or when you are catching the fish at a rate which is more than the reproduction rate. Means the fishes or the amount of fish in that particular region will not be able to replenish at the same rate in the way you are catching it. So it is more than the reproduction rate. So that those regions are called overfished region or overfished stocks. Okay, and that is called overfishing with respect to WTO. Okay, so there was also one agreement with respect to fisheries subsidies. Now this agreement, some says, is a good agreement, at least it started, but since 2001 it started, and now in 2022 it is coming in some you can say a miniature form, in a very rudimentary form, because what they have said in fisheries subsidy agreement, they have said that it's not a final agreement. In fact, this is a sort of interim agreement, a part of Geneva package, and they are saying that within 4 years you have to settle for a permanent agreement. So this is not something which is permanently decided. So these sort of criteria are not permanently decided. They are just a sort of temporary arrangement for 4 years, and they are saying within 4 years you have to come to terms, all members have to come to terms for a sort of permanent agreement. Otherwise, this will also get off the WTO papers. Okay, so this is the agreement of fisheries subsidy. We will study about we'll discuss about the ramifications with respect to India and how this agreement is at best a patchy agreement. That we'll be discussing in the next slide when I take up the issues with respect to the Geneva package. Now, another agreement, another sort of thing the Geneva package contains is that World Food Program food purchases, means the World Food Program is purchasing any food from any particular country, then that will not be subject to export restrictions. So, for example, what happened during COVID pandemic and also after that Russia-Ukraine war, because both Russia and Ukraine are somewhere the largest, one of the largest exporter in international food grain market, especially wheat. So after they got involved in the war, there was shortage of food. Apart from COVID, so this was somewhere compounding. This was somewhere compounding the food crisis, especially in the developing countries. So what the Geneva package is doing, is trying to ameliorate those kind of conditions of food crisis of hunger in developing countries by asking members that they will not put any restriction, or they are members are agreeing, because that is something an outcrop of what they all have agreed together in unison. So what they are saying that we will not put any restriction on food export, especially if that is with respect to the World Food Program. Okay, so that is what is being said here. That World Food Program food purchases will be exempted from export prohibition or restriction. Of course, there is a carve out that is being given, there is an exception that is being given, that if you have domestic food insecurity, then definitely you will be first looking into your food security concerns, then the other members. So in that case, you can put some restriction. If you are not sufficiently able to ensure food security in your country, then you can put restriction. But apart from that, there will be no clause which allows you to put restrictions and give some exemption to World Food Program purchases from your country. Now, apart from this, there is also another, and this is an interesting one, that this is on e-commerce moratorium and work program. Now, what this agreement says is something has a kind of history behind it, and without that history, it's very difficult to grasp it. So, if I tell you about the history of this e-moratorium or e-commerce moratorium and work program, so it was in 1998 that all the WTO member countries at that time agreed that, just to give example, just like we buy goods, physical goods. Similarly, there is also kind of digital goods also we consume, just like we consume video games, songs, movies, WhatsApp. So these are digital goods. These are also we are somewhere consuming just like physical goods. Okay, so at that time they said that in 1998 they said that we will not be putting any kind of custom duties or any kind of tax, you can say, on the commerce of digital goods when it is moving from one country to another. So if there is some kind of digital good that is moving from one country or transmitted from one country to another, we will not put any restriction on that. Now, in 1998, the definition, conception of the digital good and the idea that you can get from a digital good, of course, was not that which I told you, movies, games, WhatsApp. So this was not the conception of the digital good at that time. So the only basic and the rudimentary conception at that time was of phone calls. So at that time, the thought that at maximum digital goods are phone calls. So okay, we will not be putting any kind of tax or custom duty on phone calls. But from 1998, and we are now 2022, almost 24 years have passed. And this kind of moratorium is still there. But now the conception of digital good is much more broader, much more wider, and much more larger. Means if you look at the kind of things which I discussed, video games, movies, songs, then there's WhatsApp, Facebook, all those things, all kind of commerce they do. So this is somewhere out of the net of custom duties. So you may impose some kind of tax, but custom duties you can't impose on them. So custom duties means, suppose, for example, if some goods, just again the consumer consumption of India, I love consumer consumption of India, if some goods comes to India from US, suppose. So just to protect our market, domestic market, we put some kind of tax, custom duties on them when they enter into our market. So for physical goods we can do, but for digital goods we can't do because we have signed this e-commerce moratorium, and this moratorium is signed every time for 2 years or agreed upon for every time for 2 years. From 1998, for every 2 years, we are saying as a group, as a WTO, we are agreeing to this moratorium. We are agreeing, okay, after 2 years we'll see. Okay, after 2 years we'll see. For the time period we can have moratorium. But now countries like India are saying that this is enough now, because if we have to build our digital goods industry also, for example, our game industry, our video industry, our movie industry, our song industry, then definitely we need to put some restriction on the goods that are coming from your side. And also we are losing a huge amount of revenue in form taxes, in form custom duties. We are not levying these taxes. How? So if you look at the kind of volume that is being involved, means in terms of money. So UNCTAD, United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, UNCTAD, an organization which are kind of, if you can say broadly, looks into sympathetic concerns of developing countries with respect to trade. So it's very sympathetic to developing countries. It's been set up like this. That is mandate somewhere reflects the sympathy it has towards developing countries with respect to trade. Now UNCTAD gave a report and said that it is of $10 billion annually. The amount of money that we forgo as a developing country, it is $10 billion annually on digital goods, on digital trade, especially those which are international trade. In terms of custom duties, we are following. So that's why developing countries said that, especially India in fact went on a very strong mind with respect to this subject. So it said that we need to not put tax on this digital commerce, on this digital transmission. But if you look at the decision, they have just again extended the moratorium. Means we were spearheading this thing, that we need a waiving of this moratorium. But as an organization, WTO got agree, and they said that if you look at sometime for the time being, moratorium will continue. So this was another component of part of Geneva package. Apart from this, last one is declaration of sanitary phytosanitary measures. But the WTO agreed, as members we agreed that we'll be looking into some of the issues of sanitary phytosanitary measures. As I already told you, sanitary phytosanitary measures in your pre-trade lecture, I told that these are the measures which are respect to the international trade. Some of the issues related to plant, animal, and human health are concerned. So those kind of trade-related issues comes under sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So but the WTO is saying that we also look into the issue of sanitary and phytosanitary measures in the next World Program. That also forms part of Geneva package. So in the next digital conference, they are going to look into the decision or some of the declaration on the sanitary and phytosanitary measures, some of the issues with respect to SPS. Okay, so that was in a short, brief outline of all these agreements that came into the Geneva package, came as a part of Geneva package. Now, once we have the Geneva package, we should have sufficient understanding of what this Geneva package entails and what are the issues. Now, let's look into some of the issues that arise for developing countries and also with respect to India. So, what is this Geneva package? Whether it was successful enough from a critical point of view. Okay, so these are the points with respect to the earlier points of Geneva package only. I put the critical perspective there. So, first thing is limited COVID-19 IPR waiver. So, I told you that India and South Africa both went into the WTO and said that we need a complete waiver, complete TRIPS waiver of vaccines plus medicines plus diagnostics plus therapeutics, means therapy with respect to COVID-19 and related stuff. But what we got only waiver on vaccines. So this was only limited. All these things were excluded in the WTO agreement. So we got waiver on only COVID vaccine, that too for 5 years, and that too is not a kind of waiver. Nothing of a waiver. It's just a compulsory licensing that is allowed. What is compulsory licensing means, if at all some countries think that for public purposes, if some company is having a patent for a particular product, then they can waive that patent and allow the production of that good by other producers also. So this compulsory licensing is already a provision in TRIPS agreement. It's already a provision in TRIPS agreement, and countries are given the right to allow compulsory licensing. In fact, in India also, we have something called Indian Patent Act, 1970. Okay, that was recently means in 2005. Last in 2005 it was amended, and it also has provision for compulsory licensing. So there's nothing new that WTO has given. That's the critical point. Is firstly, it is very limited. And secondly, it is something which is just a old wine in a new bottle. Means just say, okay, we have IPR, but it's not IPR, it's just compulsory licensing, which is already allowed within WTO also, with respect to developing countries also. Means there is nothing new. Second is issues in fisheries subsidies. Now here, issues are a bit complicated. So in fisheries subsidies, what WTO is saying that for 4 years, means within 4 years you have to come to an agreement. Okay, and for that time we are putting a restriction on harmful subsidies. But what is harmful subsidies? Definitely they have not defined. And also why defining subsidies means why categorizing some kind of subsidies, they have not categorized non-specific subsidies. Non-specific subsidies means, so for example, fuel subsidies. Fuel subsidies which is given by developed countries to their fishermen. Okay, that kind of subsidies they have not included in this harmful subsidies. Also, one other issue is they have given just 2 years moratorium for developing countries. Means this 2 years is too short. In fact, India was first arguing for 25 years. Later on, we agreed for 2 years and we came to a country and we said, okay, we are satisfied with the bill. Okay, so just 2 years moratorium they have given. Apart from this, if you look at what they are doing from these fisheries subsidies on this kind of deal, they have put both the developed and developing countries on the same table, on the same day. Means this is something which is just like flouting the norms of trading equals. Means two unequals cannot be treated equals. So, for example, if you look at some of the countries, especially Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Netherlands, US, Japan, Korea, China, same names which I took earlier also, these countries are giving huge subsidies to their fishermen. In fact, ranging, for example, in case of Netherlands and Sweden, Denmark, ranging more than $40,000 per year. So that kind of subsidy, that quantum subsidy is what. And you are asking countries like India, other developing countries like Indonesia also, because Indonesia was at the forefront of fighting or raising issues about these fisheries subsidies, India and Indonesia, to have the same kind of standard, to meet the same kind of standard with respect to these countries who are giving that kind of subsidies. One of the studies shows that you know what kind of subsidies, fisheries subsidies is given in case of India. It's bare $15 per fisherman. So you are asking the countries like these to compete with the countries like these or to put them at the same level. Okay, so that is what very much violative of equity when it comes to between developed and developing countries. Okay, now apart from fisheries subsidies, if you look at the other issue, this one, India's concern on tax on e-commerce transaction, that is also going unaddressed because nothing substantially out of that. And also, what India is again saying here is that we are satisfied with the conclusion. So, and also many other countries are also saying that we are satisfied, but this was also somewhere unaddressed. Means on e-commerce transaction, on e-commerce transmission that takes place between countries, which I just told you, there also moratorium was continued. Means there will be no change. There will be business as usual on that front also. Then, permanent waiver of public stock holding for food security purpose, that is also unaddressed from India's perspective and also from other developing countries. Now, India went to this WTO, this Geneva Ministry Conference, with a very specific purpose. And the three very specific purposes was of issues in fisheries subsidies, issues related to IPR waivers, and this one. Issues related to public stock holding apart from this one. India's concern on tax on e-commerce transaction. And none of them have been addressed adequately. For India also and for developing countries also. Means other developing countries also. Means our reference also. So in public stock holding, we wanted a permanent waiver. So for the time being, you know, that is agreement on agriculture, something called agreement on agriculture in WTO, wherein if you are subsidizing some sort of products in agriculture, then that subsidy should not lost 10% of the total value of whatever is being produced in the agriculture sector, and also for a particular product also. That should not exceed 10% of the total value of the product. And the value they take of that product is on the basis of 1986-87. So that is the basic. I hope that you have already done this in your main lectures within WTO International Organization. So this was just a brief about what is agreement on agriculture. Now, after Bali Ministerial Conference, we signed a peace clause. That is, no country will be asking us, no country will be going into objection if you are crossing 10% limit, as long as the permanent solution to the agreement on agriculture is not been agreed. So we are somewhere working on a sort of temporary stopgap agreement. So we have been living, in fact, and we have subjected all the subsidies with respect to agriculture on that peace clause. So we wanted to sort that issue as soon as possible, and we went to this WTO Geneva Ministerial Conference also with that objective that we will be able to solve this issue. But this was somewhere unaddressed. In fact, the whole program or what program agriculture was not included this time, apart from the exemptions from restriction provision for the purchase by World Food Program. So all issues of agriculture, agreement on agriculture, public stock holding have been shifted to next ministerial conference. There also we could not get anything, we could not gain anything. Then export of food grain from public stock holding not allowed. So we also wanted that if at all we have bought some food grain for our public stock holding purpose, means for our food security purposes, for our PDS program, and if we have some kind of extra food grain, then we should be allowed to export them. But you are not allowed to export them also. There was no agreement. So in one way you can say that, and if you have a narrow limited view, that okay, we have got many things from Geneva package, but when you get into the details, you'll see that this package was at best a package. It was something to just to satisfy the soul, and nothing much concrete came out of this package. But one good thing for the whole multilateral trade regime that happened out of this package was that it gave a new lease of life, as I've already told, and it was something saving the world. Means with respect to the trading regime, it will be some sort of catastrophe because if this institution fails, definitely it will be setback for the trading regime and the trading cooperation that is happening between different and amongst different countries. Okay, so that was a discussion with respect to the WTO and its Geneva package, and what was its relevance apart from what the package actually contained. Okay, so that was all from our side with respect to the discussion. Now let's look and move into the question. Firstly, we'll move into the prelims question. The first question reads: consider the following statements with respect to WTO World Trade Organization. First statement: WTO is a part of United Nations system. Second is, while General Council is the highest decision-making authority in the WTO, the Ministerial Conference meets annually in Geneva only. Okay, we have to select the correct statement. Now, WTO is a part of the United Nations system. That is absolutely wrong. WTO is not a part of the United Nations system. WTO is neither the specialized United Nations system, and WTO is not a principal of any organ of the United Nations system. WTO, though, is in working relationship with UN, but is not a part of it or UN system. Okay, so the first statement goes wrong. Second one, while General Council is the highest decision-making authority in the WTO, the Ministerial Conference meets annually in Geneva only. Now, this statement is too much wrong. Means in the sense, this is a statement which can be wrong in every aspect. So, General Council is not the highest decision-making authority in WTO. I have many times repeated in this lecture only. It is the Ministerial Conference, which is the highest decision-making authority in WTO. So this part goes wrong. Second, the Ministerial Conference meets annually. No, it meets once in 2 years. Generally meets once in 2 years, and if at all situation like COVID and other things come, then definitely you want it. Okay, otherwise generally it meets once in 2 years. Then it meets annually in Geneva only. So this was also wrong. In Geneva only, no. In Geneva, only General Council will meet. Ministerial Conference can meet anywhere. Means whatever when they decide, they can meet there. Okay, so this statement is also wrong. In fact, very much wrong. Okay, so first is wrong, second is wrong. We have to select the correct statement, and the correct option will be D. That is, none of the statement is correct. Okay, so let's now look into the second question. Second question is: consider the following statements with respect to Geneva package. The first statement: it provided full and complete waiver for COVID-related medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics. Second, fisheries subsidies now are not allowed for areas in and beyond exclusive economic zone. Okay, so which of the statement is correct? Select the correct statement again here. Now, it provided full and complete waiver for COVID-related medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics. Definitely it's wrong. It did not provide full and complete waiver. This part is also incorrect, and this part is also incorrect. Very much incorrect. They provided limited waiver. Limited waiver in form of compulsory licensing, CL, and that too for 5 years. Okay, so first part is incorrect. Second part, for medicine, vaccines, and diagnostics, no. Only for vaccines that we have discussed amply enough. So only for vaccines. So the first statement is absolutely wrong. Second is, fisheries subsidies now are not allowed for areas in and beyond exclusive economic zone in high seas. So if you say that fisheries subsidies are not allowed, that will not be very correct to say they are not allowed beyond exclusive economic zone, but only the harmful subsidies are not allowed in high sea areas. That is beyond exclusive economic zone. Now, what is exclusive economic zone? High sea areas means, you know, there is some convention called UN Laws, United Nations Convention Law C 1982. Now it defines and demarcates different maritime zones. So for example, if this is the baseline, or this is the baseline of your country from the country's perspective, so till 12 nautical miles we will have territorial water. From the baseline till 24 nautical miles we will have contiguous zone. From the baseline till 200 nautical miles we will have exclusive economic zone. For that particular country, this will be exclusive economic zone. Okay, now beyond that, it is high seas. So within the exclusive economic zone, developing countries have given the right that you can provide subsidies, but of course not harmful subsidies. And subsidies, when there is subsidies for what? Subsidies of course for modern machines, modern fleets, to catch fishes, cold storage in seas and even in inland areas. So only subsidies which are for I discussed with you and harmful subsidies that are barred. Apart from that, you can provide subsidies. Okay, so that is what with respect to this statement, that was explanation, and this statement will also be wrong from that perspective. So fisheries subsidies are not allowed for areas in and beyond exclusive economic zone. That is also incorrect for exclusive economic zone, and also beyond that, if you are not engaging in any kind of harmful subsidies, then you can provide the subsidies. Okay, so that is also wrong. So because of the above statement, these are correct. Definitely first is wrong, second is wrong. None of the above statement is correct. Okay, so that was a explanation with respect to this question. So we are done with this question now. Now let's look into the main practice question. What main practice question actually has to say? So what is this question saying is that it is asking that Geneva package of the World Trade Organization, Geneva package, can be described as a mixed bag of success and unmet aspirations. Discuss. We have discussed in multiple very big question. Okay, so let's look into the kind of approach we can give. We'll look into some broad aspect, broad contours, how we can deal with this question. Again, introduction, body, conclusion. In introduction, we can say that Geneva package or deal of 2022 was a landmark deal, forced landmark deal, which led to first multilateral agreement in almost a decade. That can be a good introduction. Means with these lines you can introduce your question, or if ever you have any better option, then you can use that. Then in body, you have to deal with two issues. You have to mention success. Then you have to, in a way, give account of failures, but there they have asked the question in terms of unmet aspirations. Okay. So in success, you can say yes, IPR waiver, yes, World Food Program purchases, you can say yes, fisheries subsidies, and all those issues which we have discussed. In failures, you can say yes, we have agreed, but that is very limited form of agreement. Means IPR waiver is very limited. Then you can give the reasons why it is limited, because you have the time and space to do it, because it's a market. Then you can deal with issues like subsidies on fisheries. You can say how this subsidies agreement which you have entered into or which you have signed in WTO is not something which was something expected after 20 years, means more than 20 years of discussion, because it's 2001, it's been under discussion. So after 20 years also, we are saying that within 4 years you have to agree for some kind of agreement. So first point will be that. The second point will be it is somewhere when it's biased, or it's not very equitable when we see from the lens of or from the eyes of developing countries. And then you can give the reasons which I discussed why it is so. Then from the India's perspective, you can say digital transmission issue, especially moratorium on that. From India's perspective, you can say public stock holding for food security purposes, public stock holding issue is still not solved. So here you can give that how our aspirations are not met properly with this Geneva package. In conclusion, you can say that though our aspirations are not met, but for the larger cause, for the world multilateral trading regime, this package was very important because it gave a new lease of life, it gave a new sense to the organization which was almost at the cusp of getting irrelevant. So in that way, you can give your conclusion. Okay, so that will be the approach. So once you are done with this, our discussion is over. We have discussed what was WTO, we have discussed what was Geneva package, what were the issues of Geneva package, and then we discuss the questions both from this. Okay, so that was the discussion from my side with respect to this topic. I hope we'll meet again with yet another topic. For the time being, goodbye, take care, bye.